designed a catamaran that he was thinking of racing internationally. Bobby Cecente, unfortunately, got banged up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, and they bring you in to help out with the Apache team.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, there was a brand new cat, and when it was finished, it was just before the finals and in November, and Ben wanted to see it run, so he talked to me, and he had Brett May, who worked for him in the office. He ran I think in Formula One boats, and Brett drove the boat, and Ben said, I'm going to go up in a helicopter and watch. So Brett and I got in the boat, and we went out all over cut, and it was pretty rough. And we started running the boat, and it really felt good, and headed north, and we were hitting around 110 miles an hour, and it was really something. I mean, the boat handled incredibly. So we went back through all over cut, and there was a pretty long distance to get to the marina. So we were just going along and slow, couldn't run on plane, and noticed that the bilge pump started running. So opened up the hatch covers, and we had a few leaks, evidently cracked some bulkheads in that. So that was the end of running that boat in the finals down in Key West. So Keith Hazel was the V-bottom throwman at that time for Ben, and so they ran the V-bottom. Ben did with Keith Hazel down in Key West that year.
Yeah, you know, Ben, like George, had to exit out of Powerboat racing due to some legal issues. But you and I had a conversation when we first spoke about Ben, and we interviewed Ben tons back in the 1980s. He was a great interview, very approachable character, and really was a very prototypical old-style offshore racer. And you found him, just like George, real easy guy to work with.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was really. I'd seen him blow up a few times, but I never had any trouble with him. As a matter of fact, one oddity that I found that you know, I work for a lot of people, and it was interesting to me that out of the people I worked for, he was the only one, if you sneeze, would say, God bless you, which kind of, in my mind, kind of blew me away.
I hear that. All right, so you finally really get the green light to go ahead and start working with Copeland. And Al Copeland, of course, really his business career is just skyrocketing at that point. He's gone from just being the Popeye's owner to expanding his business and buying up churches, franchises, and becoming one of the biggest fast food chains, the biggest chicken operation in the country. At that time, the superboat owners lead a move away from APBA. OPT is formed, and then the stars arrive. Don Johnson's racing his big Michael Peters designed superboat. Al's pulling out the stops to keep up with him, and brings Chuck Norris in to drive. You guys are campaigning multiple boats on the superboat scene, and you're driving that boat, the big Catamaran, with or you're in that boat, excuse me, you're throttling that boat with Chuck Norris driving, because Al, the bankers, won't let him drive the boat during the start of the OPT season. And you're right in the middle of all that. Talk about that.
Yeah. Well, at that time, I was racing with Lauren Leibel, and we were racing in Class 1. And I was in Steamboat, and I was just flying in for the races. And Lauren asked me to come to Toronto, where his brand new cat was going to be shown at a convention center for a convention that was being held in Toronto. So I flew into Toronto, and I was with Lauren. We went out in other boats that he had. He loved being out there going fast, and we were in his office, and the phone rang, and it was Stan Ware, and it was on speakerphone, and Stan says, "Listen, Al needs you, Bob." I said, "Well, I'm gonna make this kind of short." So I said, "Well, what are you talking about?" He said, "Well, Soroy left Al." He said, "And he wants you to work for him." I said, "Well, I'm working with Lauren." So, and Lauren is sitting there, because Popeyes was at the circus and the big team and offshore, and Lauren's saying, "No, it's okay, Bob." And I'm saying no, but then I had an idea, and I said to Stan, "Let me run this by Lauren first." And I asked Lauren, I said, "Listen, I'm throttling the boat for you in class 1. Do you have a problem if I go down and run Popeye's operation for this season? And then I'll get somebody to throttle the boat for Al, and I'll run the team." So Lauren says, "I got no problem with that." So I said, "Here's the deal, Stan. Talk to Al. I'll come down there. I'll fly straight from Toronto down to Miami, and I'll throttle with Lauren at the races, and I'll run the team, whatever I got to do to get the team going." So that's exactly what happened, and flew from Toronto down to Miami, and had 2 weeks to get the boat ready for Sarasota. Talked to Richie Powers about throttling the boat, and he accepted. So we had 2 weeks to get the boat ready, and it set the course record and won the race with Richie throttling, which was a great deal. And then I was with Popeyes for about 3 years, I guess. And talking about Chuck Norris, Al did a leverage takeover of Church's Fried Chicken with Merrill Lynch and couldn't get in the boat. So that was the year that Chuck Norris came on the team, and we were racing in Long Beach, California. Was the first race with Chuck in the boat. It was a 4-engine aluminum cat. And before the race, Bob, I said, "Well, I have room service. That's pretty much what I do, and I go over the race." So he said, "Do you mind if I join you?" And I said, "Not at all." So he came up. We had room service, went over the race, and which was pretty cool. And I asked him if he'd sign the autograph the team posted for me, and he said, "Sure." And I still have it. It says, "Bob, I'm glad I had the best at my side. I'll sleep better tonight." And Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
That's how he said it. And the next day, we actually won the race, and he was thrilled.
Yeah. It was quite a time. OPT racing went all across the country, racing New York City and San Francisco, just outside of Chicago, Miami. It was a short-lived thing, but, man, it was a big splash, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. For that year, I got my name on a monument in Japan, which is ironic because our son, Michael, went over there after graduating college and taught English for 3 years. And our daughter-in-law and 2 grandchildren are half Japanese, and we went over to Japan when they first got together and went with our daughter-in-law to Atami, and we've got pictures with our son and daughter-in-law at the monument, which is pretty cool.
Pretty cool stuff. Your last race in Offshore was 1993, is that correct?
That's correct. In between that, I raced with Fernando Sosa, and that was the last year I raced, was 1993, and Spirit of Numancia, and we won the Worlds over there in 1993 in Cape Coral, Florida. And I think, not for anything, financially, he was the smartest guy out of them all, because he spent a lot of money racing, obviously, and he won the championship his first year, and he quit. So I thought he was pretty smart in that respect.
Yeah.
And I went back from there. I went back to Steamboat Springs, Colorado, went in the excavating business, and that's what I retired from 12 years ago.
What brought you back to the forefront of my mind is a special Speed on the Water did with Grant Bruggeman, and you had a hand in getting his career started. And Steamboat Springs is where you met him, as he was doing some work around the place for you, and you saw his wrenching abilities while working on snowmobiles. And would you think that later it would lead to him having such a big career as a great rigger and throttle man for powerboat racing?
Oh, yeah. And I knew talent when I saw it. And actually, Grant, when he came to Steamboat, we kind of hit it off. And he actually watched our two boys as I was traveling around. And I don't think he was in the truck, but some other fellas had my pickup truck and rolled it down the side of a mountain. Luckily, nobody got hurt. But he actually put it all together and got it running, which was one of the things he did while he was there in Steamboat. And then kind of came with me down to Miami and worked at the shop, and slowly but surely, he was talented to begin with, but then honed his skills, and from there went into the rigging business and throttling business, and he himself has had quite a career.
It's kind of interesting. Excuse me, I cleared my throat. Kind of interesting how life brings you people and into your life, and what comes of those relationships and what comes of those people. And it seems like you two might have been meant to meet each other at some point. It ends up with him just working for you in Steamboat Springs.
Yeah. Well, he went a long way from being in Steamboat to where he is today. That's for sure.
No doubt about it. Bob, so great catching up with you. Historic stories. I mean, from just a young kid in New York who wanted to get involved in high-speed boats, how you end up, traveling through South America. Next thing you know, you're working for a guy that ends up putting you in the boat, and you win a world championship at a young age in 1980. And then you get rides in some of the biggest, baddest superboats of all time. What a career.
Yeah, well. Yeah, one thought when I was thinking about all this, talking with you, I actually, in 1980, the first year racing, and this is like NASCAR. I'm the crew chief on a race boat, and I won the APBA crew chief for the year in 80 and 83, which was, it's like mind-boggling. I said, what the hell am I doing here? But it was quite something, as you said.
Yeah.
A lot of memories.
Next thing you're a legend. Bob, great catching up with you, buddy. You take care. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks for all your time and questions. Have a great day.
Look at that move by LPC.
Sean turned right inside of him.
The young guy schools the vet.
Went wide, and then he cut it back on the end there. Yep.
There is your new leader in super stock, LPC Racing.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit-controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered Catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at porteproducts.com.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. The Key's home for Jeep rentals and sales and Polaris Slingshot rentals too. And here's where the more comes in. Tom and Sally Crane, the owners of this family business, have a lifetime of selling and servicing cars and so much more. For instance, they're the official Goodyear, Michelin, Firestone, and Bridgestone tire dealers for the Keys and are a full-service Napa Auto Care Center. So whatever your automotive needs, call 305-293-3555 for Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more. A car dealership with a twist.
Catch all the action of the Powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square, preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
If you're ready for a Key West adventure, visit Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard and see Tom and Sally Crane in their wide array of Jeeps, from Wranglers to Renegades, over 100 of them, as well as those seriously cool Polaris Slingshots you've heard so much about and seen all over the Keys. See their entire inventory at www.goseetom.net or call 305-293-3555. Start your Key West adventure at Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more. A car dealership with a twist.
Jack Niles from Niles Sales and Service, the only locally owned and operated franchise dealership in the Florida Keys. We understand you have many options when choosing your next vehicle. Why not buy from the people you already know, like, and trust? No markups, no market adjustments, no premiums, or no additions to MSRP. Come see Stephen Bender, Tony Lazarus, Fernando Castillo, and the rest of our team to help you select your next new ride. Our team at Niles Chevrolet is hard at work to take care of all your automotive needs. We sell and service cars and trucks and nothing else. NilesChevy.com in Key West.
The Key West Championship. Let's introduce you to some of the many people behind the scenes.
Joined by Petty Officer First Class Brad Ray, Station Key West Operations. He's also got Chief Collins Novell, who really deals with the equipment, fixing it, getting it back out on the water. And Scott Porte of Porte Performance joins us. Outboard technology is kind of a focus of segments that we do with Scott. But first of all, Brad, for 4 years you've been involved in this event. It's a huge event for the United States Coast Guard, huge responsibility, and they are a very important part of these powerboat races.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a big part of Station Key West to help Race World get this going and make sure everyone's safe. We have about 13 to 14 assets out around the course, just maintaining that safety zone so that the spectators are remaining at a safe distance and everyone's out of the racetrack. It's been a busy time for us during these races, but it's an exciting time as well, and just want to make sure everyone's safe and has a good race.
Colin, what are some of the vessels that you employ, especially in these close quarters situations, trying to maintain the spectator areas and the boats, keeping them a safe distance from the race course?
Well, normally we would have 3 different platforms. We would have a shallow water, our 33 SPC LE, which is our go fast boat, and then our 45 response boat medium. The response boat medium basically does all the heavy lifting as far as close quarter maneuvering. It's For its size, it's very powerful. It's 1,650 horsepower, runs a couple of Rolls-Royce jets. She'll do 44 knots, but she is controlled by 2 joysticks, so the close quarter maneuvering is great. So we use that for, I would say, our high traffic or our high worry areas where we really are going to have to do a lot of maneuvering. And then we have our 33 SPCLEs. That's a 33-foot go fast style boat that has trip 300s on it. So that is our main search and rescue. If anything happens and the proverbial stuff hits the fan, that's what we'll have to respond for that. Say we have either an elision or someone on a private vessel sneaks past one of our 45s or one of our auxiliary vessels. That 33 is our primary platform to get up on plane and go and intercept that, or help with the search and rescue if we have to.
Scott, talk about the advancements in outboard technology, the 4-stroke platform as well, and how it's being used in law enforcement and in environmental concerns, Coast Guard, whereas before you never really saw outboard motors on the back of these boats.
Well, that's happening. You know, a lot of big inboard stuff is going away, and the outboards have taken their place. They're incredibly fuel efficient. They've gone almost all exclusively to the 4-strokes, and the emissions are way down. They're quiet, and they have torque. They have tons and tons of torque. So especially these guys using them on the workboats are able to manage these things, and it doesn't take a while to get up to speed, and they don't drag in the mid-range and stuff. When you set the throttles where they need to go, the boat gets there very quickly, and so it makes the boats extremely nimble and manageable compared to the 2-strokes.
What are you expecting from spectators, Brad, in watching this race getting set up in the spectator areas? Obviously, there's commercial traffic going on here. Harbor is closed during the race. There is a period in between the first race and the second race when traffic can come through. It's important for spectators to know what they can and can't do.
Exactly. So the first race starts at 10. So at 9:45, we'll close the harbor in the morning. We've already coordinated with most of the ferries and anyone in the area to plan ahead and come in early. And then the lunch break during after the first race is going to be from 11:30 to 12:30. At that point, the harbor will open for an hour, and then we'll have it closed just before 12:30 to secure the traffic so that the second and third races can start. At the end of the last race, we'll reopen the harbor, so it'll be around 1500, so 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then basically during the races and 15 minutes prior to each race, the whole entire Key West Harbor will be closed to public traffic.
We want to be mindful to let people know to be respectful to the Coast Guard. You guys are only trying to protect human life, protect from any contact with the race boats. One thing in all my years of covering this event, when you anchor up in that harbor, it's a tough place to anchor up. Plus, you're going to have to really take a look at the tides, because once the tides start changing, your boats are going to start moving. And the Coast Guard is going to come and they may ask you to re-anchor once or twice or several times.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. That's absolutely an issue. Some boats will drift with the current faster than others. So if you're anchored up, there's a good chance that you'll be swinging into other boats. And we just ask that everyone just be courteous to us, who are just trying to make sure everything is safe, and that just look around and make sure that your guests and the people on board are staying in the boats and not jumping off and swimming, which is a major concern. And you just respect all the law enforcement. We have all kinds of parties out there with Key West PD, the fire department, the Coast Guard Auxiliary volunteers, the Coast Guard station, Coast Guard cutters. We've got a little bit of everybody out there, so it's just to make sure everyone's safe.
One last question for you, Chief Collin, which is, you got to work on all this stuff. If it breaks, you got to fix it. I know it's tough and rugged and reliable, but the environment that they run in is extremely grueling.
Yeah, it is. We have a great core of, first of all, our engineers at Station Key West are second to none. Our engineering officer is a guy named Jim Tooker, and he takes his job very seriously. He's very knowledgeable. There's no task that he can't solve. And then on the other side of the house, the deck side of the house, We have a really good core of boat drivers who are thoughtful about not putting undue stress on the boats, right? They drive them kind of, I like to put it, like they own them. And they're not unnecessarily running our outboards at 6,100 RPM, not running the diesels at 2,350. And due to that fact, with as many hours as we're putting on them and with as busy as we've been now, it's not uncommon to put 40 hours on a set of engines in 2 days, which is a lot of hours in terms of maintenance. But our engineers, they get it done from the time that we start work at 7 o'clock in the morning to the time they knock off at 1600. They're doing wonderful. So and our parent command has been really good about getting us parts to get these boats fixed, which is usually the big stopgap. We have people to fix them, we just don't have the parts to fix them, and that has been solved recently. So our boats have been in pretty good shape.
Scott, these guys are really putting the equipment to a test, and we heard at the drivers' meeting this week that the Race World Offshore has got a 5-year permit with the Coast Guard to run this, and with the endorsement of Florida Marine Sanctuary, which is hugely important because the Coast Guard is working in conjunction with Florida Marine Sanctuary. That's hugely important to protect the bottom. Your Porte transom bracket helps do that.
Well, yes, it does. And we've actually sold to the Coast Guard in the past for their aids to navigation team boats. And these guys typically would knock gear cases off the motors when they get in those rocky areas where they have those markers. And so what ultimately our product did was allow them to move the gear case up behind the transom without tilting the motor and navigate in forward and reverse without losing their steering. And if they do get in shallow water, they're not tilting the engine to get to shallow water. So when they do tilt the engine to get in shallow water and you give it the throttle, you blow a rooster tail and you stick the boat to the bottom. Ideally, down in the Keys, we kind of have a little extra plus because they're concerned about the bottom here. They're concerned about scratching the coral and all this boat traffic and everything. While they've got the emissions cleaned up, there's still a hard object hitting another one when they run into the ground here. So we've got a product that works very well down here, and we're starting to see more and more of them down here, but it's never enough for us.
Find out all about that at porteproducts.com. Brad and Colin, we appreciate you guys taking the time. We salute the U.S. Coast Guard for their efforts and everything they do here in the Keys, but certainly helping the powerboat races. Brad, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Colin, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Nice talking with you.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Now continuing coverage of the 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida. Presented by Performance Boat Center and produced by Race World Offshore. Live on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. For over 40 years, the Key West Offshore Worlds, the ultimate victory on the ocean for powerboat race teams. Competitors from around the globe will race for 3 grueling days in pursuit of this legendary championship. Our live coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio is brought to you by Lichty Marine Marathon, your one-stop shop for all your boating needs with a large selection of both new and used boats and trailers with a full service and parts department with hundreds of Suzuki engines in stock. Price to sell. Go to LichtyMarineMarathon.com to see our complete inventory. Nile Sales and Service, the Keys hometown car dealership with all your Chevys, Buicks, GMC trucks, Cadillacs, and Nissans. Don't drive the miles. Go to Niles at 3500 North Roosevelt Boulevard in Key West. X Insurance. Get X Insurance for true peace of mind. Go to xinsurance.com for true umbrella liability coverage. Fast Boats, Boats and Boots concert presented by X Insurance. Don't miss the biggest concert of Race Week. Saturday night, November the 12th at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater featuring Eddie Montgomery, Brian Kelly, and golf legend John Daly. Go to fastboatsandboots.com to get your tickets. Florida Powerboat Club. Join your friends from the Florida Powerboat Club at their amazing race village at the Conch Republic Seafood Company, 631 Green Street, Thursday to Sunday. It's free to everyone and so much fun. The Sandbar Sports Grill. See all your favorite teams play with over 50 HD TVs. Incredible food and the largest selection of drafts on the island. You'll have a great time at the Sandbar Sports Grill, 511 Green Street. Key of Key West treats each potential customer as family. At Key of Key West, you'll find the best inventory ever. Check Kia out online at kiaofkeywest.com. We love what we do at Kia of Key West. Two Friends Patio Restaurant, a Key West icon since 1886. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week. Meet your friends or make your friends at Two Friends, 512 Front Street in Key West. We've got the Keys, your local experts for celebration and event planning in Key West. See all the amazing things We've Got the Keys can do by going to we'vegotthekeys.com. Pepe's Cafe, the oldest eatery in the Florida Keys. Pepe's is a historical gathering place for locals and visitors with amazing breakfast, lunch, and dinner. From 1909 to today, a true Key West legend. Pepe's Cafe, 806 Caroline Street in Old Town. Key West Adventures, a unique island car rental company. Jeeps, Polaris Slingshots, Moke electric vehicles, and mini convertibles are ideal for your stay in Key West. Learn more at keywestadventures.com. El Maison de Pepe, great Cuban cuisine in Mallory Square. Family owned and operated since 1985 with authentic Cuban food, live music nightly, and the best mojito in town. El Maison de Pepe, 410 Wall Street in Mallory Square. Berkshire Hathaway Knight and Gardner. Berkshire Hathaway Keys Real Estate and Knight Gardner really can help you navigate the water of Florida Keys Real Estate. Visit them online at keysrealestate.com. Porte Performance Products provides the most advanced transom lift system in the world, specifically designed for boats operating in the Florida Keys. Control your outboard engine, protect the reef, and navigate the Keys backwaters like never before. To see for yourself, just go to porteproducts.com. Now continuing coverage of the 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida. Presented by Performance Boat Center and produced by Race World Offshore. Live on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And here we are from historic Key West, Florida, the 41st World Championship races. You're watching on the live stream at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, sponsored by Maximum Inflation. We're here for the final day of the World Championships, and the race teams are ready to go. We've got beautiful weather, very typical to Key West, with a light north wind for today's action. This is going to be a fast race today. Hi, this is Todd Swafford, longtime Key West resident, called the World Championships back to 1981. It's exciting to have the American Powerboat Association and the Union of International Moto Nautique back in Key West for powerboat racing. Our team is here ready to cover this race, and we have 4 different race starts here today. We'll have the Mod Vs and Stock Vs starting first today, along with the bracketed boats. That's 25 boats out on the course before the big intermission. And then later today, the Class 1 Extreme teams will race at 1:30 after the harbor reopens. That's race 2. Race 3, Super Stock at 1:30, and then the big race of the afternoon, the Supercat and Stock 450Rs at 2:30. Joining us for this broadcast, Pete Meyer, former world champion and the team instigator. Also John J.W. Powell and J.W. Cook from the Key West Citizen. Gentlemen, all welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Great here in Key West today.
Yeah.
97.7 and UIM, APBA. It's a great day out here.
Yeah, and Dub, it's the weather here is typical Key West weather. These guys are going to fly around this course.
This is just such a beautiful day today. Very calm so far this morning. I was expecting a little bit more of a breeze, but these guys have got it, they're going to have them dialed up and trimmed out and getting ready to go fast and loud.
Yeah, the prop selection will be for fast water here today. Joey Cook, this race is for full points. So we raced lesser laps on Friday. Of course, we lost Wednesday's first day of racing, canceled because of the high winds. Now it's full points, and this thing is up in the air. I mean, this thing, the points, you've been Mr. Abigus over the weekend trying to figure out the points, and it's going to be a very big advantage to finish first or second to have a real good chance of winning a world championship today for most teams.
For most teams, you look at it, most teams are still very much in the hunt of this. And when you do the math, anybody that finished in the top 3 on Friday, a victory today puts them in the front runner spot to have that world championship. There are a few caveats and ties that could come into play and tiebreakers and everything to that effect. But finish in the top 3 Friday, bottom line, a win today it might as well be your world championship.
Well, don't forget today from 1 to 2. You know, it looks calm out here right now. From 1 to 2, you're going to see the wind pick up. So it's going to be a big prop selection day. You're not sure if you want it all calm or what you're going to come across from 1 to 2.
And then the slot selections for all of these races, it's inverted. So if you were a winner on Friday, you're going to start outside, and if you finished at the bottom of the pack, you're going to have the inside lane. So you know that offers its whole other dynamic. So it's going to be exciting. We have 59 boats here. There are a couple of scratches. We'll tell you who those are as the day goes on. That could play into the point standings because you do get a point for every boat you finish in front of. The other thing, Joey, is that guys that didn't finish on Friday, you know they want to win today. So they could mix things up.
Absolutely. And those teams that didn't finish need to win and have to have other teams potentially break down because they're down those laps right now. So they're needing help as well. But, you know, that means that they have to gun for it, absolutely, and just get ahead of the pack and stay ahead of those teams that they're racing with. And there's going to be a lot of different classes going in that first 10:30 race. We have your bracket 6, 5, 4, 3, 7s as well, too, and then the modifieds, 2 different modified V's classes. So there's a lot of different racing going on inside that first start.
Yeah, and there's teams that probably are completely out of the points hunt that we're expecting to vie for the championship. They're going to be spoilers. So they want to win, and they just may be completely far outside the chance of winning the championship, but they're going to want to finish here first today. JW Powell, let's get the lineup of our boats racing here in the first start for the RWO Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center.
In this first race, we've got 2 starts. The first start will be Stock V and Modified V. In the Modified V class, we've got number 2, BoatFloater.com. Number 7, the 151 Express boat. And then the number 700 boat, the guys from Trinidad, Sheriff Lobo. In Stock V, the number 21 Shocker. Number 33, an MRV. Number 97, FastBoys.com, number 13, Latacrete, 19, RNS Racing, and number 4, Octane in Stock V and Modified V.
All right, so the Stock V boats will be to the outside. Mod V boats, there's 3 of those. Total of 9 boats on this first start, and they're up, and we're racing. Ale Vite. Final day of racing for the 41st World Championship here in Key West. Looks like Fast Boys is out to a good start here early. BoatFloater.com, who won on Friday, running back in the pack a little bit, just ahead of the second group in second. Sheriff Lobo coming up on the inside as they head out to turn number 1.
Is that Fast Boys or is that the 151 Express on the inside taking that first pin there, which is the guy that's fighting boat floaters for that title in the Modified V?
Yeah, I think you're right. That is Express.
That's huge for him. He needs to get in front of the Kill Dolls there and stay ahead of boat floaters. They want that title, and they would win it with that.
All right, our bracketed boats are going to get started here. We'll get the quick lineup as we look back here in a moment at the second start, but we're watching the mod boats go around turn number 1. Dub.
Bracket number 3, 33 Harpoon Harries, 327 Team Woody, 388 Herbot Racing, and 337 the Cigarette Justice League. In bracket number 4, 421 OC Racing, number 404 Simmons Racing, 467 GNS Motorsports. In bracket 5, 527 Golf and Gator Team Woody, number 549 Team Farnsworth Papamigos, number 517 Bulletproof Good Cars, number 516 Bronx Phantom. 3 teams in bracket 6, 600 Powerhouse Marine, the boys from Key West, 696 X Insurance Gerard Marine, 699 Jackhammer, and rounding it out, bracket number 7, 703 Steel Industries.
Yeah, we saw in that class 300 the Team Woody 35 Fountain with the twin 500 KTE engines in them took the early lead. They, of course, they got schooled on Friday by the bigger Fountain, the 42 Fountain Harpoon Harries. Scott Brown and Ed Tamburino took the first place finish. Those boats are super fast. All these bracketed boats have bracketed times at the speeds that they can go at. They'll have to turn their data loggers in. They cannot exceed those speeds. And if they do, they'll be disqualified. But I was told by Billy Shipley, the driver of Team Woody, they were going to win today. Boat floater.
There we go.
And Express come in gunnel to gunnel after lap number 1. Boat floater with just a nose. Yep. And then Lobo in third. Latticrete around first in Stock V. Shocker in second. Fast Boys in third. North Myrtle Beach in fourth. And RNS Racing running in fifth. The boat floater was able to chase down 151 Express. Just got by them here in the harbor to finish the lap just by a nose, I think, guys, in front.
That was a move. He made that move right in front of us here, I almost want to say, right as they went to the finish there.
Yeah. Side by side.
So boat floater 1, 151 Express 2, Sheriff Lobo in third. In the Stock V class, Latticrete, Shocker, and Fast Boys. And there's Team Woody. They've got the lead over Harpoon Harry's. In class 300, Cigarette Justice League. Running in third. Here comes your leader in class 400, Simmons Marine. Followed by GNS and OC Offshore. 4.38 mile course here in Key West. These boats are running between 8 and 6 laps. There's the Team Woody Golf and Gator team leading in the 500 class. And here comes the Papamigos Powerhouse Marine. Behind them, and then the Girard Marine team. That looks like how they're running. 1, 2, 3. Jackhammer coming through. Joey, could you give us an update on Class 500, please?
Class 500, I've got you with Woody, Performance Boat, Bulletproof Good Cars, and then Papamigos coming in at 4. Here's the Steel 700 coming in here right now.
They're running unopposed.
And if you're watching, the Woodies is in control of bracket 3 right now. If they hold on to that, they'll be the champions. But the interesting one is Simmons Marine and GNS Motorsports. If that holds place right now, they'd be a tie, and we're looking at time differential.
All right, so all the boats have come back through, finishing lap number 1. The mods and Stock Vs are running 10 laps, 45 miles here today as we watch the elite boats come around turn number 3 in front of Fort Zachary Taylor. All of our bracketed class, the class 3 boats, 8 laps, 36 miles, and class 4, 5, 6, and 7, 6 laps and 27 miles. Looks like Boat Floater has extended their lead here on number 2 as they come back in front of the big group of fans at the Outer Mole Truman Waterfront.
The one boat I did not see come back through was Herbert Racing. And
no, it's Express, guys.
The lead.
It was Express. They were out in front of Boat Floater.
What happened to Boat Floater?
So that was Express. It's Boat Floater that's missing. Now Sheriff Lobo running in second. Latticrete.
There is some action out there by turn 1. Something's going on out there. There's a lot of boats headed out that way.
Latticrete leading in Stock V. Fast Boys in second. Now North Myrtle Beach in third.
If that holds on in your Stock V, Latticrete would actually be your world champions if they can hold on to this and keep Fast Boys 2 spots down.
At turn 1 in race 1 on Friday, here comes RNS Racing. They're running in fourth. Yeah, Sheriff Lobo spun out very close to boatfloater.com. So Team Woody continues to hold the lead in Class 300 ahead of Harpoon Harry's. And Cigarette Justice League coming around in third. Team Octane holding on to fifth spot.
smoke out on turn 1 there.
So
we have.
And Simmons Marine comes around. So we have an incident out at turn 1. OC Racing had gotten by GNS Motorsports at the end of lap number 2, but GNS pulls ahead. We'll see what happens coming out of the turn.
That battle's big for Simmons Marine right there, because if they can get OC Racing to stay in front of GNS, it would be Simmons with the win today that takes the title.
So we have the orange smoke out at turn number 1. They are having the teams navigate wide of that area. There's the 527 Golf and Gator Team Woodies with the lead. Bronx Phantom running in second in Class 500. Goodcars.com in third.
And when they have an incident like that and they have the smoke bomb out, they set up a safety zone. It's roughly 100 yards on each side of whatever the accident might be. And there's no passing allowed while the boats are in that safety zone.
So they're pushing them to the outside of the course, outside of the Malia, which is the turnboat out there at turn number 1. But we're still racing, as you can see out there, around that accident. Powerhouse Marine continuing the lead in 600. 549 coming across. Farnsworth running in 4th. There goes Gerard Marine X Insurance, 2nd in Class 600. And your smallest boat in the field, the 21 Superboat Jackhammer, Brian Guy and Julia Maldonado running in 3rd.
It is staying right there with that little boat. It's incredible. You know, a little 21-foot. It's crazy.
So we have the first race well underway. Again, something has happened to boatfloater.com. There goes your leader in Modified V, the 151 Express, 29 Extreme. Ian Morgan and Nick Impressia on board in control of this race, with the World Championships in their sight, but still a lot of laps to go. Shocker.
You know, Nick Impression's the son of Joey Impression, so there's a lot of family value there.
So Shocker's taking the lead in Stock B class. Woodies and Harpoon Harry side by side heading down to the harbor turn.
That was tight around the pin.
Yeah, there's an orange buoy right out here in front of the Truman Waterfront Annex at the mole, and they're supposed to stay to the outside of that for safety reasons. They were all over the top of it.
Well, we saw DF Young cut to the inside the other day when they were battling the X Insurance in that Class 1 battle the other day.
Well, if you watched the tape on that the other day, he was definitely pushed inside.
Yeah, I would agree. Just by watching it live from my perspective, you could see that X Insurance was sitting on it and he had no other choice. It was a great move.
If we can look back into the harbor, let's see where Team Woody and Wicks ended up with each other. We'll sort out the stock class for you here in a moment, as we watch Simmons Marine come back around, continuing to lead over OC Racing. In second, GNS Motorsports in third. Wicks. Yeah, Wicks has gotten around Team Woody.
Sure has.
Heading back out to turn number 1.
That's a battle for that World Bracket 3 World Championship right there.
All right, you can't see that on the live stream, folks. We apologize, but Wicks and Team Woodies came out of the turn. Wicks had looked like they were going to get around them. Those two teams battling in a couple of fountains. The Wicks 42 and the Woodies 35. Team Octane has just come around and they're running all 6 boats still running in the stock V class. There's the 527. Golf and Gators Team Woody. After lap number 3, continuing to lead, Bronx Phantom holds second and Good Cars third. And if I could back up to Stock V, we had a change. Shocker had took the lead. Laticrete now in second, and Fast Boys in third. Those boats are all very close to each other. They could change on this lap. North Myrtle Beach fourth, RS Racing fifth, Octane sixth. Of course, the big story is the winner from Friday in Mod V, boatfloater.com, down on the course. Try and get an update on that as soon as possible. All the boats out now, away from the harbor in front of the fans, and here comes your overall leader, Express, fourth lap of 10. Powerhouse Marine continues to hold the lead over X Insurance Gerard Marine in Class 600. And there's Papamigos Farnsworth. They're running in fourth, and 500. Shocker continues to hold the lead.
Team Woody, and there is no Harpoon Harry's.
So Team Woody has control now of Class 300. No sight of Wicks, who had taken the lead, heading back out on the southbound leg towards turn number 1. Here comes North Myrtle Beach Resort.
And he's got ahead of Fast Boys there.
So that's North Myrtle Beach third, Fast Boys fourth. Shocker in the lead, Laticrete right behind him in Stock V. No sign of Wicks. Lobo continuing to hold on to second. Remember, they spun out on Friday's race, and now they're running pretty good. That's a 29 Extreme. Dub, we talked to those guys in Clearwater. It's a first generation Extreme. They just had the bottom redone. They were very excited about how it was going to perform. RNS swings by in fifth, or in sixth, excuse me, fifth. Team Simmons continues to lead in bracket class 400. Did you see GNS come by?
I did not see GNS come by
Yeah, so
either.
OC Racing holding on to a strong second. We don't see GNS at this moment.
That opens the door for Simmons for the World Championship there.
As we watch the Steel Team 703 come by, and they're running unopposed in class 700. But yeah, back to those guys hailing all the way from Trinidad. You got Shamil Mohammed on the throttles, Pete Rivero driving that boat. But they were bragging on the work that had been done on that Extreme hull heading into Clearwater. Seems to be working real nice for them here today. Octane holding on to sixth spot here. A couple of notable teams not coming around. Of course, boatfloater.com, the Harpoon Harry's Wicks team, and GNS. There's Team Woody's Golfin' Gator continuing to lead after lap number 4 in class 500. Rocks Phantom in second. Good cars right down the chute and chasing him hard on the outside there. But Phantom has the inside line on the turn.
That battle right there for second and third would be the battle for the World Championship second and third as well in that bracket 5.
And that bracket 5, that's, J.J. Turk, who's with Team Woody, from all the La Quinta fame and all the people up there in Cocoa Beach and, some of his sponsors and stuff like that. He's really put it all together.
All right, there's Team Woody in front of us right here. Let's see if we can catch some of these leaders coming in. Team Woody is having their day in class 300 now.
Shocker opened up the lead there too.
There's your leader in Stock B. Laticrete running in second. Lattergreed had the early lead after the first 2 laps, but the Shockers moved ahead, and they stayed pretty much at that span up to this point of the race. Here comes your leader in Class 600 from Key West, Nelson Sawyer, along with Damon Murata Jr., Powerhouse Marine. North Myrtle Beach in 3rd, Fast Boys in 4th.
And that Fast Boys there, it's important to get the pass in front of them because that moves them from 2nd and 3rd in the World Championship ranking if they can get past that North Myrtle Beach boat. So that's a big important run for Fast Boys. Just get ahead of one boat there first. Difference between 2nd and 3rd.
If you head out to the back stretch, guys, heading southbound, you see Team Woody. Very fast, 35-foot fountain, twin 500 Keter engines. Now looking at Sheriff Lobo. Shamu and Pete doing a great job today and holding 2nd in Mod V. Simmons Marines continues to lead in 400 GNS. Limping in, guys. Sad for them.
Done, yep.
Sad for them as we watch the Jackhammer 600 boat come through. OC Racing will continue to hold 2nd. We'll see if Simmons Marine continues to limp around the course or whether they head into the pits. They appear to be trooping on, continuing to run, but
you never
at
know.
Under speed, yes. So in our major classes, the Mod V Stock Vs, they're out for their 6th of 10 laps here in the first of 4 races for the Key West World Championship. Live coverage on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio coming to you from the Lichty Marine of Marathon broadcast booth. They have a full service department and hundreds of Suzuki engines in stock. Price to sell. LichtyMarineMarathon.com. And here's Octane. Octane is all 6 Stock V boats continue to run here today, all on the same lap. No attrition yet in that class. Knock on wood as you watch coverage. Boats coming down around Fort Zachary Taylor and in front of us into the harbor. And the 527 Team Woody in first in Class 500. Only 2 laps to go. This is actually their last lap. Bronx Phantom. There's the Express. We saw Express come by leading in Modified V and Team Woody Racing leading on lap number 6 of 8 in Class 300. And both those boats having their day. And the 151 Express, really fantastic day for them. Shocker continues to lead in Stock V, followed by Lattergreed. Yeah, Express got a great start. Joey Cook, Ian Morgan, Nick Impression, that 29 Extreme with the 630 Scorpion engines.
There's boatfloater.com in the infield.
Fast Boys now with a commanding control of 3rd place, just passed in front of us here at the broadcast booth.
That was a great run to get away from the North Fort Myers Beach, the North Myrtle Beach boat.
So I guess Boat Floater must have lost a gimbal or something because he's looks like the back end is underwater and there's something going on there.
They're rushing to get it out of the infield over to the cranes. What a rough day for Stephen Kildile. Powerhouse
There's
Marine.
Your winner. Oh no, one more lap. One more lap.
Yeah, we have him for one more lap.
One more lap. Yes, I shot.
A lot of traffic there in front of Harbor Hotels right now. 3 boats in 3 different classes. Simmons Marine comes back around, and that should be the race for them, I think.
That should be the race for them,
Yeah,
yes.
Simmons Marine winning today in bracket class 400. We saw North Myrtle Beach come through.
And that'll be a world championship for Simmons Marine as well.
OC Racing comes around. They're running in second. Did you see North Myrtle Beach come around?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so they're in fourth.
Yes.
RC Racing continues to always all 6 of the boats in stock class are still running. Powerhouse Marine, Key Wester Nelson Sawyer with Damon Murata Jr. They're out on their last lap. They led from start to finish in Class 600. The Yachts Insurance Gerard Marine boat in second, Jackhammer in third. So we've given away one checkered flag. We also saw Team Woody come around. There's the 600
I haven't actually seen the Gerard Marine come around for a couple of laps. Did we?
Yeah, he came around.
Did he miss him?
Yeah, he came in with that.
He was in that mix
he was
there?
That that 3-boat mix that came in. So Team Woody, bracket 300, you have him for one more lap, is that right?
I do.
Yep, so he's out on his victory lap.
And there's really nobody else on that lap right now with them.
Octane.
He's about to get a lap. Oh no, the Express is Bod V. But I'm sure Shocker's not too far behind there. And here's Team Woody.
There is your winner today in Black Bracket Class 300. 35 Fountain. Keeter Engines. Team Woody. Billy Shipley.
Woody back to back. There you go, a couple of world champions.
Chad Woody, and then the Golf and Gator team. JJ Turk and Michael Stancombe taking the win for Woody as well.
Yeah, Team Woody wanted to thank Dave and Alan.
Ladacrete has made the move in front of Shocker there.
Ladacrete gets by Shocker with 3 laps to go in Stock V. Finish your thought about Team Woody.
Team Woody, yeah, they wanted to thank a couple of their sponsors, Dave and Allie, and Little Quinta Hotels, and
Fast Boys.
And JT's Specialty Bar.
Imagine that. Here at the broadcast booth, we just saw Fast Boats come by in the lead. As we watch Octane go back out towards turn number 1 here. This is live coverage here in the Florida Keys on 97.7 Sports Radio. There is your overall leader, 151 Express, 29 Extreme with Scorpion Engine, and Ian Morgan out of Sarasota, and Nick Impressia, a New York guy. They came right out of the pack at the start and took turn 1 first. Had a little bit of a battle with Boat Floater after that first lap, but obviously, as Pete mentioned, Boat Floater had some issues and ended up having to get it towed back in. It's been their race all day, and they smoked this course. They still have 2 laps after this one to complete, and they'd win a world championship. So we watched the 700 class boat finish up their race here today. That's Steel Racing. North Myrtle Beach running in 4th. And here comes Powerhouse Marine. This should be a championship
That is
for
a championship.
Class 600. Gerard Marine X Insurance will take second. So a Key Wester in his rookie season, Powerboat Racing. That's the old Southern Arbor Services boat. Ran well here last year. As we watched Lobo from Trinidad cruise by. Congratulations. Know the local fans are excited to see another Key Wester. A long list of Key Westers that are raced in Offshore. And he's another that now has wrapped up a world championship in bracket class 600. We caution everybody in the bracketed class, not in the mod Vs and stock Vs, but in the bracketed class they have a bracketed speed they have to attain. We're watching GNS limp around the course, but continuing to run, try and gather points here. Simmons Racing.
Simmons should be your world champion again, barring any breakouts.
Yeah, they win today. Express. 2 laps to go.
Woody's still running.
Yeah, I believe we missed a lap because that should have been his last lap right there.
Okay, so Team Woody now officially is your winner here today. We'll just ask Billy to go back on the tape and take that exciting call and pretend like that was really it. Ladder Creek continuing to lead. Ahead of Shocker in Stock B. 2 laps to go. And there's Stancombe and Turk, victorious in Class 500 in the Golfing Gator Team, Woody. Definitely think they took an extra lap.
Yes, I'm with you on that one for sure.
Bass Boys running in second, or in third, pardon me. And Bronx Phantom will take second in Class 500. Bulletproof will take third. Team Woody, big day for them. Couple of wins. Golfing Gator, Team Woody, J.J. Turk, Mike Stancombe, and then Chad Woody and Billy Shipley in the 500 boat. The 300 boat. Yep. The 35-foot fountain had trouble, with beating the 42-foot fountain the other day, but today they were able to get that boat and run it hard. Much better water for them, and big win for them here in Key West. You have to salute a team in bracketed class racing that brings 3 boats to an event like this, travels around the country and supports the sport, and we salute Chad Woody and his team for their efforts and congratulate them on their win here today.
That Bracket 300 race was really a great race when Harpoon Harry's had it up and going. They're just limping around in the infield right now waiting for the race to finish so they can make it back to the pits.
Delp, we talked to those guys in the dry pits in Clearwater, and they had just been working on that boat tirelessly to get it ready to that point. Barely had even tested it.
Yeah, the old Wicks Harpoon Harry's boat was a 35 fountain, and they just moved the motors over to the new 42.
Had the big advantage with the bigger boat, worked out well for them on Friday. So a couple of boats having some trouble today. Certainly the one of the biggest disappointment and interest was Boat Floater that ran so well on Friday. Had to get towed back in. They just barely averted an accident when Sheriff Lobo spun out next to him on Friday, and then obviously had an issue taking on water and getting towed to the pits there just shortly ago. And that was after a couple of laps here today. See some more boats coming through. That's the Team Farnsworth and Gerard Marine taking an extra lap, but Team Farnsworth will end up in 4th place here today. Steele and the overall leader, Express.
He's now lapped Lobo.
That's right, here's Lobo, who's been lapped. Just 1 lap to go for the Express, who passed in front of us here at the radio booth, going into the north turn. Down in front of the Harbor Hotels, he's your overall leader. So if we could follow him back out after he turns in front of the Harbor Hotels to our north. Ladacrete right in front of us. There's Ladacrete, he's your overall leader.
That's his world title to lose right now.
Yep.
If it holds that way. Although he needs Shocker to come in 2nd place.
Yeah, they were back and forth up until about 2 laps ago. And Ladacrete took the lead now.
Oh, no, Shocker's off, so that actually makes it very interesting. Now we're racing for time.
Bass Boys now in 2nd.
So right now, point-wise, we have a 289 to 289. They hold this way. 52 seconds differential at the end of Friday. Ladacrete was 52 seconds back, so now that's what we're racing on time right now at this point between Fast Boys and Ladacrete in that
You're looking at your overall leader. What a day for them. They led right out of the pack on the start. Express, Ian Morgan, Nick Imprescia Jr., a 29 Extreme Scorpion engine. And the World Championship is theirs, going out on their final lap of the day as we watch Jackhammer come through in Class 600. Or Class 700, excuse me. Or was that 300? Yeah, that's 600. They'll finish third here today at the World Championships. Jackhammer, another team you got to salute. Between Jackhammer and Steel, they're all inside the Palmetto Marine, Maldonado camp. Dominic Steele, too. They campaign a bunch of boats, so 2 in super stock, and then they bring 2 into the bracketed class. That's 4 boats here to race today.
I will say
in
one
the World
thing.
Championships.
I will say one thing about 151 Express. They got some Scorpion motors in there, and Frankie used to do my motors, and they hold together. Knock on wood. No, don't jinx them here, but Frankie does a good job on the motors, and like I said earlier, Nick Imprescia is following his father's footsteps.
Yep.
Out from out here on Long Island.
Yeah.
We were watching them out here during testing on Tuesday, and they were just super impressive. And I was surprised that they didn't run better on Friday.
Well, his pops ran with a lot of great teams. Stuart Ham, Recovery, Billy Moff, known as one of the great throttlemen of the 80s, 90s. Did so many impressive things and won a lot of world championships here in Key West with the various boats. And as you mentioned, those are some big boat shoes to fill.
Big names.
Yep.
Big names. People forgot about them, but they're big names.
Shocker. It's like he took a hit.
Yeah, it did.
Something
hanging off the front.
Yep. As he comes by running in third here. RNS moving on to fourth.
We saw North Myrtle Beach take into the pits on their last lap through.
Another boat under tow in the infield just to the north of our broadcast position. And here comes Express. Here's your world champion, Stock V. Imprescia and Morgan just passed through. There they are. We'll get a shot of them as they've just wrapped up. They won't be handing out checkered flags here today, but barring some sort of penalty all these results are obviously unofficial. We'll see our winner here.
Ladder Creek.
Stock V, Ladder Creek.
That should be for a world championship there. Well, no, actually, it should be. Wait, how many seconds behind? We should be timing this right now. 52 seconds is the difference between them and Fast Boys.
All right, Fast Boys.
And I definitely think it's less than that, so I'm actually going to call Fast Boys probably as your most likely world champion on a time differential. But again, we have to see what time comes up at the end here.
Yeah, that's definitely less than 52 seconds. Sheriff Lobo come around in front of our broadcast positions. We're looking at one of the boats, the RNS team that's lagging behind in the stock class, running back in fourth position. Just have winners pass in front of us here at the broadcast booth. And
Sheriff Lobo was actually a lap down, but since the 151 Express finished and there was the Lobo was the only boat left in the class, they just turned into the infield.
Just finishing in class 700, running unopposed.
They couldn't get enough. They ran 2 extra laps. That's going to make Richie happy.
Well, the race of the day was put on by Team Express. Ian Morgan, Nick Imprescia, congratulations to them in the 29 Extreme with the 630 Scorpion. They smoked the course, and they had a little battle going. They had a big battle, I should say, going on with Bo Floater through the first lap. Bo Floater actually chased them down and just got past them at the end of the first lap, but then something went awry out near turn number 1. Of course, we'll try and find out about that as the day goes on. And Bo Floater ended up under tow and then back to the cranes. Sheriff Lobo taking second place. The battle all day long was in Stock V, back and forth. Ladder Creek had it initially for the first couple of laps, and then Shocker came around and took the lead for 4 laps before Ladder Creek battled it back on lap number 7, held on to win, and then some problems for Shocker. They end up falling back to at least 3rd. Fast Boys kept moving up from 3rd and into 2nd, and as we saw, Joey finished, we think, probably at about 15 to 20 seconds behind them for 2nd place.
Right, and if you're going, again, at this point, it's tied in points. Exactly where we end up, 289 to 289 between Ladder Creek and Fast Boys. When you come down to that, the next time breaker is distance traveled, where they both finished every lap of every race of both races here this week. So it now comes down to time, and on 52 seconds was the differential on Friday. Today's, I'm with you, Todd. I think it was much less than 52 seconds that Fast Boys was behind, so that would be their world title with Ladder Creek sitting as the number 2 team in that Stock V for the World Championship chase.
And bracket class 300, Harpoon Harry's and Team Woody's were going at it. Team Woody's, just from the start of that 2nd start, they took the lead heading out to turn number 1. Harpoon Harry's did chase them down and got close to them. I think they actually literally got around them after the 3rd lap in the harbor turn, and then we didn't see Harpoon Harry's again after that. And it was all Team Woody all the rest of the way. And
congratulations to Bill Shipley and his whole team.
Yep, Bill Shipley and Chad Woody, that they win in the 35-foot the 35-foot fountain. That boat is a monster. Another big win for them. Also in bracket class 500, Golf and Gator team with J.J. Turk and Michael Stancombe in that 28 Levy craft. In bracket 600, Powerhouse Racing. Nelson Sawyer out of Key West, Florida, with a big win here today in Key West in his first year of Powerboat racing. Damon Murata Jr. racing in that boat with him. Fantastic. He's got to be super stoked that they were able to win the championship ahead of X-Insurance, Gerard Marine.
Yeah, Nelson and the guys finished here strong, and they turned into the infield, and now they're getting towed in.
Yeah, may have ran out of gas.
Ah.
You know.
That's the way it should be. Just have a little ounce to get through this.
And then running unopposed in Class 700 Steel Racing. So all of these results obviously unofficial here today, but that's the way we've seen it. Just a quick shout out to all the local fans. Nelson Sawyer in that 24 Baja Outlaw. If you're wondering what his power was, he has an 800 Merc Cruiser engine. So they were in the bracket 600, bracketed speed at 70. And it really, let's mention it again, this is bracketed racing. So each of these classes had a bracketed speed, you know, between 60, 70, 75, up to 85 miles an hour. And they had to stay in it when they turn in their chips from the data loggers. If they have exceeded that speed, they will be disqualified. So these are the unofficial results.
Without a doubt, unofficial.
Yeah. The Shocker not coming back around that last time. The little RS Motorsports team, the little team that could. Yesterday we saw them keep chugging around and taking a 4th place. They did the same thing today, chug around to a 3rd place. And all results still leaves them 2 points short of a podium, as Shocker will still hold on 242 to 240, barring any penalties. Shocker is your 3rd place team in the Stock V, just ahead of that. The team that could, the RS Motorsports.
Well, they, talked to Johnny Stanch, and they did have a local sponsor here, the Half Shell Raw Bar and Phoenix Metal. They asked me to shout out for them, but as far as the Half Shell Raw Bar, I went over there myself a couple times. It was very good.
All right, first race is done. Now we'll have a break until 12:30 when the Class 1 and Extreme boats will race. 130 Super Stocks and 230 Supercats and 450R. We got a big halftime report for you. A lot of great guests are going to stop by. Some big news too about the upcoming APBA season here with Race World Offshore and P1 Powerboats. We'll talk to Chris Fairchild of the American Powerboat Association and APBA Offshore Commissioner Rich Lures about that. Whole lot more. The folks from the Round the Island race in Bermuda. Chris Roque will join us once again. Reefs and Acevedo will be by. So a lot coming up in the halftime report. To keep it right here. Keep your radio or your computers tuned up if you're watching on the live stream, which is sponsored by Maximum Inflation at the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. Enjoy the beautiful scenery here from Key West Harbor. Live coverage of the 41st Annual Key West World Championships.
I'd like to thank you guys. I won't be here this afternoon. I got to catch a plane.
You're leaving us.
Not that I want to leave, but
I
you know,
know
there's only so many planes out of Key West a day, and I got to go to work tomorrow.
Well, we do appreciate you stopping by for this first race. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation, all you guys, and I'll see you again at the next race.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Multi-time world champion Pete Meyer of the Instigator of Fame. Live coverage continues on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and at the Race World Offshore Facebook page from the Lichty Marine broadcast booth here at Race Central at the Truman Waterfront.
At Lichty Marine of Marathon, we're thankful for our wonderful customers, employees, Blue Turquoise Waters, and our great community. We can hook you up on a special deal for a Suzuki outboard engine, as we're an authorized Repower Suzuki outboard warranty dealer. New and used boats, trailers, parts, and accessories. You name it, we have everything you need to keep you happy. Lichty Marine, one-stop shop for all your marine needs. Financing available. MarathonSuzuki.com.
Berkshire Hathaway Keys Real Estate and Night Gardner Realty knows that a fast-paced market is a lot like a fast-paced powerboat race. It's critical to have a great captain at the helm to get you over the finish line. Reach out to any of our forever agents in our 4 offices throughout the entire Florida Keys and allow them to help navigate you through the real estate waters. Or visit them online at keysrealestate.com.
Looking for a good place to cheer your favorite team, listen to great live music, or simply feed your inner hunger with fantastic food? We'll get to the Sandbar, 511 Green Street, offering daily food and drink specials. Happy hour Monday through Friday from noon till 4. Live music and plenty of TVs to catch all the sports action. Home of the 3-pound burrito challenge and fish taco with an excellent late-night menu. Check out daily specials at sandbarkeywest.com. Sandbar Sports Grill, 511 Green Street in Key West. Give them a call, 305-916-5530. Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and globally you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. Let's introduce you to some of the many people behind the scenes.
Safety and rescue is a huge part of the World Championships, and there are a lot of men and women behind the scenes, and Sean Steiner leads the way, safety, rescue, medical director with Race World Offshore. Sean, you got quite a job with your team and a big team of support people here that come to each and every race.
Yeah, we have about a 21-man roster on the dive rescue team, and at this event we have a full staff, and we also have 2 medical doctors, Dr. Michael Jansen and Dr. Kelly Reed, on the RWO staff to assist with any medical and rescue needs. And most of the team, well, actually all of the team, is comprised of firefighter, paramedic, EMTs with a background in public safety diving. So that's a standard that we've kept on this team, is that those qualifications and experience serve very well in a high stress, high hazard environment.
Something I've heard you talk about is this is a professional crew. This is their profession.
Yeah, and that's something we've strived for over the last several years, even including with some rule rewrites for 2022 with APBA, was that myself, J.R. Anderson, Artie Gatlin, we basically held firm on that line when we were writing these rules, is that we need to have professional qualifications and professional certifications, because years past you might not have that public safety or emergency experience out here doing rescue and safety, and it doesn't really serve well. I mean, it's a very intense, very high stress, high hazard environment, and what we've proven is that personnel with that emergency services background are definitely the most desired for these positions.
Sean, no one wants to see accidents, but when they happen, you guys are right at the forefront of rescue. What are the types of rescues that you guys face out there on the water?
Well, I mean, our biggest hazards are the boats going over and an upside down boat and excuse the chickens, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's Key West.
Yeah. I mean, water's a very unforgiving environment, so time is of the essence of that, especially if there's any type of canopy failure and the canopy's flooded. Like, we try to maintain around a 30-second or less contact time from, the time of the accident, and that's all due to how we position the helicopter and, what we're assessing consistently during the race as far as who's looking a little out of sorts, where some real competitions going on in the actual race itself, and just having a lot of foresight to kind of predict where you think something may go wrong. And we've been very fortunate to have a really good response time to any accident over the last couple of years.
What are some of the assets that you employ with your team?
Well, each diver has his own rescue gear that he maintains, he purchases, he brings to the events, and a lot of times we use local boat captains to serve as our rescue boats, and then of course we use a helicopter, a Bell 407 helicopter, which is the minimum for that capacity and the type of work we're doing and deploying divers. But along with that, another one of our divers, Danny Alice, he secured some sponsorships for some really specialized rescue tools that are able to operate underwater, like a reciprocating saw, for cutting metal. If we got to cut through fiberglass, metal, hinges, stuff like that. And we also have supplemental air on long hoses that, if it was a protracted or extended type of extrication, we can supply air from the surface to somebody that may be entrapped. And thankfully, we haven't had to use that, but we do keep it on the course at all times.
You guys do dunker tests. It's mandatory for these teams to get tested in case of a turnover situation.
Absolutely. We require it at least once a year, and many times these teams are they'll go through it a couple times a year. Sometimes they'll go through it, multiple times in a day just to dial it in. And we've seen the results of that. We've seen the results of the guys that do, end up going over and they go through the steps that they were taught in the pool in a controlled environment. And now with the advantage of some of the cockpit cameras, we can actually see exactly what they do in those accidents, in real time. And it's super helpful. And the dunker, it's just a super valuable, piece of equipment and training, and it saves life for sure.
All right, Sean, well, your rescue crew ultimately maybe the most important people in these races, and we appreciate all the hard work.
I appreciate it, and thank you for giving the opportunity to, brag on my guys a little bit.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 41st Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We're here in the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. Lichty Marine of Marathon has you covered. They've got a full service and parts department with hundreds of Suzuki engines in stock, priced to sell. Lichty Marine of Marathon.com. Well, good morning, everybody. It is our first halftime report, the morning halftime show, and we've got one race in the books here on the final day of racing. Three more big races coming your way at 12:30, 1:30, and 2:30. I am Rick Lopez. Glad you joined us wherever you are around the world. Once again, joined by J.W. Powell and Joey Cook, and we're going to break down what we just saw out there as we had the huge field go off at 10 a.m. this morning, and it was pretty exciting. Conditions much different today than they were when we were out here on Friday. But Joey Cook, your thoughts here on what we saw in race number one today?
No, we're off and started, and Stock V gave us a good glimpse. That was a 6-boat class right there in that Stock V, and we saw the battle between Latacrete, Shocker, Fast Boys on the prowl the whole time, knowing where they had to get to, sitting in 3rd place, 4th place. Then the incident out there between Octane and Shocker. Shocker, if you saw Octane being pulled in just now, they had damage to their boat. And we're hearing they spun out, and Shocker went over the top of them. At that point, Shocker is sitting 1st, 2nd place. That opens the door for Laticrete to come in. And then all of a sudden we have a virtual tie at the end because Laticrete takes the checker today, ends with 289 points. Fast Boys comes in 2nd place, 289 points. So now we're going to wait till the official timing comes out to see who our world champion is because they've gone the distance. Now we're down to the final tiebreaker, total time. So it'll be real interesting to see how that plays out. But my guess is that we got a Fast Boys world champion, 1st place Friday, 2nd place today, good enough over Laticrete's 3rd place on Friday, 1st place today by mere seconds is where we're going to get that final count.
Right. So J.W. Powell, all eyes right now on that stock V class and what happened between Shocker and Octane, and then the finish here where you do have a virtual tie between Laticrete and Fast Boys.
Yeah, it was a pretty unfortunate incident because the Shocker was running really well. The Octane boat, I mean, as much as they emphasize safety, this still is a very fast and dangerous sport. So out by turn 1, Shocker spun, Octane spun out, and Shocker was trying to avoid them, went over the top of them, crushed in their canopy. Both Chris Colson and Patrick Romeo are fine. They're being transported out of an abundance of caution. One of them did briefly lose consciousness, but we're got our fingers crossed and hope that everybody comes out of that okay.
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed there. And you're right, things do happen out there. And we saw a little incident on Friday where he had a boat go over the top of another boat, but everybody was good there. But then it comes down here in that class, JW, Laticrete and Fast Boys. Laticrete running a solid race today, and so did Fast Boys. So 1 and 2 finishing there. Now we'll see what's going to happen with this time differential.
Yeah, and the time difference is we figured out somewhere less than 30 seconds.
Well, it was 52 seconds that Fast Boys beat Laticrete by. Laticrete came in 3rd, so 52 seconds differential on Friday. So we'll take that, and again, right when I noticed that, we started counting ourselves, and it was not but a couple of seconds that the Laticrete had crossed in 1st place that the Fast Boys were right behind there. So my guess would be easily it's less than 52 seconds there that Laticrete will get that title. Shocker, despite what happened today, they will still end up on the podium by 2 points, 242 for Shocker.
Boy, yeah.
RS Motorsports ends up at 240. So that, they still end up on the podium in 3rd place, but what could have been for them, that's the coulda, shoulda, wouldas forever there.
Yeah, RS Motorsports at JW. They finished 4th on Friday, today 3rd, and by that 3rd place finish today, they missed the podium by 2 points. That's a tough one.
Yeah, and we try our best to tabulate and keep all these, but remember all these results are unofficial, and the official results will be up on the Race World Offshore webpage probably by sometime late tonight.
So we'll see that, and don't forget there's the big awards ceremony that you can stay for afterwards, after the races are over at the amphitheater. Let's go to that Mod V class. 3 boats there, boat floater. Joey, they had a great run and finished 1st on Monday. What happened to them here today as they did not finish and broke down out on the course?
Yeah, they're turn 1, is where a lot of things have happened so far the last couple of years. Turn 1's been probably even more chaotic than turn 3 in the last couple of years, and sure enough, turn 1 got another boat today out there. Express got a great jump. Boat Floaters was right behind him, and that battle going into that pin that you get so much going out in that front straightaway, coming around that hair turn pin in that right there in the harbor, shooting straight out back out there. You hit the wall, speculate everything that you want, but they did not end up getting past that first lap. They got, in that second lap, they went down. From there, opened the door for the Express to just run in their way to the World Championship. They go away with it. Boat Floaters, despite their troubles, holds off Sheriff Lobo, who comes in 2nd today, still finishing in 3rd. Boat Floaters in the 3-boat class leaves them 2 points ahead in the point standing. So it's Express, 151 Express with 293 for your World Championship. Boat Floaters 264, Sheriff Lobo 262. So 2-point difference between 2nd and 3rd there.
Yeah, good to see Sheriff Lobo get out there and run the whole course. I think they did maybe a lap or even made a lap on Friday, but came out there. They ran a good race, but they will have a third-place finish there. Congratulations to Express, 2 solid days, second-place finish on Friday, first place today. They are on top of the podium in the Mod V class. How about bracket 3, JW? Team Woody.
Well, we've had Billy Shipley from Team Woody on the show, and I would expect he's going to be back here for at least 1 or 2 of the next 3 races. So he's one of our favorites, very knowledgeable guy, but those guys are so super dedicated. They'll do anything to win, and they'll also do anything to help their competition win. So I was overhearing them talk this morning at the drivers' meeting with the Harpoon Harry's guys. They've got just a great rivalry amongst themselves, and it's too bad Harpoon Harry's broke down because both of those guys were just running full out and challenging each other all the way up into the third lap, and that's when Harpoon Harry's broke down.
Right, and JW, we talked about it on Friday after the races that this thing is wide open going into today, and you saw a great race in that class there between Woody and Harpoon Harry's, who was going for it. Harry's had a first-place finish on Friday where Woody finished in second place, but today with the point differential, you get more points, and Woody beating them, and unfortunately Harpoon Harry's breaks down there. They finished with a second-place finish today, and it's Team Woody.
How does that shake out, Joey? Because the Cigarette Justice League did complete more laps today than Harpoon Harry's.
Well, they were on the same lap. I would say, actually, Harpoon Harry's went down in the turn in the harbor, and we saw the Cigarette Justice League make it out going out towards 1, should I say. And because of that, I would put actually Cigarette Justice League in the second-place position for today. In the end, it really doesn't matter, though, because Cigarette Justice League was far enough behind that they could not catch the Harpoon Harry's team, which comes in third today. Even as second, third, it doesn't matter. Harpoon Harry's will be number 2 on the podium. Justice League, number 3 on the podium, no matter which way they come in today.
And Herbato Racing did not start today. Bracket 4 class, solid week for Simmons Racing, despite finishing third on Friday. First place finish today, guys, and that's good enough to take the championship.
That was one of those ones that you say, hey, I need if, this, and, but to happen. And you know what? If this and but did happen for Simmons Marine. We saw early on that GNS was running right behind them, hanging on, but OC Racing was the team that Simmons needed. They needed to win, and they needed OC to get in front of that GNS Motorsports, and it was a battle behind them and all the way through, and then all of a sudden GNS ran in some trouble late, and it just happened to fall out perfectly for Simmons Marine because they were down in time coming into this race. You know, that was going to be another one. They were 38 seconds back of GNS. If GNS came in second place, what were we going to do about time? Throw it all out the window. As long as nobody broke out, we got Simmons as your world champions in that class. Second place there goes to OC Racing. 2 second-place finishes on the week. They get second in GNS. Today's tough performance, despite looking so good on Friday, leaves them out in third place, but still on the podium, but third place.
You have to give GNS guys a pat on the back, though, because even though they had some struggles out there, they were obviously limping around the course, but they kept it out there and kept making the laps just in case something happened to one of the other boats.
Yeah, they sure did. You got to play that just-in-case game. If, in case they're right that OC Offshore broke down, then all of a sudden you're in second place, and that's enough points to pop you back up into at least a tie for the world title, and then we're coming back to time. And Simmons looked so well today that, you know, as long as they didn't break out, it's their world title.
Yeah, I remember those breakouts in that bracketed class, guys. And what's the mile per hour?
80 for that bracket 4.
So can't go over that. So
and the conditions today, I mean, today could be a breakout day because it's it's not
calmer.
It's not super calm, but it's a lot calmer than it was the other day. I mean, these boats do need a little bit of chop to get the hulls up out of the water. So today was a great day to run. I'm really curious about that Class 300 because those guys are definitely the fastest ones out there in the brackets.
Yeah. And in that bracket 5 class, that was an interesting race on Friday. It was a really good race on Friday as Golfing Gator was able to just slip past the Bronx Phantom on that last lap to win on Friday. And today, Joey, they go out there and Golfing Gator goes first place again today, and they'll be the world champs in the bracket Class 5.
They look good. That battle between the Phantom and the good cars, the bulletproof good cars, the 516, 517 was a lot of fun in that class there today. But they finished the same way they did on Friday, so that's a pretty easy one to figure out right there.
Right, yeah, with Golfing Gator. It's the exact same finish.
It is.
Gator
That's the only
first.
one today that had the same exact finish as it did on Friday. So that's how good this racing was today and how much they were really gunning for it. Only 2 days of racing. They're really going out and they're putting on a show here today. So as we see, we had, 9 different classes? No, sorry. Six different classes this first one, and only one of those 6 had the same racing results as we saw on Friday.
Right.
So that's pretty good racing. That's what we want to see to get things started here.
All right, JW, there'll be some partying in Key West here tonight in the bracket Class 6. Local Key West conch, Nelson Sawyer driving the powerhouse boat. They take it today as they went first on Friday, again first today, and there'll be some good old conch celebration going on in town tonight.
Yeah, that's that's one of those boats that reminds me of the good old days of Key West offshore racing. And when I was a kid, I got exposed to the offshore bug in about 1974, 1975. And you see the guys, everything back then was an open cockpit. You had 3 guys in the cockpit, driver, throttle man, navigator. We didn't have GPSs back then. And this just that class number 600 is just a throwback with the open cockpit. And there used to be a lot of local guys that would get into the races too. You would see them out, fishing in their boat on Thursday, and then on Saturday they're racing.
Well, that navigator was really important too, because it wasn't like this closed course. Like it used to go really out offshore and run offshore for a bit, come back down around Smathers, back into the harbor, and take a second lap out towards Women Key. So it was truly an offshore course then, not so much then. So you really had to have somebody that knew the waters and how to get around this island.
Now with the stadium racing here, but congratulations to Nelson, the team at Powerhouse. They hang on. And again, this one had a little shakeup. Gerard Marine finished second today. They were third on Friday. Jackhammer, love that boat. Smallest boat in the field, in the fleet here this week. Had a second place finish on Friday. Third today, so they'll finish third on the podium. But always love watching that boat. It looks like, it's just it almost looks like a toy out there.
Yeah, and the throttle man of that boat, Julian Maldonado, he's also the throttle man in the super stock class on the number 3 steel boat. He kind of cut his teeth on that. I mean, he's a young guy. He's only like 23, 24 years old, and he's out there running around in that thing. I was talking to him about, how treacherous it can be, and he goes, "Oh man, I've been thrown out of that boat so many times it doesn't even matter anymore. I'm used to it." So, so they run it hard, and you could see today when they were coming by us here in front of the mole that that little slingshot effect of the waves coming by. They come by here, and all of a sudden they're just airborne. I mean, like 8-10 feet in the air. It's in that little 21-foot boat. It's fun to watch. They were racing in the 700 class last year. I'm not really sure why they moved up, but they were one class lower last year.
Right, and speaking of that Class 7, just one boat in that field here today. The Steel team finished the race today just like they did on Friday, so they'll be the winner there. So, wow, some pretty exciting racing in race number 1, but we're just getting started here at the 41st Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. 3 big races to come. Start times at 12:30, 1:30, and 2:30, and you're going to hear it all right here on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK. Our coverage is brought to you by Lichty Marine of Marathon, Niles Sales and Service, X Insurance, the Boats and Boots concert that they had last night, Florida Powerboat Club, the Sandbar Sports Grill, Kia of Key West, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, We've Got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures, El Mesón de Pepe's, Berkshire Hathaway Knight and Gardner, and Porte Performance Products. So much going on, not just the races. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Todd Swafford's going to rejoin us. There was a major announcement today concerning Race World Offshore and P1. Todd's going to get into that when we come back here to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. here on the Outer Mole at Truman Annex, the site of the Key West World Championship, right here on the Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Catch all the action of the Powerboat races at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Mesón de Pepe's in Mallory Square, preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
If you're ready for a Key West adventure, visit Key West Adventures Jeep Rentals and More at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard and see Tom and Sally Crane in their wide array of Jeeps, from Wranglers to Renegades, over 100 of them, as well as those seriously cool Polaris slingshots you've heard so much about and seen all over the Keys. See their entire inventory at www.goseetom.net or call 305-293-3555. Start your Key West adventure at Key West Adventures Jeep Rentals and More, a car dealership with a twist.
Jack Niles from Niles Sales and Service, the only locally owned and operated franchise dealership in the Florida Keys. We understand you have many options when choosing your next vehicle. Why not buy from the people you already know, like, and trust? No markups, no market adjustments, no premiums, or no additions to MSRP. Come see Stephen Bender, Tony Lazarus, Fernando Castillo, and the rest of our team to help you select your next new ride. Our team at Niles Chevrolet is hard at work to take care of all your automotive needs. We sell and service cars and trucks and nothing else. NilesChevy.com in Key West.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and globally you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. Let's introduce you to some of the many people behind the scenes.
Richie Moretti of the Turtle Hospital is an important part of Race World Offshore's World Championship races to help us protect wildlife and keep the races going. Believe it or not, Richie got involved in a very big way in protecting manatees and turtles, wildlife. Back in 1994 with the filming of the major motion picture starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, True Lies. Had all kinds of pyrotechnics and explosions going on, and Richie was involved to protect the wildlife in the area. For many years, he's been a big part of the success of the powerboat races.
It's been 30 years now since True Lies. We got involved to make sure if machine fire, bombs, that we were out there an hour ahead of time and an hour after to make sure no wildlife got killed. About 20 years ago, we had some issues with the powerboat races on the West Coast, and they asked me if I would get involved, and I said, well, I would, as long as we use that same criteria, and we've been using that now, God, going on 30 years, looking out for wildlife, and by being over the activity, like when the race is going on, we get out there an hour ahead of time, and we find everything on the course so we know what to keep an eye on. As the race progresses, if a manatee or a turtle come close to the edge of the track, we shut the track down till the animal passes. And that little system has worked so well. We've seen a lot of animals, and we've had great races, and we haven't killed any animals, which is great.
The wildlife is so important here to everyone. And it's something that's very close to your heart at the Turtle Hospital. You guys do really wonderful things with turtle rescue.
Well, we absolutely love what we do, and I like fast boats. I've got a Fountain 34 with trips on the back, and I'll be taking the turtles out hopefully this week, and I'll take them halfway to Cuba, and I'll be out there in an hour to release these hatchlings on the other side of the Sargasso seaweed.
Tell us about the plight that the turtle faces here in the Florida Keys area and the things that you guys help them with.
Well, as time goes by, we have more people in the Keys, and more boats, and a little more interaction, and people have been absolutely great. If they see a turtle that's in trouble, they call us, and the Coast Guard stands by and they help us go out and pick up the turtle. The Turtle Hospital, we see probably 500 or 600 people a day, and all of those people are out there on boats And so many of the reports that we get through are locals that know what we do, and but our visitors that come in and go to the turtle hospital, they're great. We get a lot of reports if they see a turtle with tumors over its eyes, or if it's tangled on a trap rope or fishing line. We have a great network of people that keep an eye on our water life, which is amazing. Like the powerboats, we can have a race and still protect our animals. That's
And at Turtle Hospital, you guys are doing amazing work helping these animals recover and then releasing them back into the wild.
We see about 100 turtles a year. We can turn more than half of them back out in the wild, and some of the ones, if they've been hit by a boat, they get it kind of paralyzes their rear flippers, and they're not able to evacuate their lungs, so they can't go down, and so we have to find homes for those all over the world. We just took one to San Diego last week.
At the Turtle Hospital, you guys get tons of visitors, and the folks are welcome to come in and go to the website, see what's happening, as well as to contribute to help keep this very worthwhile cause going.
Well, we love what we do, and it's really nice that everybody cooperates with us. I don't think anybody better than powerboat races. They get us a helicopter that works very well, so we can see out all the way around it, and we work with race control, and that way, the minute we see something, we're able to contact the boats and keep a collision from happening.
Well, Richard, we appreciate the work you're doing. You're doing a great job out there and protecting the wildlife and keeping the races going. Thank you very much.
Well, I love what we do, and thank you so much for the cooperation with the use of a helicopter. And Betty and I volunteer our time, and like I say, we'll be up there keeping an eye on our animals and with our partners for them to race.
Richie Moretti of the Turtle Hospital, located at mile marker 48.5 on the Overseas Highway in Marathon, and online at turtlehospital.org.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Todd Swanford back with you as we broadcast from historic Key West, 41st Annual World Championships. You're also watching globally at Race World Offshore's Facebook page live stream, which is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. And first of 4 races is underway. We'll get back underway at 12:30 when the Class 1 boats race. You know, first time that the Class 1 teams have raced in Key West since 1987. It was exciting to see them here in Key West earlier on Friday at 1:30, the Superstock teams, and then the last race of the day at 2:30 with the Supercat and Factory 450R. Big news at today's drivers meeting for the World Championships, and we have APBA Commissioner and President Chris Fairchild with us, and also the Offshore Racing Commissioner Rich Lures. Guys, thanks for joining us.
Good to be here.
It's great to have APBA back in power racing in Key West and overall in the nation, unified. It meant a lot to the development of big classes and moving forward in 2019. Of course, lost a lot of momentum because of COVID. Yeah. And started, scratching it back together last year. But this year, it's kind of gained that strength back again, Rich.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, it's surprising how quick the sport rebounded. So many other industries and things are still, crawling out from under the COVID spectacle. But we seem to have regained our momentum. And just looking at the fleet here, this is bigger and better than ever.
And, well, I think that it could even have been pardon me, even larger, but supply chain problems and stuff. Boats aren't finished that couldn't get out this year. You probably even had a bigger turnout than we've had with the 59 that showed up in Key West.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's been resin supply problems and fiberglass supply problems, and all kinds of engine and propeller problems and so on. But still, I am surprised that it looks like that the core racers, they're ready to rock and roll. There's no holding back. The budgets are back. We're seeing some great hardware here. It's just amazing. Millions of dollars worth of boats and so on. The crowd is super enthusiastic. The number of vendors here on the mole actually doubled since last year. I mean, to me, we're on the doorstep of something really special.
Chris Fairchild, anyone that knows anything about Key West, the history of the racing, and it got involved in the mid-'60s as part of the Miami to Key West race, Key West was always part of the APBA and for a large time the APBA UIM racing circuit. And then things happened in 1990. We seemed to break away. The sport really broke apart, fractured, lost traction in terms of credibility, having a strong governing body. Now having the race promoters under the umbrella of APBA, the strong governance is starting to bring good racing back. And I think that's what's bringing boats back as well.
I'll tell you what, it's great to have the promoters back under the APBA banner. It's great that we can watch everybody work together, grow together. The partnership between RWO and P1 that was announced here this weekend is a powerful statement, and APBA is proud to be able to be part of that and be with that.
Now, RWO worked in conjunction with P1 at their events this year. They're very experienced in the administration of the race, certainly the technical end of it. A lot of most experienced people in the racing in the technical end, also marshaling the course. We're working in conjunction, and what that has set up now, what you announced this morning at the drivers' meeting is in 2023, P1 and RWO will have an APBA offshore series.
And what it does is it gives all the drivers the consistency. It's one rule book, it's one set of officials, so every time they go to a different venue, they know what to expect when they're part of that national series, which is what APBA always strives to do. The drivers can't race effectively if you don't know what the rules are for that day.
As a guy who's been involved for a long time, and we won't say how long, Rich, as a commentator, as a boat designer, as a racer, you've always been an APBA man. You took the leadership up in 2019, helped organize this, and now to have it come to this level as the Offshore Racing Commission, it has to be gratifying for you.
You know, I'm uncomfortable with that. So many people have worked so hard.
Sure.
A lot of these things happen with me not being involved at all, okay? One of the things that I've tried to do is keep a vision, all right, out there for everybody, that we're trying to be something better than we've been in the past. We're trying to be something safer than we've been in the past. We're trying to grow into a major league sport. Now, I keep hearing we'll never be NASCAR. Yeah, okay, fine, but the other night they had hatchet throwing on ESPN on a Saturday night prime time. We certainly have a niche. We have a big role. I think we have a sport that's compelling. Everybody that sees it loves it, okay? But the problem is we're not being seen on TV at prime time, and that's one of the big visions. The other thing is that as we work together, as we hone the product, listen, we're far from perfect, okay? Many of it goes back to the fact that we've had division, we've had separation, we've had finger pointing, we've had anger, and so on and so forth. We're trying to put this back into one single professional vision that everybody can get behind, everybody can enjoy, everybody can profit from. Sponsors can get behind. We had a major announcement this week with Monster Energy, and there's more to come. I mean, I'm seeing behind the scenes there are numerous negotiations going on the sponsor level. As I said, a lot of this has nothing to do with me other than I'm kept abreast. And the other thing is that APBA, and Chris can speak to this, we speak with one voice, okay? And we speak from from a democratic voice. Nobody is 100% in charge. We take a compilation of information, okay, and do the best that we can to get best practices. And we represent our members from the 700 guys up to the Class 1 guys. As far as the APBA is concerned, they're all members. So that gives us more of a, we're not going to play favorites. We're going to make this something that everybody's involved with can benefit from and can enjoy. And as you progress through the classes, you have somewhere to go and take your sponsors with you and give them value back with consumers and so forth, and views and so forth.
Chris, your thoughts on that?
So Rich is right. APBA has been around for 120 years. We're a membership-driven organization. I am the president. I don't get a paycheck. We have people at the office that manage day-to-day business. They get a paycheck. Everybody else in APBA is volunteers. We're all passionate to the sport. And so naturally on a weekend like this, you've got a myriad of people complaining about a myriad of things that are in the rule book. My only response is, if it's a good rule, I'm sorry, that's the rule, and you guys chose it because APBA didn't. The drivers can make these changes, which gives the drivers that power to always have input. But you have to want to do that work to have that input, and if you don't do the work, you don't do the input, then the rule book is what the rule book is, because that's where it came from. And our job as APBA really is to enforce that rule book that the drivers hand us, which means every driver has a voice. So everybody has the ability to change that. One of the other things that APBA does is we're trying to make sure that everybody's under that same rule book. We're trying to make sure everybody works with the same thing. This event, this is my second year that I've had the pleasure to be at this event. I have gone to events all through APBA. APBA is everything boat racing. We do everything from little kneel down stuff with 7-year-olds in it, all the way up to this stuff, to the everybody understands the Miss Budweiser, the unlimited boats. This is one of the best class act, and I've been all over the globe. This is one of the best events I've ever had the pleasure of being invited to.
In wrapping this thing up, Rich, this process leading up to this point under the APBA umbrella, as you've been able to find out, these two organizations, P1 and Race World Offshore, really excel at two different things. One, able to offer you the marketing and social media presence, live stream presence that you're looking for, and another one that knows how to administrate the race, set the courses, and enforce the rules.
Yeah, and I've always been a big believer in the total being greater than the sum of the parts. So as good as each organization is at what they do, I feel like the way we're going now, we'll be able to raise the bar all the way, even beyond what they've done so far. Getting them to work together, working with us, I think we'll have a bigger and better product in coming years. Chris and I are just back from Fujairah in the Middle East, bringing in the UIM, some of their best practices. Our trip over there also resulted in us bringing them some of our best practices. It's not a one-way street by far, and we learned that clearly.
Yes.
Okay. But we're trying to bring, as I said, a world-class level of professionalism and performance to the sport, and still keep it something that people can enjoy, afford, and benefit from.
Well, gentlemen, we salute you and we thank you. This event is extremely important to everybody worldwide, globally. They love the Key West race. It's been around forever. It's extremely important to the Key West community who loves finishing the year here. And when you think about it in conjunction with the Florida Powerboat Club, this event just globally is just off the charts with 275 poker run boats, yachts, and stuff. This is in every imaginable manufacturer in the business in town. I've heard some of them selling more boats and engines in Key West than they do at a boat show. So having APBA involved in it again, it just really means a whole lot. And we salute you guys for the work that you're doing. Race World Offshore's Larry Blyle and Azum Rangawala's P1 as well, bringing those two organizations into the fold with an APBA National Series next year in 2023. Keep posted for all the details in the race schedule. Chris Fairchild, president of APBA, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm proud to be here.
Rich Lors, thank you for everything you do with the APBA Offshore Commission. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, there they are. Big news. P1 and RWO racing next year for the APBA National Series. Back with more. The halftime report here for the 41st Annual Key West World Championships from the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. Full service parts and service department. Hundreds of Suzuki engines in stock. Price to sell. LichtyMarineMarathon.com. And the live stream at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation.
Again, MCON trying to get around Canada Homes here. MCON's got some speed. They're going around Canada Homes. Gotten around her now in first place.
The sound of performance, that's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another world championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R Series cockpit controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered Catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at PorteProducts.com.
Hi, neighbors. Kia of Key West wants to invite you to our Family Day on December 17th at the Truman Waterfront Park. We'll have free hamburgers and hot dogs, free t-shirts, koozies, and sunglasses while supplies last. Also, cornhole, bounce houses, demonstrations from the Key West Police Department, including the horses of their mounted unit, motorcycle unit, canine unit, and live entertainment throughout the day. For more information, go to KiaofKeyWest.com and click on the Family Day icon. Hope to see you there for a day of family fun.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and globally you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. Let's introduce you to some of the many people behind the scenes.
Trying to share some stories from the people who work in safety and rescue, because they're so important to what happens in all of powerboat racing, not just here in Key West. And we're talking with J.R. Anderson, who is really critical in working with inspections. You guys bring these boats around in front of the inspection trailer. Not only are the boats get inspected for tech, but you're inspecting them for all of their mandatory safety equipment.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm the APBA National Safety Director, and during the off season, we do safety updates to the rule books. And it's not only an inspection that we do, it's also education. We try to educate the teams throughout the year to let them know what the current rules are, what changes were made before the season, and what changes may come in the next season, so they can start being prepared ahead of time. But our main concern at the race site is inspection and enforcement of the current rule book, and that's what we do at this inspection tent, is go over air system, go over their fire extinguishers, their safety harnesses, releases on their safety harness, steering wheel release, things like that.
Make sure that all of their harnesses, all of their hatches are up to specs. The simplest thing can be detrimental to the safety of anyone.
That's right. It's not just up to spec, but simple things. A lot of guys, they'll show up for a race and they went to their local dive shop to get their tanks filled before they traveled 1,000 miles to get here. And when they get here, we'll check their air pressure and find out, hey, sometime in that 1,000-mile journey, my tank got cracked and now it's down to 1,000 pounds. So, we look for things like that. They're concentrated on going fast. We're concentrated on making sure they go home to their families. And so that's the things that we look for, things that may have happened throughout the journey, or things that they may have just overlooked while they're trying to get the performance of the boats up to snuff for the race itself.
You're very serious. The lives of these racers returning home to spend time with their families is ultimately your goal. How important is it to you to work with a professional organization, professional man like Sean, Race World Offshore, and APBA?
To have an organization that is willing to put the time and the money and that's involved in providing safety for the racers is paramount for me. I wouldn't be interested in working for an organization that wasn't willing to put the time, effort, and money into it to make sure that these racers are safe out there. Because again, I hope they all win, but I know they can't. Honestly, I just want them all to go home, and that's what I'm here for.
One of the most important things you do is pump through the dunk test. We talked to Director Sean Steinert about that. You were instrumental in helping to build the dunker test that you use with Race World Offshore, and it's pretty impressive. The old dunker's just like a roll cage. Yours is actually it's a skater cockpit, and it completely simulates the cockpit that these guys race in. You take it to pools and turn them over and simulate an actual turnover.
Yeah, that's correct. And that is actually a two-part thing, and everybody knows, the obvious is that we're teaching or helping these guys with self-extrication, but it's also good for our guys because we get to practice simulated rescues in a controlled environment. And so when we have our guys working the dunkers, it's not just to train the racers, help them learn how to extricate, but it's also giving our guys some hands-on training, pulling the guys out of the boat, running different types of scenarios that they may run into out there on the race course, but doing it in a controlled environment so everybody can be safe.
JR, we appreciate what you do. Keep it up, and hopefully everybody has a nice, safe race here in Key West.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming to talk to me.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
We are in the middle of the morning halftime report from the 41st Annual Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We are live at the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. Lichty Marine of Marathon is your one-stop shop for all your boating needs. They have the large selection of both new and used boats and trailers, along with they are the largest Suzuki outboard or repower dealer, I should say, in the Keys, and they have hundreds of new Suzuki engines in stock with a full service and parts department. They're right there in Marathon and online at lichtymarineofmarathon.com. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Rick Lopez, now joined by the Zone contributor Grayson Acevedo. You also find Grayson covering the races in the Keys Citizen. Good morning, Grayson. How you doing, kid?
Doing good, man.
Okay, is your head had time to calm down from everything that we just saw in that first race?
It's finally processed. I'm finally slowing down.
That was crazy.
But, yeah, what a wild first race. A lot of things happened points-wise. Obviously, we were wondering what would happen with the two races, obviously, with it obviously switching from the three, which we usually have. And it changed things for sure. Made things a lot more intense for the racers, so everybody was out there gunning for every single spot, and we saw attrition play a massive role in the races. I think we should first start out with the V-bottoms. Mod V, we saw boat floater early have some kind of issue. Not sure if they spun or flipped, but they exited the race basically at the start. And 151.
And that's really disappointing for them.
Yeah,
Grayson.
absolutely.
First place finish on Friday, and yeah, that just tough luck for them here in Key West.
Always. It's strange because they really dial it in for the first 2 days usually, and then it's just Sunday or something about it. It's a longer race, and they just today it was very early in the race. Obviously, the things happen, but it's a shame to see them drop out. But big props to the 151 Express team because regardless if anything happened, they were dialed in. Their boat was fantastic. They ran the perfect race, didn't let Sheriff Lobo get anywhere close to him, and they're your world champions. So
yeah, they ran a very clean race today, got out in front and just cruised there. It was nice to see Lobo finish today. They broke down on Friday, but yeah, it was Express the winner, and just tough luck for that boat floater team here in Key West, and I don't even know what to say about it for them. I mean, it's year in and year out. Tough bad luck.
It's like, what can you do almost at this point? I mean, it's something new every year. I remember back a few years ago, they were battling for the lead on Sunday with LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, and they spun out, and they were in position, I believe, to win the World Championship at that point. So I know they're going to be wanting it even more every single year they come down here, and they're always up front, and I'm sure one of these years they will finally figure it out. But let's move to the stock V class. We had a great race there.
Yeah, and what everybody is talking about here after that first race is what went down between Shocker and Octane.
Yeah, strange. Late in the race, Octane spun out, and the word is that Shocker ran over them. If you've seen the Team Octane boat, they are absolutely destroyed. So I'm not sure how they're going to figure that out. That's going to be a long process to rebuild. Luckily, Shocker was able to continue and finish the race, and they had hull damage, but it was not nearly to the extent that Octane had. They were unable to finish the race. So, but saw Laticrete, nobody's business, come home with a massive win. However, they were not able to win the World Championship from our points right now. It seems that they've had a tie with Fast Boys, And Shocker getting in that incident made them drop down, I believe, to 4th place, which brought
That's
Fast
correct,
Boys up
yeah.
to 2nd, which completely changed everything. If Shocker would have stayed in 2nd, then that would have. I don't know what exactly would have happened there. Shocker would have had a chance at the championship, I believe, there. But no, Fast Boys gonna win a tie if things are correct, and that will.
And then it's going to come down to time, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. So right now, our timing is a little bit off, we believe, on that. We don't know yet. It could be the case. It says that Fast Boys are 52 seconds back, which we think it was a bit less than that, which would mean they finished on the same lap and would make the tie go to Fast Boys. So if that's the case, congratulations to them. But regardless, it was a good race, other than the incident, obviously. In Stock V, we saw a great battle for the lead there with Latacrete and Shocker until, obviously, things happened. But Latacrete was able to pull away, and although they may not get this World Championship, it was definitely a valiant effort and a great race overall there.
And R&S Motorsports just missing the podium.
Yeah, just missing. Just started the race, it seems like they haven't been able to get it down, but they finished the race, and that's part of being good here in Key West, which they were able to do. But, the speed was not there for them this weekend.
In that bracket 3 class, man, it's fun watching that Team Woody folks get that boat out there. Clean run today, first place today. They had a second place finish on Friday, but with that first place and second place, that's good enough for to win the world title.
It is, and they had a nice little race there with Harpoon Harry's until they broke down, which Harpoon Harry's looked like they might have been able to be faster there, and then something happened to them, and Team Woody from there was on cruise control. Nobody was going to get into their zone, into any kind of vicinity to make a move on them. So Team Woody is going to take the championship in bracket 3, and I believe also in bracket 5 as they swept both days there in that class.
Yeah, that was the Team Woody, the Golfing Gator boat that ran in that bracket 5 class. Grayson, just perfect runs both days, and they're going to win. And what's interesting in that bracket 5 class is the way we finished Friday is exactly the way we finished today.
Which I think is
Makes
the
that one
only
an
class.
easy- yeah, it was.
So easy.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping it'd be easy, which it wasn't. But, I love the surprises and everything. But, yeah, bracket 5 was luckily a simple one to figure out. So I, didn't have to spend too much time on that. But here's an interesting one right here. Bracket 6 had a interesting ending to the race, as it seemed that they ran an extra lap, and Powerhouse had, I don't know if they stopped in the middle of the track or it looked like a breakdown because all the boats had to go over there and get them. They broke down, but the race had ended a lap early. They ran an extra lap, so therefore Powerhouse won the race over Girard Marine, and they will be your world champion. And that's a local team, so, we love to see that down here. But congratulations to them. That was a
Nelson Sawyer on the wheel, and all the Conch boys are going to be partying tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
and, it's funny because I talked to them about before the World Championship started, and they were telling me they kind of wanted to take it easy almost. And they didn't look like they took it easy. I think the competitive spirit might have got to them as they were on the course because, everybody says they're going to take it easy and relax, and then you get in the racer's mindset, and you're like, throw it out the window and let's just go at it. So luckily they were able to get the win, no issues, and a very good Key West for them.
Joey Cook now joining us as well. Hey, Joe, as we're getting set here, real quick, bracket class 4, the winner was Simmons Racing. They third on Friday, but first today, and that gives them enough to get the win as OC Motorsports will be in OC Racing will be in second, and then GNS Motorsports third place finish today. Tough for them because they had the first place on Friday.
Yeah, and they were looking solid. Simmons was leading the race the whole time. They had that boat in a great position, but late in the race, GNS just another breakdown. So attrition was pretty massive.
Hang on a second. We're off the air.
Like Skype was connected. I heard nothing come out on the radio. Plus, they don't let us in the VIP.
All right. Well, I'll.
It looks like we're connected, but it says connecting in the studio, so I don't know what the. Oh, it's something else.
Do we not have?
I'm gonna try it again.
We're definitely hung up now. We are? Oh, okay. Yeah, just pot it down for 1 second. Thanks.
Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth here at the 2022 Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. Go to LIECHTY marinemarathon.com to see Lichty Marine's complete inventory. Good to have you back with us. Sorry we had some technical issues there, but we got it all squared away thanks to our Crackerjack engineer, Randy Perry, here, and thanks for hanging in with us. And there's good reason to hang in because there's still lots to do. 3 big races coming your way here today at 12:30, 1:30, and 2:30. I'm Rick Lopez, back with Grayson Acevedo and with Joey Cook from the Key Citizen. Joey, are you over there?
I don't know.
Okay, we got to get your mic turned up, and let's say hi, Joe.
Am I on? Yeah, there it is.
you're
Hey,
on.
hey,
Yeah.
for Rick. I just wanted to jump on really quick before. I know you're doing this with Grayson, but I just wanted to say, you know, all you Conch fans, everybody out there, there's a young man right here that has done an amazing job this week keeping up with everything. I threw him to the wolves a couple of times. Fridays was chaotic because the boats, you know, were started late and we're running on a heavy deadline. He hasn't panicked. He's done a very good job. So be proud of him. Give him some shout-outs when you see him around town today. Grayson's done a great job this week. So just wanted to get on there and give him a little bit of conch love there.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you are doing a good job, kid.
I've been hard at work all week. It's definitely been a new experience figuring some of these things out, and it's been good though. I feel like this is gonna be something that will help me later.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm glad to
Yeah.
have done it for sure.
And you've been with us for several years now
Yes.
here on the Zone, and your expertise is pretty remarkable. All right, let's go ahead. Let's fast forward to race number 2 coming up at 12:30 today.
Well, we saw yesterday, or not yesterday, but Friday, a Class 1 Husky Chocolate Masterclass.
Masterclass, I like that one right there.
Yeah.
You keep calling it. Todd came over and JW gave us a little shout out. The Masterclass. That's a fun term you've given that one
And
right
that's
there.
that's really the best term you can. Both teams, we saw the 21 Husky team obviously have a dominant performance. Were able to pull away, had the perfect setup, and then the 22 Husky team was able to do basically the identical thing in second place. They didn't have the speed of the 21, but it was a perfect race by that team. They really have got it dialed in, it looks like, and we're going to see if they can bring that same speed today. But we saw the Good Boy Vodka boat was definitely up there. They were giving the 22 Husky boat a run, and DF Young looked like they have some speed too. So it's definitely not going to be as easy come today, but Huskies definitely looks good.
Well, there's some changes from what I'm hearing in that one. It does not look like the DF Young or that Good Boy Vodka X Insurance boats are going to be on the water today. So it takes it from a 6-boat to a 4-boat class here in this 12:30 race. So it's going to change some things up, but it just makes it interesting. You know, in order for Husky not to go towards the top of the podium, at least with one of their boats, the Team Del Falco and JBS have to team up. There has to be some team racing in this 12:30 race. Team Del Falco and they cannot battle with each other. They have to work together to finish 1-2 if they have a hope to outseed Husky for this Sunday's race here.
Yeah, and that's interesting, and I wonder if they'll try and do that because we know how competitive these guys are. And sometimes working with people who aren't your teammates is difficult, but yeah, in this situation, it's going to have to be something they at least consider because there really is no way around it. Husky is super fast, and
well, here's the question.
Yeah.
I mean, if Husky Chocolate took 1 on Friday, Husky Wear 2. What if they flip-flop today?
Then that changes everything.
Well, that would give the Husky Wear, the Allegra boat, the championship. So the 1-2 swip, if you go, because we're only dealing with, we don't have that double points, you know, that half point to equal the double points, you know, as we're doing. The Friday's race, if you finish second on Friday and first today, it's guaranteed a championship. There's nothing else that can fight that. Heck, we're at a point that if you finished third on Friday, you win today, and the guy that finished first, well, at worst, you could be in a tie, and you're looking at time differential. We've already seen that with one of the stocks, with the modified Vs earlier today. I'm sorry, the stock Vs earlier today. We saw the tie between Laticrete and Fast Boys, and we're still trying to come up the official final ruling of time. We got to check the difference in times between Laticrete and Fast Boys today versus what happened on Friday. There was a 52-second gap on Friday. Still going to the tape right now. We haven't got the official word. This is all unofficial, but right now it is tied, and it'll be interesting to see. So it's really mixing a lot of interesting facts that third place can easily jump to first or have ties, and a lot of people racing time today, not necessarily just places.
Right. Well, this is fun, Grayson, for the fans, too. This race coming up at 12:30, this Class 1 group. These are big boats.
These are the big boats. These are the fastest ones, and I know the fans, that's what they come out for. You don't get to see boats that go this fast every day. So, obviously, it's good to come out early for it. You get to see the fastest boats on the course at 12:30 instead of the usual 2:30 or 1:30 start time. So, that's good to see, and it's going to be a good race. Like Joey said, Team DeFalco has, if they can dial in the setup, they have a great chance to win, and JBS has been working all year to get that boat on the level of the other Class 1 boats. So I'm excited to see what they can do. I'm excited to see if things can change or if Husky's going to bring that same domination they did Friday.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. There's another class going out at 12:30, Joey, the Extreme class. And there's two boats there, and the former Lucas Oil boat, Ocean Cup, they finished one here today. They'll get it. There's only two boats in the field.
Whoever wins today wins.
Right.
Bottom line. Fridays was a warm up. We saw them go out. The only difference, even being 4 laps down the other day by that Rare Stash Bourbon team, the Sweet Beans, as we knew them previously. You look at it; it doesn't really make a difference. It was a warm up on Friday. Now these two teams are going to see who can make it longer in that extreme class. That there's the biggest, the baddest. Supposedly they don't have any modifications, don't have any specs, don't have anything. They're allowed to do whatever you want to do. You go out there, you want to put it on the boat, you go do it with that boat. Now, because there's so many parts and moving parts and little pieces that can go along, little things can go bad on that really quickly. So we'll see how long they can last. It's almost a battle of attrition between those two boats, and who's going to be on the water longest? That's going to be your world champion.
There you go. Rare Stash Bourbon only did 2 laps on Friday, but today, finished today.
They probably have figured things out now, and I expect usually Sunday we see a lot of these big boats come out and try and put on a showcase and just leave it all on the line. I think that's what we're going to see in the extreme class. And I think not only the word attrition will be used in this class right here, I think this will be a massive thing because of how fast these boats are and all the little things that go on. But I think the word attrition, like we saw in the first race today, is going to be the word we use all day long. It's a longer race than these boats do all year.
Right.
And I mean, you could lead every single lap and then come to the final lap and end up breaking down and losing it all. I mean, you have to make sure your boat makes it every single lap. You have to make sure that you're dialed in every single lap. And at the end of the day, hopefully be on the top of that podium and get a world championship. So I think that it's going to be absolutely crucial that these boats make sure, or these teams make sure their boats are ready for the full distance.
Right, and that's the key here. Let's talk about these conditions here today. Quite different than Friday. Seemingly calm, but when you're coming through the harbor, and especially if you're not out running clean out in front, you're going to get a lot of the washback and then get into the wake of other boats. It's an interesting course today, guys.
Yeah, and you know what? Key West is always interesting because sometimes it'll start all smooth, and these teams will be like, all right, well, we're going to set up for smooth water and calm conditions, and then by 2:30, it's super rough, and you are in a position where you don't really know how things are going to change. Key West is one of those courses that, because of the way we have it designed, with the wall and everything, things change extremely fast. We have very unpredictable weather conditions down here, and part of winning down here is having the perfect setup. You'll hear teams say that all the time, that you have to make sure your boat's set up correctly for both straights, the turns, everything. There's a lot of different things that go into being fast here. And today, obviously, it's fairly calm now. We have a little bit of choppy water. We saw some boats get in the air, but things could change fast. By 1:30, we could see it be rough like it was Friday and have a whole new idea of how things are going to go. So, I mean, I always pay attention to the way things change in the water down here. I think it's crucial to success.
How excited are you, Grayson, for this next group to get out on the water at 12:30?
I'm excited, man. It's always good to see the big boats go out. You know, that's what a lot of fans come here to see, is the big boats, the fastest ones. And I'm just interested to see, can Husky do it again? Can they really put down that good of a performance twice? Because, I mean, there's really no way around it. It was flawless. It was perfect. I mean, you just got to feel good after running that well. I mean, the teams have got to have a wealthy amount of confidence right now. But you got to think that the other teams like the Falco and JBS are hungry. They're ready to come out and make a statement and say, well, we're not going to back down and we're going to be dominant today. So I'm really interested to see how things are going to go there. In the extreme class, I'm excited to see what kind of show those boys put on because like y'all said, no specs, nothing. Go all out, do anything you want to the boat, basically. I think they're going to really leave it all on the line for the fans.
And that's kind of the key today, right, Joey? Just go out and race.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wide. All these coming up.
Wide open this year.
Everything's wide open.
It is. We don't have that, there's not been enough time for teams to collect enough points to get far enough ahead with just one day of racing. So it is pretty much anybody's game, and we'll see in the class coming up after this, the super stocks, the 130 races, as far down as 8th and 9th place finishers, there's legitimate shots that you could see them getting world championships down. I was looking down as far as the defending world champions, the World Performance Boat Center. They're the 2021 national world champions. They were hot to trot, and they come in and finished 8th yesterday on Friday. So, so now all of a sudden you're down in the pack and everything like that. But, what is their probability? And there's a very good probability if they run it the right way and a couple of teams run ahead. And if you see the teams that have run towards the front of the year, like Jackhammer, LPC, get out in front again, and this water's probably a little bit better for them here today, then all of a sudden that changes everything up, and it could be easily an opening up for some of those teams at the bottom to make their run up. In this Class 1 right here, I think the most interesting thing is going to be, like you said, can Husky do it again? But if Husky is able to break away ahead and leave the JBS and Del Falco behind, those two all of a sudden are looking at that podium. The winner between the two of them will start battling for the podium. So early on, you've got to be a teammate with JBS and Del Falco. Got to work together early on to try to put Husky in their rear view in order to try to move to the top of the podium. But if it doesn't happen, later on they got to battle with each other for that bottom of that podium and try to get to that third place finish. So it'll be interesting to see that 18 and the 16, how they work against each other here in this 12:30 race.
Yeah, so that's coming up at 12:30. You got Class 1 and the Extreme Class. At Class 1, the big boats. You're going to love it, so it's coming up shortly. Hey, listen, if you're coming out to watch the races and you're out here on the outer mole, it's quite the village that's going on out here. There's so many vendors. Race World Offshore would love you to stop by Key West Swimwear. They are the official swimwear of Race World Offshore. They have a free $250 drawing going on today, so go put your name in there, and they are located right next to the Race World Offshore merchandise booth. This is the 41st Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races here on the Zone, live from the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. We'll take a break. More of the halftime show coming up right after this.
Berkshire Hathaway Keys Real Estate and Night Gardner Realty knows that a fast-paced market is a lot like a fast-paced powerboat race. It's critical to have a great captain at the helm to get you over the finish line. Reach out to any of our forever agents in our 4 offices throughout the entire Florida Keys and allow them to help navigate you through the real estate waters. Or visit them online at keysrealestate.com.
Hi, neighbors. Kia of Key West wants to invite you to our Family Day on December 17th at the Truman Waterfront Park. We'll have free hamburgers and hot dogs, free t-shirts, koozies, and sunglasses while supplies last. Also, cornhole, bounce houses, demonstrations from the Key West Police Department, including the horses of their mounted unit, motorcycle unit, canine unit, and live entertainment throughout the day. For more information, go to KiaofKeyWest.com and click on the Family Day icon. Hope to see you there for a day of family fun.
Catch all the action of the powerboat races at El Mason de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Mason de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. And globally, you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. It's where history is made.
Powerboat Race Week in Key West. Biggest event of its kind on the planet. No one can sum it up better than the man who's won 24 world championships in his career, John Tomlinson.
Key West is that same race course. Now we just run a shorter one, but it still can be a brutal race course. It's the last event of the year before the winter. Now with all these poker run boats that have been built over the years, and I mean, let's face it, half these poker runs boats are faster than our race boats with 1350s in them. You're just looking at tons of 150-mile-an-hour pleasure boats, and there's so many of them out there now. Key West is just, it closes the year. It closes the year. Key West is always Key West, last shot before the winter, so it attracts everybody, no matter who's putting the race on. And Key West is just a phenomenal event. It's the Super Bowl of the year for us in boat racing and for manufacturers. I mean, it's like a little mini performance boat show down there. I think some of the manufacturers sell more boats in Key West than they do at boat shows. And it attracts so many people to come down, whether you're into the races or not. November, Key West, weather's still beautiful. It's not burning hot. You got boat races, you got the poker runs to go on, and everybody enjoys it down there. You know, guys go down there and they plan their entire year's vacation at Key West every year, whether they're with a boat race team or they're just a fan or a spectator or coming down in any kind of boat. So many people plan that entire week a year in advance. So it's just a great event, attracts great people, great boats, and there's racing on top of it. You know, those three races, they can go from great to the worst to come back and win a championship. So you never know. You got three races to do it, and I've seen everything happen down there from bad to good. So hopefully we'll get through this one, and hopefully we can do very good down there this year.
It really is a mini season inside of 5 days, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. So much happens in those three races. And I think back when we finish a week, I think back of what happened on testing Tuesday through the week to the last race. And, yeah, it's an event. It's an event. It's a long week, but it can be very rewarding if you do well.
It's good to be seen in Key West. Glad to have you.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back. We're, of course, broadcasting as well at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Todd Swafford, along with Chris Roque of the Around the Island race in Bermuda. Team Bermuda is here to race in Superstock class in big fashion. It's good to have you back to talk about the race and about your crew that's here in Key West.
Oh, our crew in Key West is so ready for today. It was a hard luck on Friday when we had a hatch come open and they were unable to finish, but I think it gave them the confidence they needed to get back out here. The team pulled together. We rebuilt a couple of things on that hatch, and the team is real ready for today.
So Team Bermuda getting involved in the APBA National Series, race for the first time in Clearwater. Bought the old CR Racing boat. That's a two-time World Championship boat here in Key West, 2018, 2019. Almost won the previous year, just fell just one lap short of winning it. And now it's matched up with the 300Rs. Sean Tarenti actually leased the boat and raced it, led from start to finish in Clearwater. And now David Sully driving and Steve Bridges, the throttle man of the boat, man alive. They got to be excited. I know they're disappointed. And so the hatch came open, got some water in the cockpit. It was really rough, kind of a hard time to get that boat back up and running on Friday. But today's a whole different day, and it's a perfect day for those super stock boats.
Oh yeah, this is looking really, really nice. The weather's laid right down. It's actually later than it was supposed to be. The boys have been out, and David and I went out this morning, out to the top corner and looked at that big ocean side. So it's looking a lot like home actually. A little bit of swell, a little bit of chop. So simple to run in the calm water, whereas the rough water obviously is where you got to be a real master of that game.
And Key West, it offers you that so much, and people think, well, you're so close to the shore, but Key West is just a very unique place, very challenging, big main ship channel where big Navy boats and cruise ships can get in. You have the changing water coming in and out of the main ship channel. Tide really rushes here from Gulf to the Atlantic. You get the winds against the tide. It can make for a real brutal course, as it did. It really, and traditionally we just don't get that south-southwest wind this time of year, and those guys were dealing with that horribly, trying to keep those boats in the water on Friday. As you mentioned, you guys in Bermuda, a very beautiful place like Key West. You have a lot of fans that are following the races, are rooting on Team Bermuda.
This race coverage, obviously going out to Bermuda and everywhere else in the world. Right after we got off the other day, I got a bunch of messages from friends that said, "Oh, we heard you, and good plug for Bermuda." It's amazing. Obviously, we were talking about the weather just now. I know there was a team back in the 80s that actually won the national championship, late 80s,
right,
that won the national series on the, I want to say it was the Wednesday race. They were leading the race, but they were actually competing with the 3-engine boats. That was Derek Simons, and there was another boat, Kevin Stevenson, that raced back there in the 80s. And those guys could have, obviously, but they then stuffed it and had a bad day. But it's just amazing the teamwork that pulls through after you've been out there and back again here this year.
And you were telling me that you saw your Bermuda friend, Bermuda Barracuda, who we all remember in the pits today.
Yep. Well, Dennis Barry, Bermuda Barracuda, he's a good old friend of ours, and many, many world championships for him. So he was just in the pits giving everybody a thumbs up and a ready to go. Dean Pink is there with us. He's a real good two-stroke tuner. So he's there with us as well. It's a family affair. I think there's close to 50 or 60 Bermudians up here watching this, and there's at least 35 just helping that make this event happen for the team S25.
So you guys have over 80 folks from Bermuda here in Key West for this event.
It's pretty amazing.
And now tell us about your Around the Island event. It's a pretty historic thing. It's been going on a long time, obviously. It's a huge event in Bermuda.
Yeah, we've been racing that Round the Island race, better part of 50 years. It did start with little small hydros and 25, 30 horsepowers in the old days. We do only the largest class is the S class. We have mostly single engine outboards. It's about 60 miles. We race all the way around our whole island. Our island is 1 mile by 21 miles. So we race up the north side of the island into the main harbor, around the harbor, and then out around the western end of the island and down the south shore. We do it in a clockwise, counterclockwise fashion. And the record time is about 33:35. It's one lap, and Steven the throttle man here. He's got a really close time. I think he's been so close it's been 1 or 2 seconds away from the record. So and he's done that many times. David, his steerman, holds the A-class record. That's a 19-foot Phantom with a single outboard. He holds that in a 51 minutes, I think it is. But yeah, no, it's a very simple to us race. But it's interesting. Dennis, when he was there many years ago, he says, your race is very attuned to your drivers because we actually race through the reef line. So you were telling me earlier about a guy that raced through when you
the
used
flats,
the
yeah,
race
in
through
the old
flats
days,
in the
yeah,
old
Tate
days.
Berry, Captain Tate Berry,
Yeah.
we had hired on as a navigator to shave a bunch of time off the course, right?
Right. So you know, if anybody, and it's open to anybody to come and race. If anybody wanted to come and race, they certainly could. I would recommend taking one of the local navigators with you, because there are 60 miles of reef line. So
that's very cool.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to it. Comes up in August every year, right?
Yep. First week of August usually. We do have a couple of rain dates.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah. It was interesting. The boys were talking about the start the other day. They got a bit pinched, where everybody was, you know, not holding their line for a little while, and so they were in the 7-hole, and by the time they got up to the pace boat, there was no hole. Well, it's interesting. Our guys we have to keep our lanes, because just after the start, there is a bunch of pylons that the boats have to go through. So you have to hold your lane, because there's no room, because you're going through a pylon. So it's an interesting interesting change out here, where there's lots of water, but not lots of water.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of regulations about putting buoys in. This is a National Marine Sanctuary. It is an issue. You know, XCAT has especially they run, 12, 14, 15 boats, and they actually put the boats through chutes. The first 4 boats through the first chute. At the first turn, 5, 6, 7, 8, the second chute, and the rest through just to keep the boat spread. And if you don't stay in your chute, you get disqualified. But that definitely, the way it's done here is just a little bit different, and it can definitely get chaotic. Well, we wish Team Bermuda a lot of luck here today, and we certainly thank everyone for coming from Bermuda in support of this race. Team Bermuda, the 32 Doug Wright with twin 300Rs, David Sully at the wheel, and Stephen Bridges, the throttle man, here to race in Key West, and then looking to race APBA racing next year. But
they are trying to do the next year series. So hopefully you'll see more of us, and the team, obviously the group has committed to doing some testing over the winter and coming back out for the first race next year.
Awesome stuff. Chris Roque will be watching for more information. Try and follow your Around the Island race in Bermuda. Thanks for sharing the information with us.
Hopefully we can get you out there. Maybe you can come and announce for us.
I would love to do that.
There we go.
Chris, my pleasure.
My pleasure. Nice to see you.
Thank everyone from Bermuda for coming to Key West. We love you.
Go Bermuda.
Back with more after this on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and also at the Race World Offshore Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation.
That move by LPC.
Sean turned right inside of him.
The young guy schools the vet.
Went wide, and then he cut him back on the end there. Yep.
There is your new leader in super stock, LPC Racing.
The sound of performance. That's what drives us. When Scott Porte set out to build the most technologically advanced hydraulic transom lift system, he pulled out all the stops. The Porte R-Series high-performance hydraulic transom bracket is the world's most advanced outboard transom bracket. After Scott won another World Championship, the race governing body declared the Porte R-Series an unfair advantage. The Porte R-Series cockpit controlled hydraulic transom bracket has the same DNA as our industrial commercial series. Maximum horsepower 750 per engine. Maximum weight capacity 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R-Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered Catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at PorteProducts.com.
Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. The Keys home for Jeep Rentals and Sales and Polaris Slingshot Rentals too. And here's where the more comes in. Tom and Sally Crane, the owners of this family business, have a lifetime of selling and servicing cars and so much more. For instance, they're the official Goodyear, Michelin, Firestone, and Bridgestone tire dealers for the Keys and our full-service Napa Auto Care Center. So whatever your automotive needs, call 305-293-3555 for Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more. A car dealership with a twist.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and globally you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. It's where history is made.
The highest achievement for any offshore powerboat racer is to hoist the cup in Key West. To win the World Championship, you've got to be the best in Key West. Dating back to the mid-'60s when Key West was part of the UIM's Class 1 Worldwide Championship, and that is the case again today, some 57 years later. British throttle-man Steve Curtis, who's raced at exotic locales with Class 1 all across the world, first came to Key West as a young man wrenching for one of his father's Cougar Catamaran teams. He knows exactly what the attraction is that lures racers from all over the world to the island city.
As long as I can remember, initially I went to Key West as a mechanic for the Tolman Group, and that was back in, I think, 81. Just the most fantastic venue for a powerboat race. When you come, not only to watch it, but also to race it, when you come into Mallory Square running, over 100 miles an hour, the feeling is incredible. And the people, you can feel the people on the shore waving, really getting into it. So the location is fantastic. The social side of it's fantastic. All the hotels there, the people in the city getting behind it. It's just a fantastic event. And when you have those events like that, sure, it's going to gain momentum. Sure, people are going to want to go and race there because, it's the ideal location for an offshore powerboat race.
And now Powerboat Race Week has exploded to a level never before seen. With Stu Jones' 250-plus boat poker run with the Florida Powerboat Club. It's an end-of-the-year gala for the high-performance industry. Best of both worlds. As poker runners and powerboat race teams show off their stuff in the southernmost city. And we're so glad to have you.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
All right, we're back. Class 1 Extreme Racing getting ready to start. The boats are milling counterclockwise course here in Key West. Second start of the day. John J.W. Powell, real quick lineup for us. Who's out there today?
Today in the Class 1, the number 21 boat, Husky Chocolate's 47-foot victory. The DF Young boat is a scratch for this race. They blew up an engine the other day. Number 16, JBS Racing, a 43 MTI. The X-Insurance boat, also a scratch today. The rumor is that they broke the bottom of that boat. So we're down 2 boats in this class. Racing today will be number 18, DeFalco, 48-foot outer limits. And then the other Husky boat, the number 22 boat, Husky Allegra Motorsports. In the Extreme class, 2 boats, 2 teams. Number 77, the Ocean Cup, 450-foot Mystic. And number 9 boat, the former Sweet Beans boat, is now the Bowers Motorsport Rare Stash Bourbon boat. And that's a 46-foot skater.
All right, the start's inverted, so whoever, JBS is on the inside, Husky with Steve Curtis on the outside. They're off and running. Ocean Cup and Extreme takes the Extreme lead heading out to turn number 1. We're racing Ale Vite in Key West, Florida for the 41st Annual Key West World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center and produced by Race World Offshore. You're listening live on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Lichty Marine broadcast booth and at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. Boy, these boats are going to smoke the course. Billy Shipley of Team Woody joins us.
Yeah, they're running fast today. That water's flat. We were full speed in our Class 3 boat at 95 miles an hour earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're 160, 170 miles an hour today.
And congratulations on your finish today. Unofficially, you guys look like you could be right at the top of the podium here.
That's right. It's a big thing.
You heard that you did not break out.
We did not break out according to what I heard, so it sounds like it should be official, but we'll wait to see what they do.
All right, so our lead boats are, you can see the chopper chasing the boats towards Fort Zachary Taylor. And the big turn at turn number 3 will send them right back down into the harbor. One boat coming in hard on the inside. One of the Husky boats, it appears. Because at the end of the day, coming home to your family is the most important thing. Race smart. Technology has come a long way, so has safety. But still, cooler heads need to prevail.
Yes, and we always have
each year you've got a new crop of young racers. And someone once said that the problem with youth is it's wasted on the young. They come in full of vim and vigor and aren't fully cognizant of what could possibly happen. And the most tragic thing is to have a young life cut short. And only when that happens do we seem to get religion. And the saddest part of it is, and you can almost set your watch by it, you'll have a tragedy. There's enormous focus on safety, enormous concern. 6 months later, there's some concern and some focus. And a year later, it's like it never happened. And again, that's as the generations turn over, the new people come in, and the memories are very, very short. It's our focus always to keep the flame burning, to remember what can and could happen, and to constantly push the envelope of safety further and further. I keep saying it's not a destination, it's a journey. If something new comes out this year, next year, something changes, some new dynamic. We had the very bad tragedy here where the Big Thunder came in upside down and backwards. No one had seen that before, okay? That led to rear protection, okay? So as we go faster, as we learn, as technologies grow and improve, we're constantly trying to push the level of technology and the level of safety worldwide.
Accidents are spectacular. Fans see them. It's not what we want to see. We don't want to see boats flipping over, and we've seen quite a few. Certainly here right in front of the fans, in front of the start-finish line, and at the turn in front of the harbor hotels. Typically in Superstock class, people talk about, oh, well, they're rubbing paint, they're busting, you know, they're you know, hitting each other gunwale to gunwale. Those are not things that we want to see.
Yeah, and we've got a contradiction in terms. We've got a big push towards lighter is faster, and yet we've still got the fact that this is truly offshore racing. You know, we're in big water conditions. One of the things that somehow got lost over the years in certain places is the fact that any craft racing offshore needs to be seaworthy and sturdy. The impacts they take, the G-forces that the hulls take, yes. Right now we're designing a new set of standards around crush zones, 360 degrees around the occupants, okay? So that no matter where an intrusion comes from, whether it's another boat, whether it's big water, whatever, that there is a deceleration zone, crush zone, if you will, completely around the cockpit. Also water deflecting bulkheads, which have been standard now for years. And the fact that even though we banned it years ago, acrylic, the stretched acrylic rule, somehow a sentence was lost in the UIM rulebook somewhere along the line, and we found a bunch of acrylic windshields again. So now they've been banned yet again, and we're back to polycarbonate, which is the preferred windshield material. It's the strongest that we can get. Now, when you say, okay, polycarbonate is as strong as it is, but nothing is perfect and nothing is guaranteed. All we can do is stress that we get the best in-class materials, positioned in the proper way, secured the proper way, and that the occupants are as protected as we could possibly make them.
So it's incumbent upon the governing body to lead in that fashion. That's what you're doing here. You've also been able to lead in organizing a very good field of boats. Had a lot of momentum in 2019. COVID set us back, but it seems like getting back that momentum here. A very good turnout in Key West.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the most sophisticated high-level fleet probably in offshore racing history. It's not the biggest, okay? And I'm not sure in 1986 dollars how we compare it to today, but 86 was the previous peak, and certainly we're approaching that right now.
Well, Rich, we appreciate all you do, buddy.
Thank you very much.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 41st Annual Key West World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We have reached the halfway point of the final day, and what a day it has been so far. Welcome back. Wait for your cue.
Okay.
Okay. You're not a rookie at this.
I'm just excited.
I know. We're coming to you live from the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. Lichty Marine and Marathon, they have you covered up there. Full service and parts department. They have hundreds of Suzuki engines in stock. Price to sell. Lichty Marine and Marathon.com. Time for the X Insurance halftime report, brought to you by X Insurance. Get X Insurance for true peace of mind. Go to xinsurance.com for true umbrella liability coverage. Okay, now speak.
Hi. How's it going, Rick?
It's great to be back with you. I'm Rick Lopez, and we are joined by the president of Race World Offshore, my good buddy and yours, Larry Blyle. Hello, Larry.
Hello, Rick.
Wow,
Thanks.
what a day. My goodness.
Can we ask for, this is Chamber of Commerce weather, isn't it?
Yeah, boy, I got to tell you, it's been a crazy week, right? I mean, we were scheduled to start on Wednesday, but we couldn't due to the effects from the Hurricane Nicole that was coming down here. So we didn't get going until Friday. A little choppy conditions out there, but had a really good day to race. I don't think you could have asked for a better day than what you got here today, Larry.
No, this is, it's perfect. There's just a little bit of breeze so that it'll cool off the people. There's a little bit of chop, real light, so that we can get the boats out of the water a little bit. The circus that I've created here is huge.
Wow. Take me up and down the mole right now. What is it like that you're seeing from the VIP tent all the way down the pier here at the mole? It's craziness.
Yeah, well, I'm up on top of the scoring trailer during the race and looking down there, and it's funny. You can see the midway is just packed with people, and then as soon as the race starts, it lightens up a little bit because everybody's along the seawall, running, watching all the boats go by, and it's just – you know more than anybody, what we've gone through with Race World and getting everything together and running this event and, all the help from everybody, the city, the, APBA, UIM, all the international organizations that we have to deal with. If people only realize what the permitting and all that we have to do with this between the National Marine Sanctuary, the Coast Guard, it just goes on and on and on.
I mean, just to make an example of, if you could picture in your mind almost like a New York City phone book, what those used to look like. That's what all everything that has to be done with those T's crossed, I's dotted, with everybody from the Coast Guard to the Navy to the city to you name it. Yeah,
and then and then turtle control and all that.
Right.
We got Richard Moretti. The helicopters that I have for those guys, they're watching for turtles and manatees, and in fact, they probably told you about yesterday what they did out there with.
They took right, yeah, but that's worth repeating, Larry, and with the turtles and being careful out on our race course for the marine life that's out here. You guys did a real special thing yesterday with the Turtle Hospital and taking some turtles to be released.
Yeah, they had Richard Moretti and they got a hold of us, and they have Richard's in the helicopter running around every day looking at every race day. So anyway, we MTI got together and they sent a helicopter looking for the sorghum seaweed.
Seaweed, right.
And they had a whole bunch of hatchlings that needed to be released. And the best way to release them is getting them out there into the water out there instead of on the shore where they could be eaten and all that other stuff before they get there. So we did that yesterday, and I tell you, everybody had a blast. It was just a great show and a great thing to do, and we were more than happy to give Richard Moretti a nice boat to go out there and release these. So, there's just a lot of things that we do that behind the scene that people just don't understand. We're not the bad guys out here trying to do something unsafe or against the anything wrong. We've done every step of the way to make sure that we do the best, safest event that can possibly happen. And we have the best dive team. You know, our divers and safety and medical staff that we had is second to none. So yeah, the culmination of all of that makes it what's so special for me today.
Larry, this is what you had envisioned many years ago. You started Race World Offshore 2019. You were awarded the contract here in Key West to put on the races. And I don't need to go back through everything, but that year you didn't even get the TDC money. The next year we had COVID. Then the next year, last year, we finally got out here, had a great week out here. But this year, no COVID, none of that garbage. And we've been able to put on something truly special here. And I know this, and I'll say it again, and I've said it throughout the week, because it feels like the Super Bowl has come to your city with this event now. So much attached around the racing, from the different parties. The big concert that we had last night at the Truman Amphitheater was a great success. Friday night, the Duval Street party, that speaks for itself. That is just amazing. This is what you wanted, right? The interactive with the fans. Have so much more for the fans to do. You walk this mole out here, you come out to, there's so much food, drinks, merchandise you can get. In between races, you're not going to be bored. There's plenty, so much to do, and you guys have added so much to it.
Well,
you really have worked hard on this.
Believe me, I've been,
because I've been there from step one.
You've been there since step one, and understand. You know, I think we've taken this event. If you took all the events probably in Key West and add them together, is probably what it takes to do this one.
Yeah,
it's huge. You know, I don't think, like I said, what it takes. Not only that's just doing a race. Now you got all the race teams and all of their sponsors and all their people and all the stuff that goes with that part of it. You know, throw that on top of it. Then you got a series going along that, this culminates as a world championship, but we have races other places also.
Right.
So
I want to get into, because big announcement today with Race World Offshore and P1 starting next year, Larry.
Yeah.
Tell everybody what's going on.
Well, P1 is in charge of like the Class 1 boats.
Right.
And so what we've actually done, we've been talking over it for the last year about combining forces and taking the best of both organizations and combining it and bringing the sport to be, here and beyond, the top in the world. And so we did the announcement this morning, and we're going to have a series starts next year that's going to start off in marathon, thankfully, and we're going to again carry on from marathon up to.
And for everybody locally and all that here in the Keys, and for you nationally, marathon coming back. They've redone the old
I was waiting
7
for
mile
it.
bridge. You've been waiting for that. April 27th, 28th, and 29th. That's going to kick off the season.
That's the beginning of our national series, the APBA National Series. So then we're going to go around the country doing that and end up after the last race of the national series, then we come back to Key West for the World Championships. And this will be the UIM APBA World Championship race. And we've got that.
How exciting is that?
For a long time. So.
Right. It's a terrific partnership that's coming up. I know you're very excited about it.
Oh, I really am. What this does, it will elevate the sport more and more, which has needed to be done for years. As you know, I've been involved with it for quite a few years. And, I just saw that it was not really going anywhere. It's kind of stagnant and the same thing. Let's just go race and go home, go race and go home, go race, go home. I wanted a circus. Wanted to bring, when you go to a NASCAR race, you go, when you go to Monaco and you're watching the Formula One, it's the parties. It's all this, the hoopla that goes along with it. The racing is great, but you've got to have a show. And if you don't, you might get people that really aren't boaters or boat race enthusiasts, but they're going to come down here because of the party that's going on.
Right. And to that point, take what we're going to do after the races are over. You don't need to go home after the races are over now, because you're going to have a big party in the Coffee Butler Amphitheater when the races are over, and then all the awards year before you guys got it, the awards presentations were at a hotel and just for the teams.
The teams, right.
But here now, Race World Offshore has opened this up, and you'll see the champagne bottles being popped and sprayed and all that with the winning teams when they get the hardware here tonight. And that's going to happen tonight after when the races are done here.
Exactly.
So you don't have to go home.
No, we're going to have a concert going on out there. You know, we got a band going out there and going to be hooping and hollering, and when people come off the mole, they can go into the amphitheater, and it's a free concert. Just go in there and have some fun and have a couple cocktails, and then we'll have gives our tech inspectors and everybody a chance to inspect all the boats and make sure nobody has any disqualifications or anything like that. And once that's done, then the band will turn off and we'll give the awards away, and then I can
sleep
maybe.
Well, we still have a lot to do today, Larry.
Yeah.
We're only at the halfway point here, as we got 2 more races coming up. The next race will be this is everybody's really excited about Superstock coming up. 13 boats out on the field, all going head to head, and it's anybody's race out there.
With weather like this, it's going to be one heck of a race. That's for sure. These last two, you know, this one and the Superstock and the 450.
Right.
That's going to be some exciting racing, that's for sure.
So we got a lot more to do here today. Superstock coming up here in just a bit. As I mentioned, 13 boats out on the field. Team Allen took it on Friday, but really, gang, anybody could come back here today. It's everybody, all teams are in it. Then after that, we'll have the Supercat and the Stock 450. So for racing fans, you can't ask for much more here, Larry.
Well, the only thing...
What more could you do?
Well, we can have better live streaming stuff going on, but I think they've got this worked out now where we can have this all going. It's been pretty frustrating, to say the least. But hopefully this will be taken care of and everybody can watch the race around the world. And, you know, I apologize for what's been going on with live stream today, but it's not under my control.
Yeah. Well, what is under your control, Larry, is I can't imagine Key West without it. And now seeing what it has become, and with this being the Super Bowl of offshore racing here in Key West, there is a different feel. I'm just telling you, I've been around for a long time, and with everything that has happened this week, kudos to you and your team. It's been remarkable. And for the future is only bright, Larry. It really
That's
is. All right. Larry, great job. You and everybody at Race World Offshore for putting on one heck of an event here. And we won't forget this one for a long time.
No, that's right. Rick, thank you and all of your people and you guys are just fabulous.
Well, thank you, Larry. And I'm not joking. Larry and I have been together a long time, and I've seen everything that he's had to go through to get to where he is at. And you've done it, my man. Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
We got more here at the 41st Annual World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races. We're live at the Lichty Marine broadcast booth, and our coverage is brought to you by Lichty Marine of Marathon, Niles Sales and Service, X Insurance, Florida Powerboat Club, the Sandbar Sports Grill, Kia of Key West, Two Friends Patio Restaurant, We've Got the Keys, Pepe's Cafe, Key West Adventures, El Mesón de Pepe, Berkshire Hathaway, Knight & Gardner, and Porte Performance Products. More of the X Insurance Halftime Report here at the World Championships coming your way right after this.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, I Love Stock Island, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
At Lichty Marine of Marathon, we're thankful for our wonderful customers, employees, blue turquoise waters, and our great community. We can hook you up on a special deal for a Suzuki outboard engine, as we're an authorized Repower Suzuki outboard warranty dealer. New and used boats, trailers, parts, and accessories. You name it, we have everything you need to keep you happy. Lichty Marine, one-stop shop for all your marine needs. Financing available. MarathonSuzuki.com.
Berkshire Hathaway Keys Real Estate and Night Gardner Realty knows that a fast-paced market is a lot like a fast-paced powerboat race. It's critical to have a great captain at the helm to get you over the finish line. Reach out to any of our forever agents in our 4 offices throughout the entire Florida Keys and allow them to help navigate you through the real estate waters. Or visit them online at keysrealestate.com.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. And globally, you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. It's where history is made.
Dating back to the inception of the Class 1 World Championship in the mid-60s, 9 of the first 18 years were won by all-American teams, American drivers, throttlemen, and American-built hulls and engines. That all ended in 1981 in Key West, when Jerry Jacoby, the owner-driver of Ajax Hawk with his throttleman Keith Hazel, and a 38-foot cigarette powered by Bob Cicente's Hawk Marine engines, won the Class 1 World Championship. Then in 1982, international teams, equipment, and engines became dominant, as did the Dubai-based Victory team starting in 1993. That dry spell of an all-American crew with American-made equipment ended in 2015, 35-year drought, when a Persian Gulf team, Abu Dhabi, brought in Randy Sism of MPI and John Tomlinson with some good old American ingenuity to best the Victory team.
I ordered some boats from Randy at MTI, and then Randy called me and said, "Hey, John, I want you in the boat." So I went back over there, and we won the UIM championship again. Gary Blue was driving. Abu Dhabi had a 2-boat team, so me and Gary owned one of them, and did it with an American-built boat, American engines, and American crew. They were still running Lamborghinis. We were running a detuned Mercury, twin-turbo QC4 engine, rated at 850 horsepower that met the standards of UIM. We had actually run a single rudder, but we were running a Mercury package with the number 6 drives, and we would fix the drives on the back of the boat so they would trim, but they wouldn't steer, and remove the skegs off the lower housings and run the single rudder. And we did a lot of testing with and without the rudder and with and without steerable drives, and we would get the boat fastest around the race course with the single rudder and skegless drives and just fixing the drives so they wouldn't steer, but able to have the trimming characteristics of the drive, help them accelerate better and be able to control the boat. And we're able to pull that championship off in 15 for MTI in Abu Dhabi.
Certainly a twist to international intrigue for the 2015 Class 1 World Championship. Kudos to Randy Sism, John Tomlinson, and Gary Ballou.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And also Race World Offshore's Facebook page. Our live stream brought to you by Maximum Inflation. As we're here at the start-finish line, the Truman Waterfront. Todd Swafford joined by Scott Porte of Porte Marine Products, also the co-commissioner of APBA Offshore, John J.W. Powell, and J.W. Cook from the Key West Citizen. Superstock boats are getting ready to race. We're hearing about another scratch. The Play Trades boat was a scratch coming into this race, and Eric Colby, speedonthewater.com, reporting that Sean Torrente on his Facebook page has said that he will not race in the 32 MTI. So 2 boats not racing out here today. These boats come out to mill. They'll mill counterclockwise, and this is a counterclockwise course. They'll be racing 4.38 miles. That's the mileage on the course. 10 laps, 45 miles. JW, our lineup for this race.
We have, in this race today, we've got 11 boats racing with our 2 scratches now. The first boat would be the Jackhammer, the 30-foot Victory out of Palmetto, Florida, number S1. There's been a driver throttle or a throttle man switch between the Jackhammer boat and the Steel boat. Reese Langheim and Julian Molinado will be in the Jackhammer boat. The S21 boat, Performance Boat Center, that's with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams. The S21 boat, LPC, Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters. S25, Team Bermuda, the guys coming over and bringing a big following with them from Bermuda, David Sully and Stephen Bridges. Also in Super Stock, S77 North Wing with Darren Kittredge and Grant Bruggeman. S43 boat, local favorite Ryan Beckley and Chris Hopgood, S43 Celsius. S29 Big East Construction, Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou. S39 Coco's Monkey, Al Bogino and Peter Bogino. Team Allen, our winner from Friday. Billy Allen on throttles, Cody McDowell driving that boat. The S3 boat, the 30-foot Legend from Dubai, and that is Dominic Steele driving, and it'll be Ricky Maldonado, who is the normal throttle man for the Jackhammer. He'll be jumping in on the throttles on the S3 Steele boat. And then finally, to round out the Superstock class, S11, that's a Team Wicked, sponsored by NaplesRealty.com, driven by Brent Holbrook, and the owner on the throttles, Todd DePhillips. And that rounds out the Superstock class, and we're getting ready to get racing here as the boats are down in the milling area.
A couple of other notes, Celsius, Ryan Beckley, very sick this morning. He would have joined us for the first race, feeling under the weather. It was all he could do to just sit there and rest, drink some water. Didn't make it to the driver's meeting. And he said, I'm getting in the boat, I'm racing. But feeling under the weather completely. Obviously, Scott, as JW mentioned, the Jackhammer boat took significant damage. Was about ready to overtake play trades the other day and run into that rough southwest wind. And Celsius was right there as well. He was trying to move up to fourth. And the play trades boat caught it, hooked it, kind of swung over right in front of the Jackhammer and went right over the top of him, put a hole in the top of play trades and tore up the side pretty substantially on Jackhammer.
Yeah, and it's a pretty easy guess to know that those guys were going to put in the midnight hours and everything to make sure the Jackhammer was on the track for today's race. And, I didn't have to go by the pits to know that it was going on because those guys are relentless. So they were grinding and carrying on and laminating and puttying and everything. So they've got that thing at least watertight. It might not be straight and perfect, but they've got it floatable, so they're going to be out in it. And I'm laughing about, I just got the word that, Ricky is going to be in the Steel boat. And, of course, this is all a family affair. Julian, his son, is normally in the Steel boat. And so they swapped around. And, Ricky's been doing all this dialing in and testing. And they test and they test and they test. And Ricky goes, the Steel boat's faster than the Jackhammer. He goes, I don't know why that's happening because he's the guy that's working on all this stuff.
Right.
And he's kind of upset about it, and I'm laughing. I go, hey, it's family, man. You're good either way. And so I just think it's really good that he's going to be on the throttles in that boat. And he's relentless on the throttles, so he's going to be something to watch.
All right, they got the boats lined up. Let's watch them, Scott, see if we can get a good start here. The start is inverted from the finish, so the boats that finished in the lower end are going to be on the inside, and the boats that finished on first, second, like Team Allen and Big East, are going to be on the outside. That's going to Performance Boat Center a big advantage after they had some issues and didn't finish the race on Friday. I expect them to be right up front. So we're off and racing. The green flag has gone up. LAV Superstock Racing in Key West for the APBA UIM World Championship. And it looks like Big East has a nice start there, guys. Performance Boat Center coming up on the outside. Again, on the inside of the track, actually. And you got to know that Performance Boat Center wants to have a good showing here after winning the World Championship in such a disappointing day on Friday.
They've got a chance still at this world title here. Granted, coming in 8th place after that finish the other day. They just need a little bit of luck. Teams like Allen Longcare and Big East Constructions is probably the worst team they wanted to see shoot out in front, because that's taken their world titles aspirations pretty much right away.
All the boats going into turn 1. It's where we had that pile up last year. And hopefully they're maintaining their lanes.
Looks like somebody got out of shape there.
And we were talking to the Big East Construction guys the other day after the race, and they were saying the difference for them in that race was they got through turn 1 clean, and that was the first time that it's happened to them all year, and that's why they had such a good day.
Well, Gary Blue is a master on the throttles, and he knows how to get a good start, and that is a huge amount of the edge, and being able to hold it out front gets a lot easier when you're not in everybody's prop wash.
Well, it does look like a victory boat, possibly, but it's really very difficult to tell as you look into the sun and into the glare, but we'll know here soon. And obviously 4 wide there at Fort Zachary Taylor as they take the northbound turn back into Key West Harbor. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8 boats coming around on lap number 1. This is a 10-lap race for 45 miles. Double points to determine the Superstock APBA UIM World Championship here in Key West, Florida. 41st annual event presented by Performance Boat Center and produced by Race World Offshore. And it is Big East Construction.
LPC right there, though.
In second, and Team Allen Longcare, how about that? In third.
They're 4th. Actually, Performance went by there, too.
Performance Boat was in there in 2.
In 3rd.
In 3rd. There's Steele running back into the pack. So we are 8, 9 deep. Remember, we had 2 scratches here in this race in Superstock, which could affect the points if there's a tie for sure.
I saw Celsius go back at the back, and their jackhammer was in the wash, maybe. I did not see jackhammer particularly go by, but there was about 3 boats that went by wide there that made it really tough to see who was in the wash exactly and how it went through.
How did you have the top 3 there, Joey?
I definitely had the top 3. Big East Construction, number 2, LPC Performance running 3rd, and then Team Allen Care running 4th. 5th was North Wing, but there was a few of them in there together. I saw North Wing. I want to say I saw Celsius definitely go by there, and I want to say it was Jackhammer that ran by there as well.
All right, hey, Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel got that the victory haul with the 300R outboards running very well for the 2nd straight day, and now side by side behind them, LPC and Performance Boat Center in a big battle. Lauren Peters and Myrick Coyle's team vying for 2nd. Team Allen continuing to hold in there. He's back in 4th. And, yes, North Wing in 5th.
Jackhammer having some trouble coming back out there. They were up higher, and they were being passed by pretty much everybody going out straight.
Yeah, they just put a ton of work into that boat. Ricky Maldonado worked through the night, through the day. And just not enough time, I don't think, to put that big gaping hole in the damage to the bottom of the sponson together. And what a great season they've had. 9 consecutive podiums heading into Key West in the APBA National High Point Championship. Watch the boats go around turn number 1. This is a big, big, big day for Gary Ballou. It's been a long time since he's been to the championship podium in Key West. A lot of racing in front of us still here today. Everything looks pretty clean out there going around the Malia at turn number 1, heading on the eastbound leg. Still a battle, Big East, LPC, and Performance Boat Center, the top 3. Now heading in towards Fort Zachary Taylor and turning on the southbound leg. Still appears to be the victory haul. Cole Leibel, a rookie driver. His uncle won the Supercat World Championship last year in Canada Homes. He's a multi-time world champion. Raced over 3.5 decades, and he's following in his steps in the seat of the cockpit of a powerboat. 2nd lap of the day.
Big East out front.
Big East continues to lead. And now Performance Boat Center in 2nd. LPC in 3rd. North Wing, the old Hulk, running in 4th. Now Team Allen Lawn Care in 5th. Naples Realty in 6th. Celsius in 7th.
Coco's Monkeys 8th, Jackhammer 9th.
So Jackhammer's still running. And Steel as well. That was Team Bermuda running in 10th and Steel Racing in 11th, correct?
Correct.
That's right.
All right, we'll watch our leader come back around from the north turn. What a day so far. What a week so far for Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou. There's not one person probably knows hardly as much about stock racing as this guy. He's been in boats since the late 1990s in the stock class. Raced X-Cat for many years. Even has a Class 1 World Championship to his name. We just heard about that when he raced with Abu Dhabi with John Tomlinson in a boat prepared by Randy Sism of MTI. So he's got quite a credential. LPC and Performance Boat Center continue to battle for second, third. 11 boats still out on the course. That means every boat still out here running that started. We did have 2 scratches. This was the largest field, 13 of the 59 boats here, largest total number of boats that we've seen in Key West since 2001.
Looks like Jackhammer's, I think that's Jackhammer. He's dragging a little bit.
Yeah, he is. He's been falling off. Now his stablemate Steele is going by him. But we're focusing on the leader here on the live stream, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. We're broadcasting right from the start-finish line here at the Truman Waterfront. What a fantastic midway they put together here for this Race World Offshore event. Our leaders coming around turn number 3 at Fort Zachary Taylor. Great shot of how the air compresses under those tunnel hulls. This Victory boat matched very nicely with the 300R engines.
Performance is in a good position here trying to chase down that Big East. Big East, obviously, after second place of the day, is in control of the point chase right now, but Performance is right where he needs to be because Team Allen fell down. Now he needs a little bit of luck to get Big East to slow down, but right now, Gary Ballou and team look right on it.
So Big East Construction continues to lead. Performance Boat Center holds on to second. LPC third. North Wing having a nice day. That boat completely redone. That's the old Hulk running in 4th. Darren Kittredge and Grant Bruggeman. Team Allen Lawn Care running in 5th. And Celsius in 6th. Coco's Monkey in 7th. Now Naples Realty will go by them. Back to that Hulk boat. Grant Bruggeman completely tore that boat down. Here's Steele.
Yeah, and he's out of all the people, the way it's scattering out there, he's climbing up. You can see him closing up on everybody a little bit in front of him, the first 3 places. And that Hulk boat I followed them around for a lot of years, and it's a very special boat. It's got a lot of transom lift, and it doesn't make much of a mark on the water.
The second carbon fiber boat to come out of the mold from Doug Wright.
See, he's climbing up on LPC there a little bit.
LPC, Lauren Peters finished in 3rd on Friday's race. Big East was 2nd, and Team Allen Lawn Care still in the mix, guys, and with the XS engines running in 5th behind the 300Rs.
That would keep Team Allen Lawn Care on the podium right now, just points in front of Performance Boat Center.
Right now, Big East Construction controls their own destiny. You finished first here today, and if you were in the top 3 or 4, you're in real good shape.
Real good shape. Performance Boat Center, like I said, we saw pass when we were doing it this morning and looking at it. There was plenty of pass to Performance Boat Center to get the title. They just needed the top 3 to pushed down. So they need help for sure in this one in order to come with the World Championship and defend that title. They're theirs.
All right, our lead boats again are approaching Port Zachary Taylor. That's Big East Construction. Have a pretty good lead over the second and third boats. We're really watching second, third, and fourth right now. Battle with Performance Boats in our LPC, and we saw Northwing creeping up on them. Big East Construction. The marriage between the Victory Hull and the 300R has been a good one. They're beefy. They have 6 bulkheads. They handle the extra weight, the high weight, a lot better than the 32 Doug Wrights.
It looks like Team Bermuda might be pulling into the middle there, I would suspect.
Here comes your leaders. Big East Construction continues to hold first. And in second, Performance Boat Center. LPC still in third with Northwing chasing them closely in fourth. Interesting racing going into the harbor turn for sure with all 4 of those boats. Team Allen Lawn Care holding on to 5th. Celsius 6th. And now Coco's Monkey back ahead of Naples Realty. 6th and 7th. Looked like Naples Realty had gotten by Coco's Monkey in the harbor, but out on the south side of the course, he got back around him again. Big East Construction. Steele comes through. He's in 8th position. Performance Boat Center holding on to 2nd. Again, around that turn, you see Northwing gets a lot closer to LPC. LPC seems to be able to stretch it out a little bit, at least on the last lap on him. We'll see how that comes. We're 5 laps. This is the 5th lap of 10 here for the final day of the World Championships.
Yeah, LPC and Northwing are very evenly matched.
So Celsius heading off to turn number 1. Key Wester Ryan Beckley grew up as a Key West kid, always wanted to race boats. Now he's in a nationally sponsored team in Celsius with Chris Hopgood. They're one of the only 4 boats remaining to have the XS engines. Coco's Monkey, the Naples Realty boat, Team Allen Lawn Care all have the XS engines. It really helped Team Allen Lawn Care in the rough water. Gary Ballou telling us he thought that not only the throttle response, but just the balance, the better CG with the lower profile, because they have the 5-inch lower midsection, really helped them out in that rough stuff. And Billy Allen loves that rough stuff anyway. And he got a very hard-deserved earned win there.
We lost Jackhammer right out by turn 1. He was floundering a little bit, but it looks like, I'm not sure, but I think he got it back up on a plane. Although he lost a lap, we should see him come back around.
Once again, our leaders back in front of us here at the start-finish line. Down in front of the fans on the mall. Big East Construction. After 5, looks like Performance Boat Center made up a little bit of distance.
Yeah, I would say so.
In second. Now Northwing has gotten by LPC. That boat really starting to run better as the race goes on.
Well, Grant hadn't had much seat time in it. They just got through rigging it recently, and so every lap he's going to have a better handle on it. And the back edge of that, the trailing edge of that boat is really steep, and it's better suited to carry the weight of those new 300s when it's airborne. And so it helps the boat fly level when it's not connected to the water. And slowly that will make your lap times faster.
So Team Allen Lawn Care came by in 5th, Celsius 6th. Coco's Monkey 7th and Naples Realty 8th. There's Performance Boat Center, Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams, and the 32 Skater with the twin 300R 4-strokes. They're running in second. Now North Wing in a comfortable third. There goes Steele in front of us here.
That move by North Wing puts the Team Allen Lawn Care back second overall. So despite running fifth right now, that move by North Wing helped them out, moved them up the podium a little bit.
Right, because LPC will finish in the top 3, so it bumps them back in points.
North Wing really made that turn down in the harbor extremely well and was able to pick up about 5 or 6 boat lengths at least on LPC.
And you can win these races in the turn. How you enter and how you come out. You want to hold your speed as well as possible. Entry speed, exit speed goes a long way. It helps with these 300Rs with the bigger skegs and the bigger gear cases.
Myrick did a bunch of testing with Mercury with the 300XSs and the 300s back-to-back on Lake X. And he said they turn phenomenally compared to the XSs. So they have a lot of pluses to them.
All right, here comes Big East Construction in towards Fort Zachary Taylor. You can definitely tell the cockpit. There's a good shot of steel. That boat is a 30-foot legend from Dubai. It's actually designed by a former Victory team driver, Arif Al-Safin, who was also a 8-time Class 1 world champion and a multi-time XCAT champion. Say that boat's very fast. But it's just a rookie team this year with Dominic Steele. Here comes your Ricky Maldonado is in the cockpit with him after the destruction of the jackhammer. There's Performance Boat Center.
New leader.
New leader in
North Wing in the second. That's exactly what they need to happen.
Super stock class. Something happened to Big East. Now LPC is in third. So North Wing in second, LPC now in third. Goodness, heartbreak for Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou. There goes Team Allen Lawn Care. They're now back up to fourth. Celsius is in fifth position. This helps Ryan Beckley's chance at making it to a podium after a fourth place finish. On Friday, Coco's Monkey in sixth overall. And now Naples Realty is in seventh. Big East Construction, disappointment in their camp here in Key West. Now your new leader, Performance Boat Center, the defending world champion in Superstock class. North Wing now chasing them.
That just really does jumble up the standings right now. If we're looking at the overall point chase, LPC and Performance Boats are 2 points off. Actually, Team Allen Lawn Care is back in front of the overall point chase by 2 points ahead of Performance Boat Center, who's 2 points ahead of LPC. So there's a 4-point difference between first and third right now.
Wow, jumble. Performance Boat Center can be a real spoiler here. They, of course, want to win. Hugely disappointed after the breakdown on Friday. Now in the lead on this final day of the Superstock World Championships. Don't forget, immediately after today's race, concert at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater here at the Truman Waterfront, and the awards, and the public is welcome to attend at 6 o'clock for the APBA UIM World Championship here in Key West. It was announced this morning that P1 and RWO will have the APBA National Series announced next year very soon, with dates to come by the end of the year. But RWO and P1 will be doing all of the races together for the APBA Championship and ending up right back here in Key West once again for the World Championships. Our lead boat passing Fort Zach. It's going to be interesting to see if North Wing continues to cut the gap. Performance Boat Center continues to lead.
He's closing it in.
He sure is. In second.
And they are the wild card here because Grant just gets better every time around the track. So he's improving while Performance Boat Center, they're steady, but they're dialed in as hard as they can go. So there's a possibility they're going to be really dragging. They're going to be drag racing for the finish.
Those Performance Boat Center 1, North Wing 2, LPC 3. Now Team Allen Lawn Care passes in 4th and Celsius in 5th. 2 XS powered teams in 4th and 5th. So you have to feel really good for those guys. Hard to get to the podium this year for them. Didn't happen until Key West. Coco's Monkey, another XS powered boat, running in 6th. And Naples Realty, also XS powered, running in 7th. So it's the difference between the 4-stroke and the 2-stroke. And the 4-stroke was dominant this year on the APBA Offshore Series. And, of course, Jackhammer really ran away with it, winning handily the points in the APBA National Series. They had to be the favorite to win the World Championship here in Key West, but the mishap, the collision with play trades ended all of that. Disappointingly for Reese Langheim and Ricky Maldonado. They are truly champions in this sport in our hearts. And there goes Ricky Maldonado in the Arif Al-Safin designed 30-foot legend hole. They're in 8th place overall. Ricky in that boat with Dominic Steele. One of the most interesting looking boats out here. Great livery. They'll be back racing next year. We're out on the 8th lap of 10 right now. And it'll be interesting to see how far North Wing is reeled in Performance Boat Center when we come back through.
Team sitting in a good position right now is Team Allen Lawn Care. 4th place right now. There's really not a lot that can catch him if they can just hold that 4th place spot. Now, mind you, Celsius and Ryan were coming up real strong on them there that last lap. So their Team Allen Lawn Care has their own World Championship battle with Beckley back there in the mix. So Celsius is really could put a monkey wrench in that World Championship.
Well, I mean, it really does look like North Wing has reeled them in just a bit here. We'll find out as they pass. Performance Boat Center continues to lead.
So tell us.
North Wing 3 seconds behind now.
Tell us now if they won in the order that if they finished in the order they're in, who's actually the world champion?
It would be Team Allen Lawn Care if they stay in this current order.
And in 3rd, LPC.
So that just shows you how well done and how complicated the point system is over this normally 3-race week. And it can be anybody's ball game all the way up to the last race.
Especially this year with only having 2 races, it really jumbled everything up and left it at anybody's race. As we were watching, Performance Boat Center is sitting on the podium after Spike finishing 8th just the other day, so it really changes everything.
Team Allen Lawn Care continues to hold on to 4th here.
But Celsius is catching them down there. That's a big race right there for the world title.
That is true.
And I wonder if Team Allen knows that they're still number 1 if they finish in this order, and that's what happens when you're racing. Those numbers, they get jumbled in your head.
I'm not sure if they got my chart or not, but that's what I'm looking at here.
Well, you're the one that went home and did your homework.
Here comes Coco's Monkey holding on to 6th. Naples Realty 7th. So Performance Boat Center maintained a 3-second lead around the harbor turn, heading back out to turn number 1. LPC continues to fall off the pace of the 2 leaders here. Can't seem to stay with them. They seem to be falling into their setup better than LPC at this moment. And we're down to the last lap and a half of this race.
Look how close they are together out there where the helicopter is.
Yep. They're rounding turn 1 around the Malia.
Man, Performance Boat Center comes out of those turns like they were shot out of a cannon.
You can't underestimate entry speed and exit speed on those turns, how important they are. And those 300R engines, there goes Steele. They're still in 8. Those 300Rs help to hold with all that torque. Again, all the bigger gear cases, bigger skegs help them hold the water and the speed in those turns. So much better.
If you look to the infield by the start-finish buoy, you'll see the Jackhammer boat and the Team Bermuda boat are both out. They're limping back to the pits. Still no sign of the Big East construction boat, though.
All right, so what we're watching here, we want to see what's happening in first and second, but we also want to see what's happening in fourth and fifth. The battle between Performance Boat Center and North Wing, and then the battle between Team Allen Lawn Care and Celsius. Very important here.
That's definitely will challenge the World Championships right there.
So Performance Boat Center continues to lead over North Wing, still right at about 3 seconds.
If you're a Performance Boat Center fan, right now you're also a very big fan of Team Celsius. You need them to take over lawn care if you want that world title.
Wow. This is the last lap of this race for the APBA UIM World Championship in Key West. Here's LPC. Good week for Lauren Peters. He had a third on Friday, and he's got a third here, but he'd like better.
That would leave him third overall on the points.
He'd be on the podium, 100%. This is it, folks. Now let's see what fourth and fifth, how that comes. Team Allen Lawn Care and Celsius have been both right there, and you know both Ryan Beckley and Bill Allen want to win here, and they are very close on the last lap. Team Allen just a second ahead of Celsius, fourth and fifth. This is going to be drama to the end in Superstock. Who will win the World Championship today? Performance Boat Center needs to win, but they need Celsius to get by Team Allen Lawn Care. Team Allen Lawn Care needs
to maintain their position.
And hopes that Performance Boat Center holds where they're at as well.
Well, I'll tell you something about Team Allen. Those guys are gentlemen. They're hard racers, but the question down there in the turn is who's going to get on the inside, and Team Allen isn't the kind of team that'll cut you off in a turn, and it may cost them, but I'd rather him be gentlemen anyway.
Well, he's managed to stay ahead. You could barely see Celsius if we could look by the Sunset Key Island over there. He's just got that maybe a second lead. It's all going to be determined right there. Team Allen Lawn Care holding on to fourth right now.
Well, that's good. He's on the inside, so he's in the best position to hang on to where he is.
And we'll be watching our leaders now come around turn number 3. This will be for the checkered flag here today. But the team that wins here today might not be the world champion. That's the way it works in a 3-day race format. This is one of the most exciting classes we've ever seen in offshore powerboat racing. So happy to have a good, clean start. And although we've had some boats busted up leading into today's race and some scratches, we've seen a great race today and nobody upside down.
See, as they come through, LPC could make a move here. Potentially, they could even get them into the national championships, but I don't think so. Performance has got it through.
Performance Boat Center is your winner here today. In Key West, in Supercat. North Wing, what a day for Darren Kittredge and Brant Bruggeman. They take second. But Myra Coyle and Rusty Williams win in the 32 Doug Wright of Performance Boat Center with twin 300R 4-stroke engines from Mercury. Now, how does it play out from this point forward? We're waiting for LPC. There they are. Anthony Smith, Lauren Peters guaranteed a position on the podium with 2 third-place finishes. The race is in front of us right now, 4th and 5th. If Team Allen Lawn Care holds on to 4th after his first-place finish on Friday, he can win the World Championship.
Excellent racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get more dramatic than this. Here come our boats. In front of the fans on the outer mole.
It is.
And there's your world champion, Team Allen Lawn Care. Billy Allen takes fourth. Ryan Beckley takes fifth.
You know, when Billy Allen got up this morning and saw this flat water, he was probably really down. And I bet you I bet you there's a great possibility he doesn't even know he's won the world championship.
Goodness. Somebody get on a radio or a cell phone and tell him, please. He's at a disadvantage in a lot of different ways. You know, he always says, you know, there comes Coco's Monkey. They'll finish up in fifth here, or excuse me, in sixth place. And Naples Realty will finish up in seventh. So fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh were all XS engines, the old two-strokes.
By my final counts, I've got Team Allen Lawn Care sitting at 265 points. Performance Boat Center, 263 points. And LPC Racing, 261 points. So the top three teams separated by 4 total points.
Holy cow.
That's what the two-race format gave us this year, and that's what was exciting. You know, fourth place, that was probably the most exciting fourth, fifth place race I've ever seen.
I honestly, I did not see this coming. You know, Billy Allen will tell you that he's not a calm water race guy. I win the rough races. He's always, he's always saying, dadgammit, me and Cole, we're big guys, and we weigh more than these other dudes, and we're carrying a little more weight, and weight's everything in these boats. And I'll tell you what, I couldn't be a bigger fan, couldn't be happier for anybody than Bill Allen. He's been at this for a long time. Always wanted to win Key West, bucket list thing for him, and he wins a world championship. Big day for Performance Boat Center. They fight back after a tough finish on Friday. They get themselves onto the podium with a second place overall finish, but first place finish here today. And LPC Racing continues to show that they are a force to be reckoned with. They're always charging hard. Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters with the 32 Doug Wright, identical to Performance Boat Center with the 4-stroke 300Rs, takes third and third place overall in the World Championship point standings.
It's such a great thing about this class. There's just so much parity. Everybody is just so equal. And on any given day, anybody could come out and have a great day and win the race. What a great day this is for Performance Boat Center, because they're the premier sponsor for this event as well.
That's right.
So,
and the defending world champion, and to come back, when you wouldn't give them a much of a chance to get to the podium, win today, and also, finish second overall in the championship. Disappointing day for Big East Construction. They had the race in control. They were pulling away from the rest of the pack. Be interesting to see what happened to those guys. Could be any number of things, but Cole Leibel, great rookie season for the young man, and Gary Ballou, I think he's finally got his boat set where he wants with that victory. That's the old F&J Propellers victory.
Well, and Gary spent most of his life out in front of all of us, and he's taught a lot of us to race, and he kind of went through a little bit of a winter, and it looks like he's coming out of it, and it's great to see.
Live coverage of the Key West World Championships 41st annual event is presented by Performance Boat Center, produced by Race World Offshore. And the live stream, Race World Offshore's Facebook page, is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. So Bill Allen unofficially, even with a fourth place finish after first place on Friday, with Performance Boat Center's win here today. Here's how the World Championship unofficially looks. Team Allen Lawn Care with the World Championship for Bill Allen and Cody McDowell. And second place, Performance Boat Center, Rusty Williams and Myra Coyle back up on the podium. LPC, 2 third-place finishes. Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters with 261 points finish up in third overall. We still got the Supercats and the Factory 450Rs coming. Man, it's been a big day of racing for the APBA UIM World Championships here in Key West. We'll be back with more right here in the Florida Keys on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
customers? Kia of Key West wants to invite you to our Family Day on December 17th at the Truman Waterfront Park. We'll have free hamburgers and hot dogs, free t-shirts, koozies, and sunglasses while supplies last. Also, cornhole, bounce houses, demonstrations from the Key West Police Department, including the horses of their mounted unit, motorcycle unit, canine unit, and live entertainment throughout the day. For more information, go to KiaofKeyWest.com and click on the Family Day icon. Hope to see you there for a day of family fun.
Hey Key West, Andy Hughes here from Two Friends and Historic Pepe's Cafe. Moore and Company are at it again. Menu improvements, anyone? Homemade dipping sauce for our stone crabs made from scratch. Homemade breads, including our new chocolate bread with local vanilla ice cream. Nutrisystem, not. And we're picky about our oysters. We now only serve Blue Point oysters at Two Friends and Pepe's. After all, libido and taste are not mutually exclusive. And the new ahi tuna is gorgeous. And don't forget our great gift ideas for the holidays at pepeskeywest.com and twofriends.com. Old Town Key West.
We've Got the Keys, your local expert for celebration and event planning, specializing in creative incentive travel and one-of-a-kind events. We love Key West and proudly produce some of your favorite annual festivals, including Fantasy Fest, Taste of Key West, the Key West Songwriters Festival, I Love Stock Island, and the Key Lime Festival. We've Got the Keys takes pride in gathering people together, creating fun and unforgettable events that showcase all that Key West has to offer. Go to we'vegotthekeys.com. Cheers to your next Key West event.
What's that I hear? Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? That's exactly what the flavor doctor ordered. A harmonious match of hot, delicious pizza and ice-cold, refreshing Pepsi. Like I said, Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Alonzo's Oyster Bar and Seafood Restaurant on the waterfront of the historic Key West Bight offers a chill vibe, seafood-centric menu, full bar, and a daily happy hour. Alonzo's open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Alonzo's at 700 Front Street.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and globally you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. It's where history is made.
This year marks the return of the Class 1 World Championships to Key West. It's a long, rich history between the Union of International Motor Nautique and the southernmost city. In the 1960s, Key West would be the finishing point for the final race of the worldwide UIM series that bounced all across the globe. In 1965, American Jim Wynn capped the Class 1 World Championship, winning the Miami to Key West race in his 28-foot wooden English-built Suter hull, powered by twin 527 cubic inch, 525 horsepower turbocharged Daytona engines. In the historic Ghost Rider, Wynn obtained his master's from MIT and took his first job as chief test engineer for Keycaper Corporation. Was a brilliant engineer and boat designer. Obtained the first patent for a stern drive for Volvo Penta, and was named to the National Marine Manufacturers Association Hall of Fame. He designed the first turbine-powered Thunderbird, produced boats for Don Aronow at Formula and Magnum, and more than 30 other manufacturers, including Chris Craft and Donzi. Thunderbolt Row's racing legend Alan Brown describes him as the greatest ocean racer that he ever encountered.
In 1966, he won every race. He was undefeated for the year, and some of the races were horribly rough. But he was a smart guy, and if you wanted to pass him in a light boat, you better be ready to do it, because he certainly was. He would go get him. He won more races that he was in than anybody else.
We highly recommend Brownie's book, Thunderbolt Row, as the insider tells the tales and beyond. Online at talesfromthunderboltrow.com.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
And welcome back, everybody. An exciting 41st edition of the World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races in Key West. We're back here at the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. Lichty Marine and Marathon has you covered. Full service and parts department. Hundreds of Suzuki engines in stock, priced to sell. Check them out in Marathon or online at lichtymarineofmarathon.com. Time for the Porte Performance Products Halftime Report, brought to you by Porte Performance Products. At Porte Performance Products, we build performance into everything. I'm Rick Lopez, back with you. Scott Porte of Porte Products remains on the mic. Hi, Scott. Good to see you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
And J.W. Cook from the Citizen. And, boy, we got a lot to get into. And, Scott, you have raced in this Super Stocks. You have been calling these races. This was a pretty gosh darn exciting one here this afternoon.
Absolutely. And I have never really figured out the math of how this works, but it's a little bit of a shell game as you run up to the final day. So you end up, in a lot of cases, with a day like today where the guy that's first on the last day isn't first as the world champion.
Right.
And this was an excellent, excellent race to watch.
Well, this is one of the things that we had talked about last week going in after Friday, saying, hey, look, everybody's still in it because the points will basically double here on Sunday. And here you saw Team Allen Lawn Care, who finished first on Friday. Today had a fourth-place finish, but as the points add up, Joey Cook, they're your world champion.
They are your world champions, and by the thinnest of margins, by my count, I've got them at 265 points. I've got second place, your Performance Boat Center, who won today, at 263 points, and I've got LPC Racing at 261 points, while fourth place comes in at Northwing with that great run today, bumps them all the way up there at 248 points. So even your top four are separated by less than 25 points.
Yeah, and then, Scott, the top three are separated by
2 points
4
apiece.
points.
Yeah.
That's how close this was today.
Yeah. And that's, there's a lot of genius that has gone into figuring out this point system and making this competitive all the way up to the last day for a very large number of boats. And it's, to recognize that you have a chance to come out here and still win the World Championship on the last day, and it's just very well done. And, JW has done an excellent job of tabulating all this, and I look over at him and I go, okay, what happens if this happens? What happens if that happens?
No, he knows it. Yeah.
And he's on it. So it was great to be on the front line here and sit with you guys and see this play-by-play. And it was a front row seat to the information and the race itself.
Well, how fun is that? Not just for us here in the booth, but for all the fans. I mean, 11 boats start today. The field started with 13. We had 2 that could not go today. We knew Play Trades wasn't going to make it out today. CMR also didn't make it today. But you had 11 boats all racing together.
Yeah.
In one race. There weren't 2 or 3 other start times. It was just one race. And how great is that for the fans?
That's excellent. Excellent.
And this class.
Yeah, class is growing, and it's I call it the fastest, safest class. And maybe I'm a little bit wrong there because they've been playing bumper cars out there a lot. But it's just excellent to watch because they are so evenly matched. And, the rules are getting tightened down more and more to where you can't do funny stuff to get ahead. And so it's making the races very, very competitive, and that's what makes them fun to watch.
Yeah, and even though this week turned into 2-day racing event instead of 3, it's still attrition. You still got to get through it, and you got to finish, and that's what Team Allen did.
Well, and you saw that with Big East on the flip side. They were coming in as a second place team the other day. Had a great run in that rough water, and then today in the flat water looked almost unstoppable. Like they had it dialed up again. They figured
Early
out both
on,
of them.
they were in control.
And then who knows what happened? Where exactly it went down for them? But like you said, attrition, if you can't make it all the way through, and that last 5 laps made all the difference in the world, and that drops them all the way back to a 7th place finish overall, despite being in the top 2 for 15 of the 20 laps these boats ran this week.
Agreed.
Yeah, and you look at let's Scott, look at Performance Boat Center. Rough day on Friday. 8th place finish, work on the boat, get it going here. Today they finish in first in the race, and overall they're going to be right there on the podium with the 2nd place finish here today.
That's right.
A total, the first place in the race, But on the podium, they move from 8th up to 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's an excellent the adage that says it's not over till it's over really played well here today.
If you were looking at it the whole way, that battle for 4th, PBC's got spotters, Allen's got spotters, and they're all talking to him. If they did any of this math at all, and I'm sure they did, they're out there talking, hey, you've got to stay 4th, you've got to be at 5th. This guy's in between. When Big E's took off there, Performance Boat had to stay with them, and then when they went down, that was the opening they almost needed, except Allen was just one boat ahead. And then all of a sudden, like I said, you're rooting for other teams all of a sudden at this point to take this guy over, get this guy here, and if you can do that, I might be world champion myself. And I've seen it close between 2 boats before. This 2-race format this year made it really close between 3 boats. That's truly unique. Actually, 4. We have 4 right up on there. And for that matter, Ryan Beckley and his Celsius were not too far off the total point lead. They were only 45 points, and they finished 5th overall, just 45 points out of the the World Championship standing. So that's some great racing in that class. It's exactly what we thought might happen when you saw Performance drop to 8th that first day. Jackhammer dropped down to 5th. These were the class of the nation this year. These were the best in the national championship chase. To see them fall, you knew something was going to slip around, and that's exactly what we got here today.
Couldn't ask for better, right, Scott? I mean, you have high drama. It's such a large field. Anybody could go out there and get it today. I mean, that was racing. That was fun.
Yeah, and every one of us here at the broadcast booth were leaning out over the table waiting for the boats to come along the mole to make sure that what we were thinking and saying was actually happening. And it was definitely on the edge of your seat racing.
Well, a lot of fun, guys. And Team Allen Lawn Care. Wow. Great week for them.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he got up today and it was smooth. He was probably depressed. And
it's been a beautiful day out here at the World Championships. We've got one more race to go. Our next race, there's actually one race start time left to go, but 2 races, Supercat, Stock 450 will come your way. So we still got plenty more to do. Great to have you along for the ride. It's the Porte Performance Products halftime report live from the Lichty Marine broadcast booth. We'll take a break. Back after this here on your home of the World Championship Offshore Powerboat Races, The Zone, 97.7 WAVK.
Engine. Maximum weight capacity, 900 pounds per engine. Maximum number of engines, unlimited. Besides numerous national, world, and sanctioning body championships, the Porte R Series just won Top Gun status by setting the open cockpit outboard powered Catamaran class at the 2022 Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. The unfair advantage keeps on winning everywhere it goes. Let us design one for you. Visit us online at PorteProducts.com.
Jack Niles from Niles Sales and Service, the only locally owned and operated franchise dealership in the Florida Keys. We understand you have many options when choosing your next vehicle. Why not buy from the people you already know, like, and trust? No markups, no market adjustments, no premiums, or no additions to MSRP. Come see Stephen Bender, Tony Lazarus, Fernando Castillo, and the rest of our team to help you select your next new ride. Our team at Niles Chevrolet is hard at work to take care of all your automotive needs. We sell and...
Well, that's it. That's the one that got Matt and I. We were riding along, going along with that 4-engine boat. It was like a 10-lap race, and we got to about lap 8, and Matt says, well, I guess that big boat's not going to break this year, so we're going to have to go faster. So we took off after him and came back in the harbor, and we were doing about 150, and we hit that hole, and it sent us ass over tea kettle, and and that was that. So no matter how much you prepare, those are out there. But that's what makes it exciting. And people can go right out on that point and watch the boats coming in. It's probably the best part. That in the inner harbor turn, there's been the best of the best flip over there.
3 days of racing, preparation, strategy, Willing determination with some courage. Tame the beast. Hoist the cup. Key West World Championship.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Todd Swafford back with you from the start-finish line, the Truman Waterfront Race World Offshore's 41st Annual Key West World Championships. And you're watching the Facebook Offshore live stream on Race World Offshore's Facebook page, which is brought to you by Maximum Inflation. We have opportunity to talk to some guys that were out on the course. There's a little bit of an accident out there. Team Octane is here with us, and we've got Brian LaMonica and Kevin Campbell. First, let me talk to you, Brian. You guys gotten a little bit of a tie-up out there. Tell us about the accident.
Well, we were coming down the straightaway, and Team Shocker was on the outside running pretty hard, so we figured we'd tighten it up, take the turn on the inside, and kind of take it easy.
Mm-hmm.
And from that point, I kind of don't remember anything. I was knocked out. So somehow they must have ended up on us, or we ended up on them.
All right, Brian, how'd it go? I'm sorry, Kevin Campbell, the throttle man, how did it go?
We were going down the straightaway off of turn 3. We noticed Shocker coming up on us. So we were pushing as hard as we could push down through there. We knew that we were going to both hit the turn at the same time. So Brian and I decided we were just going to back out of it, let them go on instead of us trying to hit the turn at the same time. So we tucked it in tight on the pin. And once we got out away from the pin and started back on the straightaway, the next thing I heard was Shocker, Shocker, and that was Brian yelling Shocker, Shocker. And the next thing I know, it was the impact. And it took me a few seconds to try to figure out what just happened, but we were drifting. The motor was still running, so I reached over and turned everything off, and then I noticed Brian was out cold. So I started tapping on his chest, trying to get him awake, trying to, just make sure I didn't want to move him. And, and then finally he moved his head, and then he moved his arm. And so I got out of the boat, and that's when the rescue team said they were already there. I mean, it was incredible. Those guys were incredible.
So it was just hole-to-hole contact, extremely high speed.
The only thing I remember, and we have GoPro footage of it from inside the cockpit, is the impact on the front of the boat, and then I'll never forget this. I saw Shocker come right over the canopy, and then that was it. That was it. And then I was trying to get out of the boat, trying to get him awake, trying to do something, and that's when I got out, and the divers, they were already there. They were already in the water.
Right on you.
This had to have been within seconds. So, props to those guys, the helicopter pilots. It's totally incredible.
Yes, thanks to everybody involved. I mean, they got me out of the boat, and I don't remember how that happened. So first thing I remember was being in the ambulance. So I thank everybody at the hospital, the ambulance, the team out here. It went pretty flawlessly other than that little wreck.
Yeah, Kevin, did they just evacuate him to a safety boat and then to the shore?
Yeah, they evacuated both of us. They first I got out and away from the cockpit, and then one of the divers got in the cockpit, got him out of his harness, got him up, got him out, and then they helped me onto the rescue boat also. But the entire medical staff is just, incredible.
It's incredibly important. They take their job seriously. You guys went back to the hospital. You got checked out, both checked out okay. You got a little bit of a black eye, Brian.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a concussion, black eye. It'll feel real good tomorrow.
We're all sore, but we're walking and we're breathing.
The boat did what it was supposed to, probably saved my life, the cockpit. I mean, it's all banged up, but we're still here, so.
And the safety crew right on the spot.
Incredible.
You can't speak loudly enough about how important safety is, and to have trained, qualified safety personnel to to be up there to back you up.
I've never seen a more fast response in my life.
We have Jim Simmons here. He's the team owner. He racing Class 400, and he should definitely be on the podium unofficially. We'll see how that goes. I know you're proud of your boys, but you really got to be proud of safety and rescue.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, it's something when you invest into a team, you have your guys out there, they're your guys, you feel responsible for them, and then to have safety and rescue to be there and do a great job. I think that the Simmons Marine team, Octane team, is just a big round of applause to RWO Safety and Medical.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, we are so happy to see you're okay. Hope you get feeling better over the next few days. Thanks for coming in and sharing your story with us. Team Octane.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. Back with more coverage right here from the Outer Mole on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and Race World Offshore's Facebook page, sponsored by Maximum Inflation.
Catch all the action of the Powerboat races at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Quench your thirst with one of their homemade mojito specials. Grab a Cuban mix or one of their delicious specials for lunch. Later on, watch the sunset and have dinner and dancing to the tunes of Caribe. No matter what, you'll be right in the middle of it all in the magic, beauty, and charm of Old Havana right here at El Maison de Pepe's in Mallory Square. Preserving Key West Cuban conch history since 1997.
Looking for a good place to cheer your favorite team, listen to great live music, or simply feed your inner hunger with fantastic food? We'll get to the Sandbar, 511 Green Street, offering daily food and drink specials. Happy hour Monday through Friday from noon till 4. Live music and plenty of TVs to catch all the sports action. Home of the 3-pound burrito challenge and fish taco with an excellent late-night menu. Check out daily specials at sandbarkeywest.com. Sandbar Sports Grill, 511 Green Street in Key West. Give them a call, 305-916-5530.
If you're ready for a Key West adventure, visit Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more at 3424 North Roosevelt Boulevard. And see Tom and Sally Crane in their wide array of Jeeps, from Wranglers to Renegades, over 100 of them, as well as those seriously cool Polaris slingshots you've heard so much about and seen all over the Keys. See their entire inventory at www.goseetom.net or call 305-293-3555. Start your Key West adventure at Key West Adventures, Jeep Rentals, and more. A car dealership with a twist.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and globally you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. It's where history is made.
In this 100th year of the UIM, special to have Class 1 racing returned to Key West for the first time since 1987. Key West has always had a special part of the Class 1 UIM World Championship dating back to 1965, when Key West was the final stop of the Worldwide Series. An adept yachtsman who would become known throughout the powerboat world for bringing the deep V-hull to the performance boat market, Dick Bertram raced his Brave Moppy, a 30-foot Bertram V-bottom powered by twin 500 Detroit diesels, at a record-setting pace of 57.6 miles per hour. That win helped him clinch the 1966 Class 1 World Championship. Bertram had witnessed the V-bottom at work at a sailboat race in Rhode Island. The design of C. Ray Hunt, Hunt's revolution, completely changed the powerboat industry. Tales from Thunderboat Row author Alan Brown praised Bertram's accomplishments.
Dick Bertram was in the right place at the right time. Dick was the best seaman of all the people who raced, maybe in the whole world. Dick could look up at the sky at night and tell you exactly where he was. You know, if we were a mile over here and that sort of thing. And he loved the sea. He was a yacht broker on Miami Beach when I met him. And he was always invited, because he was such a handsome son of a bitch, he was always invited to race in the America's Cup. And he was an America's Cup guy. And he bought the Hunter, they called it, the 31-foot Frey Hunter signed V-bottom boat. People threw money at him to start a boat company. And the rest, as they say, is history. But Dick loved to race. He seldom missed one. and he was a tough dang competitor. He picked a good crew. He's the one who got Bobby Moore racing in the ocean, and Bobby was as good as they ever were. He's terrific hand in a boat, and nothing he wouldn't do to win. He was a born winner, that boy.
We highly recommend Brownie's Tales from Thunderboat Row. You can read some great stories and insider telling the tales. Order yours at talesfromthunderboatrow.com.
And we return live to the Lichty Marine broadcast booth on the Truman Waterfront with our broadcast team from the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Swafford back with you. The Supercats and the Stock 450Rs are getting ready to come out. We got a quick moment to talk to one of the drivers that was out in Stock V. Has a real potential at the World Championship, but unofficially we have the points tied here. It could come down to a tiebreaker. We'll sort that out. We'll know tonight at the awards at 6 o'clock, and everybody's invited after the concert on the Coffee Butler Amphitheater at the Truman Waterfront. The awards will start at 6 o'clock. Public is invited. We got Chris.
Yep, I'm here.
Chris Uzi.
Rob Hartman actually just walked into the booth. He's behind us.
And you guys running Ladder-Crete?
Yep, Ladder Creek's our title sponsor for the season. They're out of Connecticut, big company up there with concrete refinishing and epoxies. They supported us all through the season, so our hats off to them. We couldn't have done this season without them.
Yeah, how'd you feel like you did today compared to Friday?
Today was a great race. We came into our setup nice and early and battled it out with Shocker and everybody on the course, and it was definitely a top 3 race for me here, and just had a blast today.
Let's take a blast back to Friday.
Friday was on me. It was all me. It was bad setup. I was counting for a little calmer conditions. I picked the wrong prop, wrong weight placement, so went a little different today, and we left a little on the table today. If I had known it was going to be that close, we definitely could have. We had a little bit more left in the bag. We were just trying to finish the race when we got in front of Shocker. We didn't know that Fast Boys was lurking behind us, but we finished the race, kept the boat right. I think we were the only boat that didn't spin out or wreck out on the race course today. So
how did you? So what was it? What's the feeling? Key West is your first race in Key West, or
this is my first year racing in Key West. Yeah.
Same
here.
Same here. What's your feeling now that you raced the World Championship course?
Nothing like it.
Yeah. Well, guys, we wish you luck. The points are tied right now. That comes down to tiebreakers, but looks like you're in a pretty good chance that you might. You'll certainly be on the podium in Ladder-Crete, but will you have the the championship trophy? We'll find out at 6 o'clock.
Hoping so. We got a lot of the guys from Ladder-Crete came down here in the VIP tent today. They were really proud of the finish, so that's all we could ask for. Staying on the
Team
podium.
Ladder-Crete, thanks for stopping in and seeing
No
us.
problem.
Chris Uzi and Rob Hartman.
Hopefully we put on a good show for the fans. That's what it's all about.
That's what that is. We appreciate you and glad to have you. We're set for our final race of the day in the World Championships here in Key West, in front of the fans here at the Outer Mall of the Truman Annex, and also out there on the World Wide Web at the Race World Offshore Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation. The Key West World Championship 41st anniversary event is presented by Performance Boat Center and produced by Race World Offshore. Trophies coming up in this class in APBA and UIM in both Supercat and UIM for the Factory 450R class as well. Let's get our lineup for today's final race of the day with John J.W. Powell.
It's time to get loud and fast in the Supercat class. We've got 9 boats, but do we have a scratch? No, we don't have a scratch in Supercat. So,
right.
In the U.S. #1 boat, MCon, Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller. Number 5, Billy Moff and Jay Muller in the WHM Motorsports. NZ11, Celsius boat with Wayne Valder and Grant Bruggeman. Grant's second race in a row. Are going to be out there pushing hard. The Great Dell boat, our winner from Friday, number 54, Chris Grant and Billy Moore. Liquor Split, number 4, driven by John Paul Evans and throttled by Jim McIntyre. Number 88, SV Offshore, Vinny Diorio and Simon Prevost. Number 8, Justice League, Supercat. And we have a driver and throttle change in that boat. Todd will tell you about that in just a few minutes. Number 6 boat, Wicked, the sons of Jay Muller from the WHM boat, Jax Muller and Chase Muller in the number 6 Wicked boat. And finally, the number 8 boat, 08 boat, CR Racing X Insurance, Supercat, driven by Rob Understall and throttled by Casey Boas.
Yeah, the slots for this race, of course, they're going to be inverted from the finish on Friday. So the boats that finished first will be on the outside leg. Obviously, that means Graydell and Imcon and the liquor split boats will be onto the far outside. And the team that was running real well early, but had a steering line issue, which was the Celsius boat, the Pro Floors boat. They'll have the number 1 slot on the inside. The same situation in the factory 450R as they invert to back around, and TS will be on the outside of the course. The launch control boat that finished last in that class will be in the 1 slot. So Supercat, World Championships, APBA, UIM, and Factory 450R Championships, APBA, UIM. A couple of racers that were out in Superstock are back out there today to race in the 450 class. That's Bill Allen from Team Allen Lawn Care. He's in the Clovar boat with Randy Keys and Gary Ballou in the CG Racing. Both those boats are the 39 MTIs. Taylor Sism, of course, has the points lead right now going into this race, but as you've heard throughout the day, because of the double points here on Sunday, it's anybody's race here today if they should win it. A little more complicated in the Supercat class. As JW mentioned, we do have one change in the cockpit. That's in Justice League, where Mark Granite will drive in that 388 Skater with twin Sterling Supercat engines for Richard Davis in the number 8 Justice League. So we're about ready to go. Boats are out milling, and it looks like we're about ready to start. Boats are lining up by the Cigarette Hawk. Cigarette Hawk's been...
Number 90, 90th career start.
Their 90th career start in powerboat racing. Isn't that something? Here we go. Boats are lined up. Looks like the green flag is up, and we are racing à la vite in Key West. Supercat racing for the World Championship. Supercat boats will go 16 laps, 72 miles here today. WHM in the lead in the middle. Celsius that has that inside line to the pin, now charging out to the front. Heading out to turn number 1. Looks like the liquor split boat might be having some Guardian issues getting up going, off to a slow start. But it was Celsius with the early lead heading out to turn 1. Second pace boat will come back around and pick up the factory 450R boats in the harbor, and we'll have a total of 14 boats out on the course here today. Somebody made a really nice turn on the outside, kind of edges out in front of Celsius. It might be WHM, I believe it is. Appears to be WHM and Celsius. Heading down to Fort Zachary Taylor. Now Celsius moving up on the Skater. It's a 43 MTI powered by twin Kase Supercat engines. Could be Imcon, though. Again, we're looking right into the glare here. Yeah, that's Imcon, I believe. Imcon finished in second on Friday's race. Graydell was your overall winner. That's WHM to the inside along with Graydell. Coming down in front of the fans here, we'll see our early leaders in Supercat class. Last race of the day for the World Championships, and it is Celsius. Imcon in second, WHM third, Liquor Split in fourth, SV Offshore in fifth, X Insurance in sixth, and then Graydell goes by and passes CR Racing, X Insurance. Let's see how they make it through the turn in Key West Harbor. The 450 boats were off while we were watching south towards 1 and 2. The Supercats go around. So Celsius continues to lead. You hear the Sterling engines of Wicked as they pass by. That's the Pro Floors team. Wayne Wilder of New Zealand and Grant Bruggeman of Grant's Custom Signature Racing, Bradenton, Florida. MCon in second. And you knew that Celsius was going to try and win this thing here today after finishing last on Friday. TS Motorsports comes through in first in factory 450R. Clovar Racing in second. We're staying with the Supercats. I'm just updating you on the 450 boats. Launch Control has third. Gladiator Canados in fourth. Looks like Justice League is limping around. Joey, did you see the CG Racing team come through?
I did. They were right on the backside of the MTI in that first lap. It was side by side. They're almost in the wash there.
All right, so they're in the top three. All right, our Supercats have gone around off on their second lap of 16. So we look at the Wicked boat head out to turn number 2. So we'll start focusing on the turn at number 3 for Zachary Taylor. We'll see our lead boats coming around here in Supercat class. Not any surprise at all that Wayne Wilder and Grant Bruggeman were going to lead the pack. They had the inside slot on the start, and they have a very fast boat, and looks like they have the right setup. And continue to lead. MCon in second.
That's a perfect spot for MCon to be right there.
WHM in third. Liquor Split in fourth. SB Offshore in fifth. Gradell up to sixth. CR Racing X Insurance in seventh. Tight racing going into the harbor turn. Boats come around. So WHM there for a moment. Now we watch Celsius as they exit and continue to lead in Supercat class. That'd be disappointing, their finish on Friday. Steering hose busting loose. $10 part, ending their chance at a world championship here in Key West. MCon chasing them in second. 388 Skater with twin Sterling Supercat engines. Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle looking for their first Supercat World Championship. Myrick's won 2 himself, but with Performance Boat Center. Team Wicked coming by. They're running in 8th place overall. And TS Motorsports around. Second lap of 10 in first place. CG Racing in second. Clovar in third.
Go ahead. The Supercat class, I was going to say that MCon is sitting right in the spot. If he holds that 2 spot right there, it is his world champion, especially with CJ, the Gradell dropping as far down as it did off that first lap.
Gladiator Canados from France. That team is in 4th. Francois Pirelli and Michel Carcente. Doug Wright Powerboats. Launch Control in 5th. Yeah, remember last year, MCon was your national high point champion. Came into Key West. They had won the first 2 races and had a nut on in a stern drive that came off a $5 part that ended their, I think on a prop shop, excuse me, that ended their world championship.
9 points short last year of that world title.
Celsius buzzes the fans. In first, MCon running second. After lap number 3. Case Power, Sterling Power. WHM in third. SV Offshore, fourth. Liquor Split in fifth. Gradell in sixth. X Insurance CR Racing in seventh. Liquor Split in fifth. SV Racing in fourth. Both those boats powered by Mercury Supercat engines. The SV Offshore boat, the only outer limits hull here, racing in Supercat class.
We're getting our money's worth today with this Supercat class. It's the longest race of the day, 16 laps, 72 miles.
World Championship racing here in Key West, wrapping up for the day. We've already had 3 great races. This is the fourth and final of the day for APBA UIM World Championships. Big news coming out of the drivers meeting this morning. Race World Offshore and P1 joining forces for the APBA National Series next year. Racing will start in Marathon last weekend in April. All the major national classes will be participating, and of course the World Championships will end as usual right here in Key West next year for the 42nd year. Here comes our leader in Factory 450R. This has just been such a cool class, inspired by MTI. We see the Muller boys are running back in 8th. So TS Motorsports in 1st. CG Racing in 2nd, Clovar Motorsports in 3rd. Those are all identical 39-foot MTI hulls out of the shop of Randy Sism. His daughter Taylor is on board the TS Motorsports as she shepherded this sport forward last year and now has 5 boats in the field, 2 from Doug Wright. Celsius through on lap number 4, continuing the lead. With MCon holding 2nd. We've seen the 2 Doug Wright boats come in, 4th and 5th. Gladiator and Launch Control. Liquor Split, Justice League limping around the course here. Back in 8th spot. Looks like SV Offshore has moved up into 3rd. Is that correct?
That is correct. Gradell is into 4th. That's a big move for Gradell right there in the World Championship hunt.
Now, CR Racing X Insurance in 5th. So with WHM having some issues, hopefully not bowing out of this race, it moves SV Offshore up to 3, Gradell to 4th. Gradell the winner on Friday in the rough water. So we watch the boats head again back southbound towards turn number 1. A lot of racing left in Supercat class. They're out on lap number 5 of 16. In Factory 450R, they're out on lap number 4 of 10.
I think we lost Liquor Split on that lap as well.
You're right. So a little bit of attrition creeping into this race here today. The crowd has grown really to a large level here at the outer mole and out at Fort Zachary Taylor, of course, the Harbor Hotels. Great showing for the Race World Offshore World Championships produced by Larry Blyle's group and presented by Performance Boat Center. Here come your leaders in Factory 450R. TS Motorsports, John Tomlinson, Taylor Sism. Running in 1st, seemed to have pulled away a little bit from CG Racing and Clovar Motorsports. There's Clovar, now they're in 2nd. As Celsius comes through along with CG Racing. passing through as well. We've had Celsius and MCon come through in Superstock class, Supercat class.
Put RPI a lap down. Only 5 boats left on that lead lap in that Supercat class at this point. That's how well Celsius and MCon are running.
Gladiator Canados through in 4th. And Launch Control in 5th. There's SV Offshore continuing to hold 3rd place in Supercat class. Now on a hot Sunday afternoon in Key West. These boats are going to have to run extra laps here today. Long way to go still in Supercat class. There goes Launch Control running in 5th. So Celsius, the team from New Zealand, with Wayne Valder, Grant Bruggeman from Bradenton, Florida. Leads in Supercat class. Graydell running in 4th.
Graydell wants any world championship, they have to get around MCon. There's no other choice for them. They've got to get past that MCon team that finished 2nd to their 1st place on Friday. That WHM that's pulled up in the center right there too.
We just saw Graydell coming through. They're running in 4th. Got to get through SV Offshore first, but there's a massive amount of distance between them and number 2 MCon right now.
For Celsius, the worst thing that could have happened is those teams start to pull off. So the loss of WHM, Liquor Spitz, as long as they can get back on the course, maybe make it. But at this point, they needed as many boats as between them and those top boats. And the fact of the matter that Graydell and MCon are still out there is really bad news for the Celsius' chances of winning a world title.
So Graydell heading back out towards turn 1. They're out in front of the CR Racing X Insurance boat, which holds 5th. We've seen Liquor Split fall out, WHM fall out, and Justice League also having some issues. We're not sure if they're still out on the course.
These guys work so hard to get set up for these races. It's really a shame to see them break down, but you know, this is the last race of the year. It's kind of a win it or break it day.
Then we see TS Motorsport and Celsius flash by. We're almost to the halfway point. In Supercat, we are there in Factory 450R. MCon. Trailing closely behind Celsius, right where he needs to be. Now Clovar coming by on lap number 5, holding 2nd. CG Motorsports, Willie Cabeza and Gary Ballou in 3rd. Randy Keys and Bill Allen in Clovar in 2nd. Real show for the top 2 boats in Supercat. There's your number 3 boat, SV Offshore, and then we heard the Wicked that came by. But he's a lap off the pace. Vinny Diorio and Simon Prevost from north of the border in SV Offshore. Best run of the year for them if they finish here today in 3rd. That's a outer limits hull, beautifully prepared boat, one of the nicest liveries of any of the boats out there on the scene with Mercury Supercat engines. X Insurance has gotten around Graydell. CG Racing. Graydell has been passed by X Insurance CR Racing. And don't see them right now.
Yep. That's really opening the door for MCon. After the disappointment of last year, can they actually finish off this year and get their world title?
Looks like WHM in the infield now heading for the pitch, for the cranes. Wow, we're seeing some big name teams. WHM, Graydell pop out of this race. Still don't know what's going on with Graydell, but we have not seen them. And now passed by CR Racing, new team to Supercat class. Casey Boaz, Rob Understall, the old Performance Boat Center boat. It's actually the boat that won the World Championship here in Key West, Canada Homes. Celsius again buzzing the outer mole. In first place, Grant Bruggeman and Wayne Wilder. Mimcon should be right behind them. We'll see TS Motorsports first, then Imcon holding on to second place. Into the harbor turn. Now you just got to start thinking, if you're Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle, things are panning out for them. The teams that can beat them have fallen off the pace, as Randy Keys and Bill Allen pass by in Clovar. The Outer Limits SV Offshore with Mercury Supercat engines still holding on to third place.
Is that the Great L?
Yep, there's your 54 boat in the infield.
Yep, in the infield.
And they're off plane, they're chugging in. As Gladiator Canados, the team from France, passes through on lap number 6 of 10. Team Wicked, those are the Muller boys, continue to run strong here. Jackson Chase, the son of Jay Muller, in the 40-foot motion with twin Sterling power. They'd love to finish this race, and who knows, maybe finish in front of Pop. I'm not sure. There's Casey Boaz and Rob Understall. Kase Supercat Motors, 388 Skater. They're running in fourth. Good start to their rookie campaign, but they're not rookies. They won 2 Super Stock World Championships in 2018, 2019. Now they're going Supercat racing next year. 13 boats are expected for next year's field. We watched Launch Control come by. All 5 of the factory 450R boats are out there running right now. 6 laps completed out of 10. But a big field of boats expected for next year in Supercat. As we watch Celsius. Impressive run for Wayne Wilder from Auckland, New Zealand, and his throttle man Grant Bruggeman from Bradenton, Florida. What a $10 part causes here for them. Incon coming around in second. Yeah, that $10 steering hose that kept them out of the race. You'd think that they'd be battling with Imcon right now for a world championship. There goes TS Motorsports. They've got 3 laps left to go to wrap up their first official APBA UIM World Championship. You know, that's a class that had 1, 2 boats and 3. Now up to 5 boats, expecting more for next year's campaign. Simon Prevost, Vinny Diorio got to be very happy with the way SV Offshore, the Outer Limits, continues to run in third, and Supercat. Both the other MTI hulls, Clovar and CG Racing, coming through in second and third with 3 laps to go. Scott, I got to wonder the feeling at this point. So many laps to go. So many teams have broken down behind you, which in terms of Imcon, you know, you just got to keep that thing going. You know, do you back it off, or do you just keep running it the way you run it? It's a bit of a dilemma.
Yeah, in the racing like this, it's good to back off, save your equipment. You've got a substantial lead, but it's all up to the driver and the throttle man.
Yeah, and then if something breaks, you're just like, I should have left it the way it was. Impressive sound of those Kase Supercat engines, X Insurance, CR Racing. continuing to hold on to fourth here as we watch the MTI hull head back out, factory 450R class.
You know, there's a lot of S-Class talent out there today. You know, CNR Racing, Casey and Rob got in the Supercat there. But just even today, Myrick, Gary Ballou, Bill Allen, Grant Bruggeman just got out of the S-Class race, the stock class race, and jumped into these boats in these two classes, and so they're out there racing each other again.
Yeah, we just had Celsius, the old Pro Floors boat, still the Pro Floors boat in many ways, with the now new livery and national sponsor in Celsius, just cooked the course, finishing their 9th lap of 16 in the lead. And then MCON sat in second the whole way.
Right where they need to be right now. That's the World Championship for them right there. If they can just hold that second place spot, they don't even need to go catch the first place team there in Celsius, because they finished so many laps down, 10 laps down the other day. It's really not much of a race for them in their mind. MCON's got to be smart. Just stay smart, stay safe, and let's get through this race.
Still a lot of racing to go in Supercat. We're after this lap, here comes TS Motorsports, 2 to go for factory 450Rs. And Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson all the way. As we watch the outer limits, SV Offshore, 39 outer limits with twin Mercury Supercat engines. Vinny Diorio, Simon Prevost holding third, very strong. So 2 more laps for TS Motorsports, Taylor Sissom, Johnny Tomlinson to wrap up a world championship. Looks like CG Racing has moved into second. Yes, they have. By Clovar, now in third. Justice League with Mark Granite and Richard Davis struggles by. You know, that Doug Wright with Michel Carcente and Francois Pirelli out of France, they're making up some distance on third, just passing by in fourth. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, those 2 Doug Wrights, this is their first time out on the race course.
Exactly. And Michel told me, he was, well, you know, this is our first chance at this. They seem to be getting it dialed in today in the calmer water. As we watch CR Racing X Insurance pass in fourth, and then the screaming Sterling engines of Team Wicked. Man, running in fifth, and then
New Zealand Celsius is about to put almost the entire the whole entire class besides MCON down a lap.
Celsius,
Colvar's pulling off into the middle as well,
and Clovar has just gotten passed for third by Gladiator Canados, team from France, just moved into third place. They had been passed by CG Racing, and now they're coming off power. MCON coming around after lap number 10, so 6 to go in their 388 skater with Sterling Power. Launch control through after lap 8 in 5th, and they get by Clovar, they'll move up to 4th. Right now in Supercat class, it's Celsius Racing, Wayne Valder and Grant Bruggeman in their 43 MTI with twin Kase Supercat engines in first. MCON in second, 388 skater. Twin Supercat engines. Myra Coyle and Tyler Miller in second. We just saw SV Offshore by the outer limits with Mercury Supercats running in third, Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio, and TS Motorsports just through, heading out for their last lap of the day. They've left from start to finish with Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson looking to wrap up an APBA UIM World Championship here in Key West, the first ever historically for Factory 450R. Gary Ballou and Willie Cabeza and CG Racing We got that boat running pretty well, but off the pace in second. This is TS Motorsports Race to Win on the final lap of the day in Factory 450R. Yes, indeed. The Gladiator Canados has moved into third. The team from France could potentially end up on the podium.
They would. With that right there, that move over Colvar, it would put them in third place overall.
Well, should be seeing the Celsius back in. Here she comes. What a show as they lap.
The fourth place team now.
Yep. They lapped the CR Racing X Insurance boat right there as they came into Key West Harbor, and they're out on lap number 12 of 16. Wicked continues to run in fifth place. Again, we've had liquor split, WHM. Radell all retired.
That moves that Justice League all the way up to sixth place now all of a sudden.
Imcon through in second. 5 laps to go. Imcon holds second. They will have their first ever World Championship.
Those guys at MCON are smart. I think they know exactly where they sit. They're at least a half a lap behind right now, but it's probably not much of a concern.
Well, Myrick Coyle at the wheel. He's been with some very experienced teams. Of course, he wrenched for David Scott's various Budweiser, Bacardi Silver teams. 2 World Championships for Performance Boat Center and Supercat class, and 1 in Superstock class. Got them on a podium in Superstock this year. He's an experienced man to have at the wheel. There's your world champion in Factory 450R, TS Motorsports. Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson win the world championship for the first time ever. APBA UIM world champions. TS Motorsports, a big win for Team MTI.
And you're looking at the points of the Supercat class right now. Even if Celsius, even if the MCon falls off right now into third place, it doesn't make a difference. Celsius cannot catch him in points. Hell, he could fall to fourth place, and Celsius still could not catch him.
So CG Racing comes through. They'll take second place here today in the final day of racing for the Race World Offshore World Championships presented by Performance Boat Center. Third place today in Factory 450R goes to the 38 Doug Wright Gladiator Canados. And Celsius putting on a clinic in Supercat Racing. From Auckland, New Zealand, Wayne Valder. From Sarasota, Florida, Grant Bruggeman in that 43 MTI with twin Kase Supercat engines is smoking this course. They've lapped CR Racing X Insurance, just passes here. They continue to run in fourth place here today. They run very well. They're running so well, but how do you get lapped like that when you're running that good? Those guys are smoking it today in Celsius. They have got that boat set up just right. You know, Wayne and Grant work on it together. They pick the right setup. Wicked comes by. They hold fifth overall. They're a lap off the pace. And the 388 skater with Sterling Power, MCon, now through in 2 with 4 laps to go to secure their first ever world championship. Remind everyone immediately after there'll be a show at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater, some live music, and it will be followed by the awards, which are going to go off right around 6 o'clock tonight here, and everyone's welcome to attend. SV Offshore. What a day for the Outer Limits team with Mercury Supercat Power Simon Prevost and Vinny DiOrio. They have got to be stoked. Would they be on a podium finish? We have to ask Joey Cook that.
What team we were looking at? I'm sorry.
SV Offshore.
Yes, they would be sitting third right now in that Supercat.
There comes launch control. They'll finish up in fourth here today in the factory 450R class, and we hear Liquor Split continuing to limp around the course with the sick engines. So it's all down to 3.5 laps of racing. We'll continue to watch Celsius put on a clinic here. In front of the fans, here they go. 100%. One of the great people in offshore racing you're ever going to meet, Wayne Wilder. Super fun guy to be around, super competitive, and winning here in Key West is still a bucket list thing for him, but at least he will have taken the checkered flag in the final day of racing here today. Of course, he's still got some laps to go, but he's put on the show. X Insurance, CR Racing continuing to hold on to fourth place overall. Joey, we were on lap 13. Yes?
Lap 13,
Lap
yes.
13,
Yeah.
he just went by, yes.
Yeah, so three laps to go.
3 laps to go, correct.
Should be seeing Imcon here shortly. Kind of surprised. There they come. Yep, there they are.
Again, they don't have to win to get the world title, so why go risk anything crazy?
Yep, they've backed off just a little bit. How about these young guys? How about these young guys in an old 40-foot motion? The sons of Jay Muller, Jackson, Chase, and Wicked. They're out there having the time of their life. SV Offshore around again in third. 3 laps to go to sort the World Championship APBA UIM and Supercat Racing. 13 boats expected to campaign next year. Supercat Racing has really carried the way in powerboat racing over the last decade. The rule changes that they made back in 2012 to roll down the cubic inches, to simplify the engines. Instead of getting 2 engines, getting 2 races out of an engine, now with the 510 cubic inches, the old style Holly carburetors, real old school engines from different manufacturers. They're getting 6, 7 races out of these engines. You run pump gas through them, and it is a super competitive class at the highest level. Big noise, big power, and great competition. There's Celsius, Wilder, and Bruggeman.
Yeah, the New Zealand guys ran their Kasi engines the whole season of 2022, right up until Clearwater, and they just changed them out for new motors for this race.
Mercury's brought in a Supercat engine as well. It's those engines are fuel injected, and there's been some rub between the classes, but it seems to me competitive-wise that SV Offshore here showing today that they've moved up a step and got through some of the problems that they've had. They also have transmissions on them. These the old school engines, they're just running crash boxes. Imcon. X Insurance. Excuse me, that was not Imcon. X Insurance continuing to hold on to 4th place. We should see Imcon here, but again, the Imcon team, the WHM, they're running crash boxes. The Mercury boats run the transmissions. Had some of them with issues during the year, but it's been the super competitive class. Imcon through in second with 2 laps to go to wrap up IMCON's first ever World Championship. And we are down to the final 2 laps of the 41st Annual Key West World Championship races, presented by Performance Boat Center, produced by Race World Offshore. Team Wicked comes by again, along with SV Offshore still holding third. You can tell that IMCON's backed it off a little bit, a little less space between him and SV Offshore. He knows where he's got to be, finish in second, win the World Championship, no problem. But the Muller boys, great run today for them, holding on to 5th place. And for the first race of the year, CR Racing X Insurance, pretty respectable performance, finishing in 4th if everything holds true here today. So fans, you'll get a chance to see Celsius come by just 2 more times. Here it is.
White flags.
Last lap of the day. Celsius had the inside slot, took advantage of it, got to the pin, and has led all the way. It's been Celsius IMCON 1-2 all the way. We saw Wayne Wilder this morning and said, "You're going to go to win it, aren't you?" And he said, 100%. That was the goal. They picked the right setup, he and Grant Bruggeman, and they got that boat run. When that boat is running fast, let me tell you, that boat can really smoke the course. We've seen it so many times this year, and in reality, without the one-drop format, APBA World National Championship is 7 races with a one-drop format. But if you just took all of the races together, the New Zealand team would have won the APBA National Championship without the one-race drop format. They were the most consistent boat on the Supercat scene. And there goes CR Racing, X Insurance. It sure looks like it's going to hold with Celsius 1, IMCON 2, SV Offshore 3.
That'll get Celsius onto the podium, despite finishing last on Friday.
Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle, and the 388 Skater with Sterling Power down and around, back into and out for the last lap of the day. And if it holds the way that it has all the way through 15 of these 16 laps, IMCON will have its first ever Supercat World Championship. '39 Outer Limits, SV Offshore holding third.
Even if the SV is able to catch on this lap and catch IMCON, it doesn't make a difference. IMCON would still hold your world title.
Well, there it is. It's all over except for the racing. Team Wicked will take 5th here today. Gallant effort this year for Liquor Split. Mark Granite jumping in that boat. Just couldn't get it running great all day. Or, excuse me,
that was Justice League. Yeah, Liquor Split went out on the 3rd lap with WHM. They both kind of went off in the same spot.
Right, that was a misspeak. Justice League with Mark Granite, Richard Davis.
There goes the Celsius.
Yep, Celsius for the final time of the day. They led from start to finish. They take the checkered flag and the first place points here today in the Supercat class. And now we wait for IMCON to come around to claim their first ever world championship. We look to the center of the course. Wayne Wilder and Grant Bruggeman, what a day for them in the 43 MTI with the Kasse Power winning here today for the final day of racing, the RWO World Championships presented by Race World Offshore. It's been a long road for IMCON. National championship last year, national championship this year, in pursuit of their first ever world championship. world-class team going Class 1 racing as well as Supercat racing next year. Tyler Miller, owner, throttle man of this team. Myrick Coyle, the driver. Coyle will be looking for his 4th World Championship. And there they are. Nope, that's X Insurance. Kind of goosebumps here as we watch for Imcon to come down. X Insurance holding on to 4th place overall.
Waving the flag, there he is.
And there's your world champions in Supercat class, Imcon here in Key West. 388 skater, Sterling Power, World Championship 2022. Great racing. Also a great day for SV Offshore. We should be seeing them come around here to finish up in 3rd.
That'll get them on the podium in 3rd place overall.
Outer Limits, Mercury Supercat Power. Vinny Diorio and Simon Prevost from Canada. International team takes 3rd here today. Very respectable day for them as well. So an exciting finale to the World Championship. We see the checkered flag in the inner circle being waved by Cigarette Hawk. Their 90th race as a pace boat. Wicked comes through.
That should be everybody on the course.
CR Racing finish in front of Wicked.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I do believe I saw him come through just now.
So that's it. They call the course. There they are. And CR Racing, X Insurance takes 4th. Wicked takes 5th. Celsius, your overall winner here today for Friday, gets the 1st place points, but with 2 2nd place finishes this week, Imcon is the World Championship. How does the podium look, Joey?
The podium, like you said, it's Imcon, 2 2nd place finishes. Celsius coming from last place on Friday. 1st place today leaves them 2nd on the podium, while 3rd goes SV Offshore.
SV Offshore.
And then Racing, the Graydell would end up 4th overall in that bracket, in that class, should I say.
And in Factory 450R, of course, TS Motorsports, another 1st place finish here today, and they'll be your world champions in Factory 450R for the first ever APBA UIM World Championship in Factory 450R class. 2nd place CG Racing, and then the Gladiator Canados team should have made it to the podium, right?
They did. But over Kovar, that last Kovar that had it running really well up to 2nd place at one time, falls all the way down to 5th, and that drops them out of the podium for them. Unfortunately, solid week for them, but there's always next year.
Gladiator Canados in 3rd. Congratulations to Imcon, Tyler Miller, and Myrick Coyle for the World Championship today in Supercat class in Imcon, and in Factory 450R, TS Motorsports MTI with Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson will win the World Championship. These are all unofficial standings. Of course, we'll have all of the official standings at the awards, which are immediate to follow at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater. We'll have live music out at the Imcon, kicking it up for the fans, bucking it a little bit there. Feeling good. 1st World Championship for them. The awards, of course, will follow some live music at the amphitheater, and then the awards to happen around 6, open to the public. Hey, Scott Porte of Porte Marine Products, thanks for joining us. A great week. Great to have you here.
Yes, sir. Fun to be here. Thank you.
It was a great race. Lots of fun, as usual, here in Key West for the World Championships, and we'll be back with more here from the Lichty Marine Broadcast Studio, and also as we wrap things up from Race World Offshore's live feed, the live stream on their Facebook page, brought to you by Maximum Inflation.
At Lichty Marine of Marathon, we're thankful for our wonderful customers, employees, Blue Turquoise Waters, and our great community. We can hook you up on a special deal for a Suzuki outboard engine, as we're an authorized Repower Suzuki outboard warranty dealer. New and used boats, trailers, parts, and accessories. You name it, we have everything you need to keep you happy. Lichty Marine. One-stop shop for all your marine needs. Financing available. MarathonSuzuki.com.
Berkshire Hathaway Keys Real Estate and Night Gardner Realty knows that a fast-paced market is a lot like a fast-paced powerboat race. It's critical to have a great captain at the helm to get you over the finish line. Reach out to any of our forever agents in our 4 offices throughout the entire Florida Keys and allow them to help navigate you through the real estate waters. Or visit them online at keysrealestate.com.
Hi, neighbors. Kia of Key West wants to invite you to our Family Day on December 17th at the Truman Waterfront Park. We'll have free hamburgers and hot dogs, free t-shirts, koozies, and sunglasses while supplies last. Also, cornhole, bounce houses, demonstrations from the Key West Police Department, including the horses of their mounted unit, motorcycle unit, canine unit, and live entertainment throughout the day. For more information, go to KiaofKeyWest.com and click on the Family Day icon. Hope to see you there for a day of family fun.
Race World Offshore's 41st Offshore World Championship from Key West, Florida is presented by Performance Boat Center. Live locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and globally you can watch its live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page. The Key West Championship. It's where history is made.
Powerboat Race Week in Key West. Biggest event of its kind on the planet. No one can sum it up better than the man who's won 24 world championships in his career, John Tomlinson.
Key West is that same race course. Now we just run a shorter one, but it still can be a brutal race course. It's the last event of the year before the winter. Now with all these poker run boats that have been built over the years, and I mean, let's face it, half these poker runs boats are faster than our race boats with 1350s in them. You're just looking at tons of 150-mile-an-hour pleasure boats, and there's so many of them out there now. Key West is just, it closes the year. It closes the year. Key West is always Key West. Last shot before the winter, so it attracts everybody, no matter who's putting the race on. And Key West is just a phenomenal event. It's the Super Bowl of the year for us in boat racing and for manufacturers. I mean, it's like a little mini performance boat show down there. I think some of the manufacturers sell more boats in Key West than they do at boat shows. And it attracts so many people to come down, whether you're into the races or not. November, Key West, weather's still beautiful. It's not burning hot. You got boat races, you got the poker runs that go on, and everybody enjoys it down there. You know, guys go down there and they plan their entire year's vacation at Key West every year, whether they're with a boat race team or they're just a fan or a spectator or coming down in any kind of boat. So many people plan that entire week a year in advance. So it's just a great event, attracts great people, great boats, and there's racing on top of it. You know, those 3 races, they can go from great to the worst to come back and win a championship. So you never know. You got 3 races to do it, and I've seen everything happen down there from bad to good. So hopefully we'll get through this one, and hopefully we can do very good down there this year.
It really is a mini season inside of 5 days, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. So much happens in those 3 races. And I think back when we...
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Rick Lopez, back with Grayson Acevedo. Joey Cook will join us in just a second. Grayson, how about MCON?
Well,
wow.
you know, sometimes the name of the game is consistency, and that is what they did. They didn't break down, not one time. They finished second both days, and they are coming out of Key West as the world champions.
And that's a big win for them.
Massive.
You know, for them to be able to come back and win this one here today. They ran a good race on Friday. They finished second, but and they finished second again here in this Supercat class today. But you look, Great L, who had a great run on Friday, they broke down, did not finish, and had a 7th place finish here in today's race and end up 4th. So they were just consistent, stayed right where they needed to do. We saw a tremendous run by Celsius New Zealand that took them from basically last place all the way to 2nd place in the World Championships. They finished first today. What a run for them.
And, you know, they've showed a lot of speed this year, and it was a shame to see them break down Friday. And I think that if they didn't do that, they may have been the world champions if they were to have finished and gained some positions.
They were fast out there.
They were
today.
bad
they
fast
were
today. I
yeah.
mean, they had that boat on rails. Clearly, it's clearly meant for this kind of water and conditions because nobody was touching them today, but sadly it wasn't enough. I'm sure they were hoping the MCON would break down or have some kind of issue behind because that was their only way of winning. MCON was also in their own right. They put it on the competition too. They just weren't as fast as Celsius New Zealand, and I think that goes to show just how fast Celsius was today. The fact that MCON had quite the gap on 3rd place, but yet still, I mean, they were just so far ahead. It was insane.
Joey Cook, I attribute Celsius New Zealand's performance here today. I got to go back to Friday night at the boat party where they were all up on the deck of the boat doing the haka dance.
Is that what they were getting on? You
so they did the haka. They were ready today.
To answer, you know, the what ifs. Here comes the what ifs for the New Zealand team. If they had the right race, the right setup, what would it have taken the Celsius boys from New Zealand to get this world title past MCON? Well, they would have needed to come in 4th place on Friday. If and when, and you know what they say about the ifs and the wins and the whats, but if they had done that, then they're the world champions right now, at least a 4th place. So they were 4 spots out on Friday of getting that world championship. Now, on the other point of MCON, I truly believe